welcome everyone to episode 17 of the smobcast. We're actually at the 1/3 point for a whole year here. And so, goddamn. So here's Plushy and Rio. Hello.
Hi.
Hello.
Good talk.
Hi,
so
no.
we're gonna be it was such a good video last time. It was so fun. It was probably the most fun podcast episode that I've had so far. Last time, which was when we were roasting Gamepress. I mean, you clicked on the title, so you know what this is about. So if you're a little tired of the Gamepress hate, then sorry. You might want to skip on this one, but I think this is all around going to be a good time. So
I think we will give credit where credit's due if they actually do like a decent job, right?
Yeah.
It's not going to be just lambasting, which when that happens, that means they probably realistically fucked it up. But yeah,
yeah, we're gonna be nice to them if we think they earned it.
yeah.
You like the Gamepress UI better? Same kinda. I do like the Gamepress UI, but I know that has nothing to do with the people who run that, because that's shit that they got from Gamepress.
Yeah.
It's not the people who maintain the
I
page.
use Gamepress on other games. Like I use Gamepress for Arknights. I use Gamepress for Pokemon Go. Like it's a good website. But obviously we will be more so targeting how the reviewers review a unit instead of the actual website as a whole.
I do want to address someone in the chat. Ninja Kid Cal just said Irisville E tier S clip is better in every way /S like for sarcasm, but that's not sarcasm. That's still correct.
It's /serious though. Plus
No, /S is sarcasm, isn't it?
No, I mean, yeah, I know, but like for this, it's serious.
I think
okay.
I think it's SR for. Actually, that doesn't make any sense either, because SR could be sarcasm too.
No,
Fuck,
see,
man.
It's sarcasm.
Fuck
See,
Redditors
next
and their
time I'm
terrible
just gonna-
terminology.
Sarcasm fail.
Next time, I'm just gonna /SSR and see how people react. They're not gonna know
Super
what's coming.
sarcastic.
Yeah.
Or is it super serious?
Super serious? Yeah. Anyway.
Alright, so at the suggestion of this stream, Rio came up with a great idea a couple days ago where we're going to be like guessing shit. Like he picked up some of the descriptions, the reviews on these servants, and we're just gonna guess what's in the blanks. We're gonna fill in the blanks. So we got it right here. It's on screen now.
Or guess what they're trying to say. So
Yeah.
the first one is Matahari. Now the question is, what is their complaint about Matahari here? She has blank, isn't great at blank despite being an assassin, and lacks any reliable form of blank.
Well, I mean,
At
first
least one of them
all,
is Stargen.
Yeah,
I don't
the
know which
biggest
one.
clue is despite being an assassin, so
Okay.
it's probably Star Generation, and
Okay.
also and she has no passives because people like to shit on that for some reason. I'm going to guess there's no passives in it, and also lacks, I don't know,
Damage? Or
mean, she's
maybe
a
charm
support,
walking?
the support. I don't know the last one.
The last, so you give them too much credit bringing up passives.
Oh.
That is way too much credit. So the actual for Matahari is she has terrible damage output,
Okay.
isn't great at critical strikes, and you have to forget they love survivability. So there's no survivability.
Oh.
That's
Yes.
So,
There's no
now,
survivability on this 1-star
here's the
support
question
that isn't supposed
about
to stay on the field.
Matahari. When would you? She has a non-damaging MP, and all of her skills are support-based. So why would you consider it a negative that she has
Just
bad
bad
damage?
yeah, what is this?
Yeah,
She's
dude.
a 1-star.
I am the most surprised about the first one. I think the latter two is like understandable, their complaint. I think it's very stupid. But why? The first one doesn't even make doesn't
Alright.
even make any sense.
Dude, it's
But-
what I was talking about last night. It wasn't last night, it was the night before last. I think they are too stuck on the traditional support type mindset,
Being
like
caster?
everything's got to be like Merlin or Hans, where it's just shit that keeps you alive for a long time. And
Yeah.
that's like the most simple, straightforward way of doing support, but it's so clueless. And it
Most low star supports, I think, are better when they're allowed to be cycled out, because otherwise you'll have a dead weight on the field for a long time. So I actually take that as like a
Right.
positive.
yeah.
a lot of the
Plus,
time.
It kind of
she has that first skill is 100% star gen for the party and 50% crit up for the party. Like it,
they probably
her
didn't.
individual star gen is not a thought. Like
Is
it
this
shouldn't be a thought.
is this
Is it
from her
pre-buff or
description
post-buff?
page? Like
This
on
is
her.
from her. This is from the positives and negatives.
Yeah, I very much doubt they changed it. I don't think they updated it for the buff. They usually
Right,
don't do that type of shit.
they probably wouldn't have even if the buff had happened.
Yeah.
So
I think, yeah, like especially once again, that first point is it's not gonna get fixed by the buff. I mean, I guess it does improve if you want to crit with her, but like I don't understand. This complaint is so stupid.
So if Matahari is D plus, where would you, as shown here, where would you actually put Matahari as far as 1-stars go?
As far as
a
1-star
star,
scars,
she's one of the best. No, as a 1-star,
I'd say like
support?
A, if not higher.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah, it's just like with 1-stars, there's not. So with 1-stars, they have to be supports if you want them to be good. Like I know people love Kojiro and all, but the
people love
the only
Jason.
yeah, the only time they're useful is if you invest Grails in them, because their stats are so piss that being a support is actually a positive, because that means they might be more likely to die easily.
Yeah.
Yep.
I genuinely think, like, out of like not even 1-stars, including the 2-stars, she's still one of the best like bronze support units because of the sheer amount of numbers she's actually able to provide with such a low cost. Team cost is actually an issue that people don't really think about. With such a, it's long duration, it's instant access. It doesn't need to be like, some weird hoops you have to jump through. It's just instantly good. Like that first skill is just instantly good. So honestly, I like, what else? Like there's a lot of like decent bronze supports, but I would say most of them, like once again minus Hans, probably feel similar to what she's trying to do. Like someone like Bartholomew, I feel like sort of does something very similar to her in terms of what kind of support he does.
He's definitely
And
weaker in
skill
that regard,
seal-
but still.
Yeah.
And skill seal is valuable. I think people underestimate how like useful skill seal is.
Well,
Like, 'cause
here's the thing.
It's sometimes a lot better to take 3 attacks than for them to do a skill.
But like that is a hot take. That is like, according to other people in my comments as well, that's like a hot take, because people like when I talk about servants or other people, they legit call skill seal a demerit because the enemy attacks 1 extra time, which honestly I just hard disagree, especially with recent stuff. Like they can have very nasty skills. I don't understand how that's a demerit, but
So
a lot of
Yeah,
people
it's-
don't like skill seal.
so it
It's a
really
positive.
it really just kind of depends on the team you're building. If you're actually pushing it on HP, then it can be a negative. But if you're running something that has good anti-chip, then it's actually a positive, because then you're getting hit more, which means you're more likely to use your NP more often. If you're in a solo, like I think that's what a lot of people think of with it. If you're in a solo, you're always going to be taking extra attacks, and if it's like
I
on an
agree.
NP, and yeah,
I
that
agree. I
might
think
not be good.
I forgot which servant it is. It was Cool Khan, right? Cool Khan skill seals on MP. I do run into issues when I'm soloing with her because of the skill seal, but like that is such a rare, that's such a weird thing. Like people very much cherry pick when they want to consider solos and when they don't. Like in my opinion, like I just think that's such a cherry pick argument. I don't know when this started, but skill seal was like since a point, skill seal was called a demerit by most reviewers I watch, which is kind of like boggling to me. Like, yeah, you can argue maybe skill seal isn't always a positive, which I think it's almost always a positive, but I don't know. Especially if it's like not tied to a damaging MP. Like the problem with some damaging MPs that have skill seal is like, oh, I'm forced to use it, right? I'm forced to pop it if I want to use my MP. But like most of them are on skills. Just don't pop it. Just don't be stupid. I don't understand.
Besides, there's so many bar break skill uses that you can't stop anyway. So what are you gonna do? Like, why worry about it?
So honestly, I like this is sort of I'm veering off of the topic, but I don't get when this start becoming a trend where people start hating on skill seal. But yeah.
So also another thing to consider is with Matahari, oftentimes it can be a good thing because you might want her to die faster. So
yeah,
that's true.
That's like, how like I'd say half of the time when I'm using her, that's the case. Her cooldowns aren't too bad, so like sometimes having her live longer isn't too bad, but it's only if she lives just long enough to get her skills back.
I honestly really like your validation because every time I tell people that cycling supports has its benefits, everybody's like, oh my god, because you like TAs, you dirty whale, right? Like, so, but I honestly think it's not just for min turns. Like, there are servants that are just, they're like, they pop their skills and you've served your purpose, right? Like, that's it. You're done. And I'd rather not wait for your dead time and get your skills back and instead have someone else come in immediately to sort of carry my momentum, and then, you know, eventually that leads to a win instead of, you know, trying to like hold back every 3 turns. Oh no, we gotta pause for 3 turns and scramble until something comes back, right? So I honestly genuinely think, you know, cycling out supports has its merits. It's the same thing with outrage. Like outrage, I don't think it's only for min turn people. I think outrage is generally a good CE. It controls enemies' attack RNG and stuff. That when you get more control over RNG stuff in fights, that's a good thing, no matter what.
Well, so, there's where some hypocrisy comes in, because say for example, people talk about like Creamhild has a targetable taunt, and people act like that, you know, say that's great, it's a defensive thing for her, you know. So how is that different from when you're about to get an NP, you know, swapping in like Matahari with a taunt CE, debuffing the enemy, and then she dies? Like, it's you know,
there's a great like catch to it as well. Like you mentioned, if you swap in a taunt.
Yeah, dude, I never see anyone do it because like usually the people who do a lot of like lower star stuff, they don't use plug suit because it's not as worthwhile, and they'll use like Atlas for better skill uptime. And then a lot of the people who always use plug suit, they don't use low star stuff, and they don't worry about taunt stuff. I think that is just like such a strong thing that no one ever takes advantage of. Like you can plug in someone from the back that can taunt something, and like if you're in a single target fight, okay, that's an entire NP you don't have to worry about. Like, it's so strong.
Yeah, it's like basically the same as a team-wide invul, right? For a single target fight, because you don't know where it's gonna hit. So having a taunt, and it also bypasses stuff like Kenshin. If you're fighting against Kenshin, you can't invul your way out of it. But if you can have a taunt that switches into,
you can evade Kenshin's impact.
Yeah, you can evade her impact. You can have someone else take that impact, you know, and win Game of the Year or something, right? So, it's a very good like tactic that I think genuinely people don't use enough. And I also think even though rare prisms are not that rare anymore these days, I think maybe the 3 rare prism price is what like sort of stops people from using it. That's why I really want a free taunt CE. Like maybe just one. Like even
They
just
should.
one. Even just one,
Like,
right?
There should be a 3-star taunt seat. Like,
Yeah,
just like that. All it is a taunt and like maybe something else.
So
Like something minor.
I'm not entirely sure about that though, because if you have like if you have like 5 taunt Cs, or have 4 actually, because 5 would be that might be kind of silly. Then you can completely negate all of the RNG in a quest, and I feel like that might be a bit too strong. Like, even if it's only 1-turn taunts, having that much control can be a little
Yeah, but I
too
have
game
4
backwards.
outrages. Like what? Like,
Well,
come
yeah,
on.
but you're a whale.
No,
and
well,
like
yeah, so
you've
that has
you
nothing to
spent
do. Like, outrage wasn't that hard of a C to acquire.
Well,
yeah, but you spent money to get it, didn't you?
I mean,
I
yes.
think it's fine.
Yeah,
Like,
like
okay,
you paid
so
to win. Like, okay,
so
that's
so
you know.
so here's the thing, right? I do think like obviously whales should get what whales get, but like what whales are mainly paying for is to jack up their DPS, or get a bunch of supports and whatnot. So like I genuinely think if it's a game mechanic, like maybe not allow them to be farmable, maybe make it like a one-time thing. I don't know how they're gonna design it. Maybe make it like
So here's the thing.
those like
Outrage is in the shop for free for everyone.
it's not free. It's 3 rare prisms. So like
Yeah,
people,
but it's really easy to get rare prisms.
you'd be surprised how many people are like,
If
"Oh
we're
my
just-
god, my RP! I gotta
Okay.
buy I gotta buy this Mystico and I never use, or I gotta buy this 25 rare prism event CE
To
because it
be
has
fair-
naked Nero on it, right? So like,
Oh jeez. So to be fair, remember that we get rare prisms for leveling welfares now.
yeah,
So if you only need 3, like we've had how many welfares this year? We've had like 4, 5?
yeah.
I don't know.
I mean that's just every year, and also maybe Christmas probably another one. Yeah.
Well,
Yeah,
are you talking
and
NA or
it's not-
JP?
It's not
Well,
like
both are about the same.
yeah, it's not like you have to be in a hurry to get anything from the Rare Prism shop anyways. It's not I don't think anything expires there other than limited time stuff, and that's just like
Okay.
lores and stuff.
I do
Which, yeah,
understand your
most people don't get.
concern. So I actually have another idea. So remember those commemoration CEs that does nothing?
Yeah.
Right.
That gives you like 50 50 something EXP. Make one of them taunt. You
Ugh.
limit the amount that you can acquire, and you don't waste a beautiful art on garbage effects. Right?
Yeah.
I think like maybe give it out on New Year's. Like they've done this a lot of times with command codes. Command codes is something that you can acquire for free, but it is limited in quantity. But they are extremely game changing. For example, the heal boost CC, the Jean heal CC, the Tamamo mirror CCs, the Himiko mirror CC that is like anti MP and skill seal. Like all of these are actually really game changing pieces of tech that they've distributed without fear of overflowing. Like you don't have to worry about what if this guy just get every card with the Jean CC and he heals for 3,000 every turn for free, right? So because they made it limited in terms of the amount you can acquire. So I think maybe they could do that for a CE, right? So I don't know.
That is true. I think they should do that though. Just give us just more. It's been like 5 years since we've had a taunt C. Like, just give us anything.
I also think Star Bomb used to be a really powerful concept, right? But like, it's everywhere now, and it's like fine.
The funny thing is, it's still like it's the same couple that are the best of them though, because the others have dumb
What's
effects.
the one?
Like yay, I get 20 stars, and I also have Buster and Quick Performance.
It's Golden
It's
Carp. I
very
mean, I've
useful in my
seen some
Matahari.
people. I've seen some people use the DPS one just to get like more stars, but generally it's not worth it, especially with like more supports that can print stars as well.
So I feel like there's 2 others that are actually kind of worthwhile. There's the one with Calamity Jane, because it's like I
Yeah.
like that on like
The
a
Hide
support.
Hunter?
Yeah,
Yeah,
because
that
it has, even if you don't, if even if you only get the stars once, you still get a pretty good NP gain buff for the rest of the fight.
Mhm.
So that can be pretty helpful. And then the other one, I've mentioned it before, the one that was on Curious Banner, that's only 12 stars,
Oh,
and it's 50% charge. But it's
15
also,
stars of MLB, yeah.
it's like,
It-
I think it's 10% arts, which is
no,
technically
no,
NP
those are
gain.
all 15. So
Yeah,
so there's
there's
a
15
Buster
stars.
Oh, it's
version.
15.
So the New Year's, I'm predicting the New Year's 5-star CE. It's going to
And
be
the quick one.
10% quick up and 15 stars on entry and 15% chart. 50%
Well, that's
charge.
what we thought last
Yeah,
year, but
and
we
it's
got
gonna
the
be split
stupid
stat.
David one. Yeah, that's what we thought last year. We got the stupid
yeah.
David one with the overcharge.
Yeah, but wait. Oh yeah. Well, you know what? I'm just predicting.
Yeah, I mean, probably.
Yeah.
Oh, that means the New Year servant is gonna be quick.
Yeah. Watch. Oh no. Long Benny's going to be quick.
I mean, it could be Seimei, be quick.
I'm predicting long. I'm in the Long Benny camp.
Yeah, I
Of course you
genuinely
are.
believe it's Long Benny though. Like, if anyone asks me, like, if you want me to bet on any character, I do think Benny Alter is a good one, because it's a cool, it's a cute callback, right? It's like, oh,
yeah,
you
because
know,
Benny's a New Year's servant.
yeah.
And Benny had an alter form, and you know, I'm not going to say what I think her NP is, but the NP, but what she uses in Lost Belt 7, I think would be kind of cool.
Yeah.
I mean, if it is Benny, everyone's going to be spoiled that it happens, which is, you know, just NA suffering.
True,
I guess,
that
but...
would be Lost Belt 7 spoiler. I mean, Koyan Dark is a huge spoiler, but like Koyan Dark was one of the biggest spoilers probably. Same with Rasputin. I don't know. I don't know if Rasputin is spoiler.
So like he's got that third ascension. So like I don't know what that's doing, but that means something.
It's a future spoiler. Like, not even JP people know what it means, but
Yeah,
maybe.
yeah. I mean,
Yeah.
the same thing with Castoria's third ascension, I guess.
Yeah, same thing with Koyan Light. Koyan Light was a Lost Belt 7 spoiler. What the hell? Anyways, this is so stupid. But yeah,
All right, so let's get back on topic.
let's get on to.
So I have a new
second-
slide up.
Yeah, I
Alright.
see. Ready and raring to go.
Oh my god! What is this? What
So
is
this one,
this?
the large blanked out section is just the longest string of stupid. I don't think you're gonna know what they're complaining about, but like maybe you can guess. So
I already
having a
guessed it.
blank. So this is for Saint Martha Santa, who they put in C+.
Ooh, a bad timing with JP having this challenge
Yeah.
list up right now.
Bad time with Santa
He's
Martha
using
literally being one of the most useful servants of the past like 2
Because
years.
there's high DPS checks and they're divine. Like
Yeah,
Alright.
it's just over. All right.
So having a blank makes the primary intended use case for their MP to be blank with other cards if possible, which although is helpful for improving chances of a blank, the next turn still has a demerit of needing to wait until the next turn to fully benefit from its effects. And also
Well, I
the
know
fact that
exactly
blank
what-
are relevant if using an MP instead.
I know exactly what the complaint is going to be on the first paragraph. It's complaining
is
that the MP is not arts. That's literally the whole. Is oh my god, it's a support
That is
MP.
correct.
It's not arts. It's
You
garbage.
are correct. 500 points to Plushie
Yeah,
for
like-
guessing
Wait,
that
there's
this is
points
complaining
for this
about it
shit?
being a quick NP.
But, like, here's the thing, because like everybody is like, oh my god, it's a support MP, but it's not arts. Blech.
Yes,
But-
the line is having a quick supportive MP makes the primary intended use case for her MP to be performing quick chains with other cards if possible.
To be fair,
yes,
Mighty
these
is
quick
not-
chains that are so useful since we get another 20 stars.
to
Which,
be fair,
although is helpful
Mighty
for
is-
improving chances of a critical hit the next turn, still has the demerit of needing to wait until the next turn to fully benefit. And also the fact that critical stars are irrelevant if using an NP instead.
Okay, what does the last? What does
Now-
the last sentence mean?
What? And the fact that critical stars are irrelevant if using an MP? Just probably
Oh.
that MPs can't
You
crit.
can't crit with the MP.
Yeah.
But what does
So-
that have to do with anything?
I don't know.
So
it's
you
stu-
just crit the next turn. Like you just decide to not NP on the turn you have a bunch of stars.
Can you not MP and then use a card with someone else on the same turn? Like, I don't understand. You can't Martha MP and then card. Like that. I thought that's what everybody does. Excuse me. What's happening?
Yes. Also, I didn't look at Thomas Edison, but I just noticed that he's here, and I'm also kind of offended that he's in C. Like Thomas Edison's better than that. The second one though is the big hint is the first line.
To
One
be
of
fair,
the main pros.
to be fair, he doesn't have his second skill buff yet, so he's not as good. But
still,
he
has
still
a role. I genuinely don't think Nursery Rhyme has a role. A funny story is, I think Nursery Rhyme was one of the earliest characters when I was still playing Taiwan. She was one of the earliest characters I got, and I thought she was great because I rolled for Jolter. I didn't get Jolter, and I got her instead. But I'm like, oh my god, she also has self-modification.
Yeah,
she's just like Jolter. No. She's not.
Bro.
No. That is
not
such
even close.
That is like the biggest copium I've ever had in Fate Grand Order. Like genuinely. Like you keep thinking, like people say, "Oh my god, you're coping about Koyan Dark buff." No, I thought Nursery Rhyme was as good as a crit servant as Jolter when I first started playing.
That's so sad. Is there any caster crit DPS that's actually like Tom?
Okuni.
Oh, that's right. You're right. Never mind. Whoops.
And I don't. Yeah, Tonaliko's not. Tonaliko's MP.
Tonaleko doesn't have any crit buffs. She's all MP damage.
Yeah. But yeah.
So,
anyway, sorry.
What do you think the second one is? The second one is the dumbest. Is a really dumb complaint. One of the main pros of being a welfare is often access to MP5.
I think I know this one because I read it already. I mean, like I know intuitively.
Is it because it's not damaging?
It's because her NP scaling is not that impactful. And
I don't know what her
it's
NP
special attack. It's 30 to 50% special attack against divine.
That's not impactful. That's the only reason I use her.
It says, however, the only effect that changes being the special attack buff. The values don't change much with level. It also says you can leave her at NP1 and be fine.
That's the only reason I use her. Like, what do you mean? That's the dude.
These guys.
Their Martha take is, I think, some of the worst takes I've seen.
I think her overcharge kind of sucks because overcharge is like healed.
It's not mentioned here.
Yeah,
they don't mention that her overcharge is just like another 500
because that's what they want in a support. They want healing in a support, something that'll keep you living longer. So that's a good thing in their book. I mean, like, I don't think it's a bad thing. It's just it's not a selling point.
That is actually so dumb, but I have a very shameful thing to admit.
Another?
What?
When she first came out, I'm pretty sure I made a video calling her a quick healer.
Yeah.
Oh no! When she first came out, I also called her trash a lot. I wasn't the only. Like, there were a lot of people. I don't know anyone who thought Santa Martha was worth like much when she first came out. I think Santa Martha is like one of those characters that, like, in hindsight, has become so much more impactful, like, than anyone probably thought she was going to be. Like, I don't think anyone expected her to be as useful as she is.
Like, HP became higher as, times go on. Anti-trade started becoming a relevant sort of thing.
Dude, every boss fight, like almost every boss fight since Lost Belt 4 has had a divine servant. And DPS checks are getting higher, and it's
which is good.
She's so useful because of that. I think the only exception was like Atlantis had a few non-divine enemies, but like, I mean, Olympus has a lot of divine enemies that are hard. Lost Belt 7 definitely does. Then you've got Lost Belt. Oh yeah, actually it was Lost Belt 6 that was largely not divine.
Was
but
it
then
just Cernunnos or something?
Yeah, but still the hardest boss was that, and like the last bar is a big DPS check. So
yeah,
too bad we've never had a way to replay or recollection for Cernunnos. I'm still offended that they didn't do it, because they mentioned like they were thinking about how to handle Cernunnos in a recollection.
But now we can't.
Super recollection would be impossible for it, because it's already so random
possible.
You can just tweak it a little bit, or even like just like do like I don't know, like slight you like
Like, dude,
20% HP
can
boost
you
or something.
imagine 1,000,000 health on the last bar?
Don't do a million. Don't do a million. Do like a little.
No, I
little
can't. I
bit.
think it'd be funny.
No, it won't be funny. It will be
Oh, it'd be
mid.
awful.
Hold on.
Because
It
it's
would be
like
funny for
500. It's
me.
already 500,000, and then you're contending with like
It'd be funny
very
for
spammy
me,
resists.
but
then
because I
just
like
kills you
Minturns,
instantly.
But
Ugh.
like, yeah, I mean,
But like with the advances we've had in the game since then, do you think? I think there's a
CERN
couple
actually
servers I
isn't
could pull
undead. Responding to someone in chat.
Yeah.
I think they should start making stuff that they don't mean for you to beat. I'm not joking. All right, like this is a
Ooh.
hot take. FGO hot takes. Like obviously not in the main story. I think they should start making content that people are not supposed to beat. Like everyone's supposed to beat it with a free to play. Like no, I don't. Like why? Why would you? Why would you only make baby stuff in an 8-year-old game that where like the majority of your income is coming from whales? Like I'm not even saying like, oh my god, it has to be like an omega whale. No, it's just people with like a high MP DPS that's grailed with meta supports. Like that's a lot more people than you imagine. That's like most people that have been playing this game for a long time. So I don't understand why they keep making quests that are, oh man, man, bad design. Everyone's gotta have to beat this.
But how are they
No.
supposed to get their summon ticket?
Like the dude, it's 3 teapots. Who gives a shit? Like, just make things harder. Holy crap! Like, I don't understand. It's the same with like this. I don't know. It's God. Like,
I don't disagree with you.
FGO is more VN. No, there's no VN in challenge quest. Like, what's the narrative for a challenge quest? No, it's just the raid up servant of that event. Yeah, I think locking a lore behind it kind of sucks. Like, lores are really good, but like come on, man, like, come on.
They should have a challenge quest and then a harder version of the challenge quest.
Yeah, or something like
Super
like
recollection challenge quest.
super challenge 90 star or something. Like I don't care, like just do some difficult stuff. I think that it's so funny because I also play Arc Knights. They're like the complete opposite. Those two games are so. Arc Knights is like, I expect 20% of the player base to beat this. Fuck you.
Plus, she was recently up to like 6 a.m. or something like that, like trying to do some stupid thing in Arknights, screaming in voice chat.
It's not even like the highest possible difficulty. It's the standard difficulty to get like the majority of the rewards, by the way. And then FGO is like hand holding like heaven, right? So I think there should be a balance between the two games. Or I mean, obviously there are other games, but I mean, like there should be like a middling spectrum of difficulty, in my opinion.
Yeah, even if like there's not like a lot of like good rewards behind it, if you give like a challenge thing in FGO, people will do it regardless of if there's a worthy reward or not.
Yeah, and then people will watch the videos. People will give more respect to like challenge quest clears and stuff, because the reason why people don't give any respect to challenge quest content right now is because, oh, who gives a shit when I just throw 2 Castores and I win? I'm gonna bet there's a bunch of people that can't beat this challenge quest because she has buff removal.
Oh yeah, I was about to say, like, well, she even gives you buff removal resistance one time.
Oh, never mind. Yeah, like, oh god, yeah, she does. Never mind.
But it's only one time.
Yeah, and she spams her MP a lot.
And she spams her MP. Like this challenge quest, I think, is a little bit more difficult than previous ones, just because it limits like the night classes just can't do it. Neutral classes are difficult. Like I think it's like, even if you're trying to stall it out, I think it's more simple or more easy to make a mistake and die.
Yeah. I mean, yeah. Like I generally like this CQ probably will wall a lot of people. Like most streamers I watch haven't done it, so I'm really excited to see them do it. But yeah,
there is only as far as like 7 knights, there's 2 sabers, an archer, one lancer, Minturn, a lancer, and 2 Aussie runs. It's like
Ibuki sweep, both of them could do it.
That's so
Yeah, well-
okay. Yeah, it is dumb.
Superior Dragon Girl.
I genuinely think Saber Ibuki has the least reason to be able to beat it, but I forgot about Summer Wu. Like that's the only reason she beat it. Because like
that
Aussie,
MLB versus. They have MLB versus
yeah,
and Summer Wu.
yeah, like Aussie can use his skills 3 times, so it kind of makes sense. Ashwataman's single target, and he can like get himself to 1 HP, and he can be like a Hijikata but with class disadvantage. That kind of makes sense. Who else?
That's a funny way to put it.
Sigurd can make her a dragon, so it kind of makes sense.
Yeah,
And-
so if you use George to make a dragon, then it basically just removes the ruler class, and then you just gotta buff through other methods.
And
Oh.
Bima,
Oh, the person
Lima.
who used. Sorry, the person who
sorry.
used Saber Ibuki probably had her third append too, because she has anti-ruler.
Oh, she's anti-ruler
that's
append.
cheating. Oh no,
It's
no
only
wonder.
30% attack. It's not that
That's
big of a
huge.
change.
No, 30%
Is it?
attack
No,
is.
Is it really
it's-
like?
it's-
I mean, you're
it's-
stacking like 400% crit onto there. I feel.
Yeah, it matters.
The thing with this quest is like it's all or nothing, because if your damage doesn't go over 400k, it's just 0. So I do think you need all the damage you get. you
Okay.
need. Like my Koyan Dark has like RNG rolls has made my Koyan Dark do like 0 damage versus breaking a bar.
I know
mean,
it's crazy, like the
yeah, but-
damage variation on that, because sometimes I'm
Yeah.
like this almost always, and then I'm in face card range to break it. But then sometimes it'll do like 20k instead of 120k, and I'm like, oh, never mind.
yeah,
Nah, I'm
also
sad.
beat it with Draco, so it's still doable with like
Wait, someone did it with
disadvantage.
Draco? How?
No, not min turn. Like normal
Oh.
clear. See, somebody still beat it with Draco. So like I'd imagine this is not that easy, which is fine. But yeah. What was I ranting about again? Why are we here?
Just to
Just to
suffer.
suffer.
Oh. Oh yeah, Martha. Wait, was it because of Martha? Martha's really good on this, by the way. Martha is like,
Yeah,
Yeah.
Martha is.
Yeah,
Martha
tangent
is
after
one of the
tangent
best.
led us here.
Martha is very good at this CQ unless you are a dirty whale and you have an MLB versus for min turns at least. But yeah, like I think Martha's generally good though. Like for normal clear, versus might not be that good. But for a general clear, Martha is still extremely good because you can use her MP multiple times.
I take that. I'm on a call.
Oh,
Oh, sorry, I unmuted. My brother came in to take the dog out for a walk, and I thought I muted, but I double tapped the mute button.
oh.
And you heard
the
me.
dog.
Yeah, no, he's taking her to the dog park.
that's
So
Oh my god.
Yeah.
Was that Brio Emerald? That
No,
was
don't-
bad.
no.
Bro.
30%. Yeah. So, anyways, yeah. Yeah. So the main reason you'll be using Martha is because of the I would say because of the anti-divine, anti-undead, demons pretty rare. And the reason why she's so good is because there's no SSR equivalent. You can't find one. You can't. She's like the only one. She's the only person that can do this job as a support. So yeah, that's why she's
Yep.
good.
And shocker, and there are actually good supports that can do basically nothing but increase your damage and not give you much on survival, and can still be good supports.
Yeah,
No,
wow. It's
You would
like
assume that
people-
they wouldn't understand that, but they have Oberon at EX tier.
yeah, I've
Yeah,
realized that
and
all.
Coin Light, arguably in a lot of cases also. I mean, yeah, she
Yeah,
can drain.
uh,
and
yeah.
stuff, but like Coin Light.
Yeah, that was something I was thinking of. Yeah, there have been a lot of occasions where I preferred Martha over Oberon, because Oberon,
yeah.
like sometimes, oftentimes, if you're bringing, hold on, I gotta clear my throat. Oftentimes,
Oberon's
when
the one and
you're,
done thing.
yeah, oftentimes if you are considering bringing Santa Martha, it's because there's a really high DPS check, and that usually doesn't start on the last bar. It usually starts on an earlier bar, and if it's not relegated completely to the last bar, then she's going to be a lot more useful because you can pop on NP on turn 1. Also, his shit does not affect cards at all. She has 70% attack and 50% special attack. That affects everything. including cards.
Yep. And also, let's actually, go back 100 steps and talk about the only thing anyone cares about these days: farming. I unironically used her for 90 plus in not Morganfest, for Ilia, I think. The Ilia
Same,
lotto.
dude.
Like, really? Which lotto was that? Which one was that?
I think it might have been.
It was the one with the
one
three
with Needle
Valks.
Altar.
Needle
I
Altar.
know people used her in one, but
dude.
I didn't end up using her. So
Dude,
I know I've seen her used in farming before.
Hyper Summer Ibuki can not double Castoria Oberon, most of those, but she can double Castoria with Martha. Yeah, because like especially the one with the three Valks, because you got high DPS checks on wave 1, but like if you get past that on wave 1, then you're cool.
Do you know what I used for that one? Where each one had like a 600k Valk every wave. Or was it 400K?
Something to do with? Wait a second, didn't you use Kriemhild?
No. So I used Daikokten and Draco.
Oh, you didn't.
Because they were assassins.
Yeah.
So and Draco, it has slow charge. Daikokten gives party slow charge. So Draco was like manually getting back like 80% a turn after a refund on NP, and I was like, it's like it works out.
I didn't actually use Martha on the Valk one. I used Martha on the one with Dolman. So the one with Koyan Light, Koyan Dark on wave 2, and then Dolman on the last wave with I think it's Cerberus. Might not be Cerberus, I don't remember. So like those are all divine. So like you can just so easily randomly hit a divine unit during farming.
Yeah, dude, yeah, that's one of the nodes I was talking about with Summer Ibuki. Like, she's counterclassed because there's a foreigner there. But if you bring Santa Martha, like, she's divine, so she just wipes her anyways.
See,
it's so ridiculous.
No, we don't need to buff Summer Ibukis. Don't shut your mouth. Oh, buff Koyan Dark? Yeah. Buff Koyan Dark. I'm all for it.
Yeah, make her take even less damage from Berserkers. That's what she needed.
Yeah, she needs to tank. I tried to solo the Duryodhana 100 brothers thing with her, and I was always one turn off. I'm really pissed, but yeah, anyways.
Unfortunate.
Yeah. So yeah, even if we go back 100 steps, Martha's still usable in farming, and it's not just because, like, obviously, anti-divine is very common, but there's also other reasons, because she has a self 30 battery and a targetable 20 battery, so it's not actually that hard to get her MP.
I think that a self 30 and a welfare, like welfares usually don't have, like, I know like there's a couple of 50%, but like 30% is usually I consider like the break point, because then with a append, that's 50, and then or like and a 50% charge C if it's an event, that's 100%. You can just use her MP right away.
Yeah, it's actually surprisingly easy to get her to MP from 0. So it is genuinely a support that doesn't even have issues accessing her MP, because like a lot of people issue with like these supports where their main values on their MP is that, but what if I don't get to use them, right? That's why people like supports that are mostly focused on skills. But she doesn't actually have that big an issue accessing her MP, which is actually very good, and she can even help others with the 20 charge. So honestly, this is such a versatile servant. Obviously, she is limited in the sense that I would say you would almost not pick her if you aren't facing against anti-traits. You will almost never pick her. I mean, it's not bad. Like, if you have nothing, she's still not bad. But on this flip side, when you're facing any of these traits, was like, once again, let's be real, it's not rare. Like undead and divine, especially divine, it's so common. Like, the only complaint is that it's not demonic as well. It's demon. Which, if it was demonic, then bro, I can't.
She would just be everywhere. If she, that's gonna be a buff. They're gonna, when they put her in the evocation, they're gonna buff her NP to add demonic to it.
It'll be demonic, and the 350% will be calculated separately.
Oh,
if it's
that
a
would be
divine,
so crazy.
100% against undead divine. Ooh.
Then you just pair it with Summer Woo, and you're like, everything's undead and divine.
Yeah, that's pretty scary. Looking forward to that. But yeah,
Yeah.
really good servant, really good. I don't know.
So
why she-
finish the event. Holy cow.
Yeah, and then everyone
Don't
could
follow
be
Gamepress's advice and only get one copy.
everyone could be Skaha at that point.
Yeah.
Both undead and divine.
Also, I found a way to like, cause I didn't know how to put out my my community post for this, cause like people are gonna say I'm toxic, but I found out a way to let everyone agree with us, because I said Gamepress made fun of Summer Martha. Let's make fun
Summer?
of them.
Wait, did you
Not
say
Summer
something?
Martha. Fuck. I mistyped. Santa Martha. Sorry. Let's make fun of them instead. And I put like the cute image where she's, she's very cute, and then like everybody's gonna be angry because she's cute.
Yes, the only image where she is cute, of course.
I mean,
Wait,
she's
which
cute
image is
and-
that? I'm pulling up your YouTube channel.
It's the one where she prepared like a Thanksgiving dinner, the Christmas dinner. It's the same thing.
Oh, her Final Ascension art?
No, it's a different one. I think it's I forgot where it's from.
Oh,
but
where
it is
that
official.
from? I've seen that before.
It's like it's probably an event. I don't know. She's like really proud of what she's made. She cooking up all these foods, like very innocent, and then on the flip side she's just killing people like Arjuna Halter.
No, she's not killing them. She's just sending other
helping
people
you
to
kill them.
kill them.
She's feeding
Like-
them.
Like
so
any
they
good
can kill 'em.
religious figure, she will not be doing the killing, but she will send someone else to kill them.
Yeah, let her cook. Let her cook. All the gods will die. Oh my god.
Let her cook, slay the gods.
Slay the gods. But yeah, really, really powerful unit that you will be seeing a lot more, because once again, Super Collection Quest, once it rolls around, you'll realize how many divines you run into just like in an off chance. It's just so ridiculous.
Yeah, actually, you know what? It makes sense for Martha to be anti-divine. You see, you don't fight anyone from any Abrahamic religions in here. We fight from a bunch of others. So she's like, you know, gotta solve
I
the
think I
problem.
can convert you if I kill your god. God. Wow, that's a way to see her MP. That's a way to interpret her MP. Jesus.
Yeah, no, that's how I'm gonna do it. That's what I consider the what she's doing.
Yeah. So very cool servant. Not a quick healer though. I did try her as a quick healer. I don't think that's that good. I don't think she is the quick Merlin, unfortunately, like people want it.
Yeah, it's only like 2,000 per NP. It's not.
Yeah.
It's not 5,000 per NP. That makes another NP happen easy.
Yeah, but on the flip side, you don't have to fit her with a quick team. You fit her whenever you're fighting anything that she.
I think
trades.
it's really funny, like for like if you use her with like Buster or Arts, because if you use her with Buster, you can just do her MP Buster and then their Arts card, and it Mighty Chains, and then wow, NP gain.
And it really needs to get mighty. I think like the only saving grace for this review is that at least mighty isn't an NA yet. Like if mighty chains in NA, like the leading with a quick is no longer a demerit.
So that reminds me, this is something I haven't seen them criticize at all, and like I guess it makes sense that a lot of people don't think of it, but I feel like it really makes a lot of sense to consider. They didn't mention it with Seisho Nagan either, because it's kind of an issue for her now before Mighty Chains. It's using a quick NP before cards is a bit awkward, because you lose out on the Buster starting bonus.
It's like the worst leading card type.
And they never mentioned it.
Sucks.
Yeah, they never mentioned that for some reason.
I mean, if you point it out to them, they're just gonna say, "Oh, but Mighty Chains," like right.
I never seen them mention Mighty Chains anywhere. I'm calling it now. You guys can quote me on this. When Mighty Chains come out, they're going to downplay them. They're probably not going to see much use in Mighty Chains.
It's huge. Obviously,
It's
in solos, it's
insane.
More, yeah, it's insane. Like for example, like another thing with support MPs mainly being arts is that when you do a Martha MP into a support MP, into a Buster card, that Buster card will send you into next year, right? Like that's insane, right? Like that's a lot of damage. So, like there's a lot of nuanced things about having a quick supportive MP. Like I genuinely do believe before Mighty Chains it is a demerit. I think leading up with a quick card is such a bad thing. Like, because remember, it's not just Mighty Chains. Like the current quick effect isn't even in NA yet. The 20% crit chance boost, which is actually pretty good. I think it's it's like a serviceable leading effect compared to just Stargen. So
yeah, well, and part of the thing is because the other thing is that if you even if you're leading with a quick and JP and it's not a Mighty Chain, part of the issues are also alleviated because if you're using a quick servant, then you can either quick chain and do 3 quick cards, or you can use their Buster card, and with Summer Scotty you're gonna crit really hard, so you don't necessarily need the Mighty Chain effect. The only one that you have that has like kind of like middling effects is quick arts, if you're ever in that situation. Like that kind of has a poor effect even with the sorting bonus.
Wait, hold on, that's kind of sus. Wait, can you pull back up the Summer Martha page that they talked about? Like not Summer Martha, Santa Martha. Sorry, the previous page where they review. Okay, so they said having a quick supported MP is helpful to improving chance of crit. Oh, it says next turn. I'm stupid. Never mind.
Yeah, the next turn.
I thought they considered the chain.
No,
like
they
buff.
didn't.
Okay, never mind. I'm stupid.
They very much did
not. I gotta say though, like them thinking that the primary intended use case for NP forming quick chains, such a good chain that you can make that makes a couple stars, which are probably not going to even matter because you just made a bunch of stars, and she also has a star bomb /
she the dumb stars. Yeah,
the MP makes 20.
Yeah. You can like use 2 quick cards afterwards that are like going to do a lot.
Imagine a quick. So in JP, if you do a quick chain with Santa Martha, it dumps 20 stars. She then dumps 20 more stars. You're definitely generating like 50 stars with your like. I end up with like 80 stars or like 70 to 80 stars all the time in JP when doing stuff with quick servants.
Yeah, and there's another thing with Summer Martha. I keep saying it's Santa Martha, is that apparently I live in Australia, but is Crane. It actually did matter, where she generated the 20 stars that was used for Crane on the following turn, which is actually pretty. I mean, that's a very specific case, but 20 is a nice number for stars. That's what I'm trying to say.
I actually have one from Miss Crane here.
Yeah, she oh, you have
boy.
Wait, she is here. Oh no, that's Crane. Okay, never mind. I thought Crane was mentioned in the Martha page.
No, Miss Crane is one of the servants where I read it and I'm like, this is stupid.
Yeah.
Definitely not someone any master should pick up. No one at all should get her.
Yeah.
Avoid the bird.
But the main thing is, I want you. So that first sentence here. She only shines in late game accounts that give her flexibility as possible, ideally with at least 3 to 4 primary support servants maxed out already, such as, what are the servants they list that you should have for Miss Crane? They list 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 servants here.
6? I thought it was just going to be Castoria Scotty.
Waver, Rhinus, if they're going to say Castoria, probably Castoria.
Castoria, definitely.
Okay.
Scotty, Merlin, Koyan. That's 6, right? That's literally just all the support.
So no, but they did not list Koyan. There's one on here like that is really stupid.
They didn't list Koyan?
No.
But Koyan makes the 20 stars for her, like instantly.
So their support for using with Miss Crane, which is Waver, Artoria Caster, Rhinus, Merlin, Scotty, and Nero Bride.
Nero Bride.
What does Nero Bride bring to the party here?
I guess
Yeah, what?
Better yet, what does
Stargin-
Merlin bring to the party here? Like,
Merlin
in fact,
makes...
what do most of these what do most of these have to do with Miss Crane?
I guess they mean priority wise. It should be before.
Yeah, that might be what they're talking about.
But like that's
But
so
they're saying
dumb.
maxed out. I don't know.
I genuinely
Yeah.
don't think Nero Bride has a priority over Crane. Like even
Yeah, she does not. She does not. Maybe like 5 years ago, Nero Bride was like a high priority, but like nowadays, she
Nero
doesn't.
Bride definitely like her buff definitely suffers from like too old syndrome. Like right now, the standard number, like we just looked at, Santa Martha is 50%. Ginako's anti-lawful is 50%. Nero Bride's anti-sky is 30%, so it is a bit low in comparison. I mean, she still has good support skills, but honestly, at this point, with her MP upgrade, I throw it on herself. I wouldn't throw it on anyone else. I just put it on herself because she's like a better DPS than a support at this point, in my opinion. But I'm assuming this is actually when Crane dropped, so Koyan didn't exist.
Yeah, they don't. I don't think they
Updated.
ever like update these things, which is sad.
Yeah.
What do you think their second negative is? Even for a support, Miss Crane blanks. She signs best in low turn clears where her teammates do.
Yeah, I think it's low damage.
I think she leaves.
You think their
No,
complaint is that she leaves?
Yes, they complain about she leaves.
No, Otto is the winner here. It is non-existent damage output.
Yeah, I think we covered this in the last time we.
She leaves the field. What does her damage matter?
She's not even here. Yeah, of course she does.
She's gone.
She's gone, dude. Oh my god,
Bro.
I saw that and I was like, this is the dumbest thing I've ever read. Her entire purpose is to leave. Even as like, I swear it's a joke. Her skills have HP demerits because it doesn't matter.
Yeah, and like even when she doesn't leave, she's taunting the other two people to protect her. So like it's not like she's gonna be taking much damage at all, even if you don't use her MP immediately. So I genuinely don't understand why.
Also, have you ever seen Castoria do damage? You're right. The chat's right. Have you ever seen Castoria do damage? You ever face card with Castoria and then you just get sad when you realize it did no damage?
Hey, she's got the 10% arts crit pass.
They watched that like Gatia solo video with like Castoria, like, oh my god, what a good DPS. I mean, yeah.
No, they played Lost Belt 6 where they have to fight Bawanshi with Castoria and they're like, wait a minute.
Bruh, she's so good. This Castoria is so good, noticeably better than our Castoria since she casts her first skill every 3 turns. Yeah. Wow.
Yeah, and she's 120.
Yeah. I mean, Castoria is, yeah, I would agree she has a lot better DPS than Miss Crane, but like, why does it matter? Like why is that a thing? I don't really think they will consider like solos for a lot of these supports, right? Like if they considered solos for a lot of these supports, I would say like they should probably rate Scotty a little bit better. Scotty's MP is really good for solos.
Can Miss Crane even use her MP solo?
Yeah, no.
She can use it, it just cancels the turn.
She uses, she comes back, right?
No, she doesn't leave the field. She just uses it and cancels the turn. So like if you did NP quick buster, it's just nothing.
Oh yeah, she just does the MP and
it's so funny to see too.
Right?
It's so funny to see too because like she'll fly away, then it goes over to the area where usually you see teams and just nothing happens. Because she doesn't even get her own buffs.
Yeah, the buff animation is just empty. It's really sad.
That's funny.
But it is just like Kuro, because Kuro also can't leave if she's the one on the field.
Yeah, it stops her from leaving.
Yeah, Kuro just straight up can't leave because I think it's because
I think the reason
skill.
I think the reason why is because they're going to the backmost slot, and if the back slot is on the field, then they're not going anywhere.
Just come back, yeah.
Yeah, well, at least Kuro's thing acts like a guts. If you're not swapping out, though, man, if you aren't swapping her out, her second skill is actually just a guts, like a vanilla guts, and it does, like, that's all it is.
Yep. But yeah, complain about Miss Crane's damage output. That is, I think this might be their worst take.
It's like
This
hating the
like-
team medic because they can't do damage. Look, those bonesaw crits though, like you don't
Like-
know it.
Here's the like Castoria is more like, you know, like a medic that can do like, you know, like if you want
Castor is
them
not
to-
a medic. She's like
Well,
a tank.
Oh
Buffer.
yeah,
She blocks the damage.
Plushie, would you still say that, recalling that one of Castoria's weaknesses is dots to them?
Oh yeah.
Oh, you've just given me like severe mental damage
Oh
here.
yeah, they did say Castoria's weakness is dot damage when she removes dot damage.
Yeah.
And Cernunos is the perfect demonstration how she's good against dot Okay, I'm done. Like, I kind of don't understand, like, yeah, I mean, I'm not gonna dwell on that point because it's like a recycled point, but holy shit. Yeah.
Yeah, we shouldn't go over the same things as last time, otherwise we already
Maybe over
get
20 years.
we get a bit of criticism for
We'd
beating
be-
a dead horse, so
Yeah,
we gotta
so
continue with this
It's not
new
a dead horse, it's a
criticism.
limping horse.
the
Oh.
next image.
Might as well be.
Most of these are supports, by the way.
Well,
Their
they are
support
less
takes are just
straightforward.
bad.
I guess they are less straightforward. Like, cause like a DPS, it's really hard to get a DPS wrong. Like, it's just like, oh, you know, they can loop. Wow, yay! I mean, they're not wrong, right?
So the first one's really easy, but the second one I think is a really dumb complaint.
During combat, modes are extremely flimsy. I mean, that looks a lot longer than the word flimsy. I don't know what else. I guess his buffs are one turn.
Yeah, this is another one of those really early rights that hasn't been touched on because he's an
I mean,
old servant.
So this doesn't have the star bomb? No way. He got the star bomb so early. You think this is written before he got the star bomb?
No, the star bombs. I don't think NA started without
No,
third
this
skills.
this
did
does
they?
take into account his star bomb. Yes.
I mean,
Yeah,
maybe
'cause-
the second skill, but like, I
So
think
yeah,
he's-
because it says two primary powerhouse skills. So
Well-
like they're considering his second skill to be.
Yeah, I'd imagine they're
useless.
not talking about a second skill.
Yeah, I think he is just flimsy and buff last one turn. I think that's it. All right,
That
it has
is
to be it.
correct. His combat performance, they specifically mentioned his low HP, and a straight crit will kill him, as well as after casting his skills for one turn, he cannot do anything else.
Yeah.
Charging his MP requires too much time, and his second skill is incredibly situational. This was before they buffed his second skill, but his second skill's fine now, but like.
I think this is
Back then it was
considerably
nothing.
less offensive.
But is he
because-
only C plus? Like I think Mozart,
No,
as far as
no,
one stars,
I think the rating is bad, obviously. But
Yeah.
I think the common is less offensive because
Yeah.
I have that complaint as well when I cut Mozart from most of my comps. It's because like for art servants in particular, I think I talked about this when I talked about Shinpachi. I think people are very sort of obsessed with 3-turn buffs, right? But if you're a servant that isn't using your MP every turn, that means you're not guaranteed to take advantage of your buff anyways every turn. So why are you so insistent on it having to be 3 turns, right? So
I
like
think-
crit skills 1 turns are good.
now this was written before Oberon, but I think the biggest detriment to Mozart was Oberon, because
that's an interesting take.
Mhm.
Mozart used to be the finisher. Like you'd come in on the last turn, he'd buff you up, he'd dump stars, and then you'd finish the fight, right? Or he would be an opener. It's rarely you'd use him as an opener, but usually there was better options for that once you had star bomb Cs.
I feel
I
like
mean, it depends.
I feel
Sometimes
like
I use them as opener.
I feel like Starbomb Seas did more than
True.
than
Yeah,
that.
Star Wars.
A lot of the time when when I've seen him used, he usually doesn't show up at the end. He's usually like earlier on.
Right. Well, that's
And
nowadays. Like back in the day before Oberon, I would use him as a final turn, finisher,
yeah,
all the time.
yeah, but like still, a lot of people would use him earlier on because one of the great
Just 'cause
things
he
about
killed
him
a
is
lot.
you guarantee a bunch of arts crits that are really good. So oftentimes servants that wouldn't be able to loop normally, they're able to loop with their cards with them. So
Yeah.
sometimes that helps you out on the earlier bars because you can NP back to back when you normally couldn't. But that, yeah,
Yeah,
that was
for
back before we had like 30 servants with targetable 50% batteries.
Yeah.
Yeah,
and
for
as-
for min turns, this is I understand what Rio says. Like for min turns, you want the burst damage. A lot of times you want it on the last turn. There are some fights where I use him early because sometimes you want to break the first bar. Like sometimes you just don't want to deal with the first bar. I don't remember which fight, but like I'm sure there are a couple of fights where I just don't want to deal with the first bar. I want to get rid of it immediately and then sort of move on to my actual strat. So yeah, I mean, flexible. I guess this is a good testament of how flexible he is because, some people use him as an ender, some people use him as a starter. Yeah.
Yeah, but unfortunately, for as far as an ender, Oberon's just better. He dumps stars, he multiplies MP damage. Like, that's better than an arts buff. Because the arts buffs also are way more saturated than they were before. Because back,
Yeah,
Oh,
back
yeah.
at the start of the
Yeah, yeah.
game, Castoria
Yeah,
didn't exist.
I was gonna mention that. Yeah, like I remember earlier on in the game when I would watch like these min turns of or like with Kiara, for example. And oftentimes what they would do with her on the first turn, they would give her Black Grail because she really fucking needed it then, let's be honest.
Yeah.
And what they would have to do, they would like use double waiver or maybe one waiver in Tamamo because there was like no other way to get 50% arts buffs. So they would do
MP
that.
charge.
Yeah, and then
Yeah.
turn one, they have her loop with crits, and then you're able to work off of stuff after that. It's just, we're very limited back then.
Yeah. I mean,
What the
a
fuck
lot of
was
people
that?
are like, "Oh, good old day was great." I
Oh.
don't know what that was.
I'm gonna mute. I'm gonna
yeah,
mute
Yeah,
your stream.
mute my end because that means you had my browser audio in coming through. Because I was
Yeah.
looking for like things I used Mozart for. And like almost all cases, I definitely used him as a finisher.
I actually agree with Starbomb killing Mozart, kind of, because like his biggest draw back in the day was the 50 stars, and like right now Starbomb is just because like realistically you're not using it twice. Like let's not cut ourselves. You're not using it twice. And then we have another thing called Shufu, who basically, I mean, you don't always need 50. Shufu's MP is like Mozart every turn. All right, like. Let's like
I don't know
her
about
MP
that.
is like Mozart.
A lot of the usage that I would see Mozart with is like with Berserkers that don't have their own absorb, because
true.
absolute like it's really hard to get
guaranteed.
them to crit.
50 yeah, that's fair. For like
But- But to be fair, like you do have other options, like fucking Santa Martha, for example, has the absorb buff, even if she doesn't have as many stars.
So that actually, you mentioning the Berserker one, the video I pulled up that you might have heard was when I did the remember the Apocrypha challenge quest where it was
Yeah, the one with
Amakusa
Umakusa.
and the other ones.
Yeah.
I did a run that was Penth face card only, using her Buster cards, and it's I do use Mozart on the second turn for a star bomb to guarantee a crit because otherwise, she has no absorb. She's not going to crit.
How did you do that with face card only min turn? I thought you needed to do like card MP card because I did it with Carmilla.
No, I did it with Penth. It was
Really?
card. Yeah, so it was like Penth card, someone else's card, Penth card in order to switch targets. Because there's only 5 enemies, right? So
Yeah.
and but it also used Brave Liz to gamble for the star bomb.
Bro.
Wow.
And that was the gimmick of me doing it that way, is because I needed another 50 stars, and so it uses Brave Liz and Mozart for star bombs.
The good old days when people didn't have 2 million star bomb CEs.
I know, like nowadays you could pull that off like with almost anyone. Like,
Yeah.
you can dump so many stars easily. Like
Yeah.
what I would do nowadays is for that challenge quest, I take Santa Martha. She has star, with a star bomb CE, to send her in there, give star absorb up to Penth, and then just go to town.
Yeah, I did it with Carmilla 3-turn. Apparently, I retried for 3 days. I don't know. It's in my description.
Oh, Jesus, dude.
Mine says I spent 20 hours on it. I think I do remember spending a couple days
Yeah,
on
it's
it.
horrible.
Yeah.
Oh, I had to MP Amakusa. And it's like resisted. Anyways, yeah.
Yeah. The good old days.
Yeah, the good old days. Nowadays, it's yeah. it's
Kids
just
these
Starbucks.
days.
Elizabeth C+. Wait, what is this?
All right. Here's a plus. What do they contradict themselves with on the very next line?
Sadistic charisma alone is providing up to 40% attack up for female allies, lasting for 3 turns. Further up to 60%. And while Elizabeth is not as effective in supporting non-female servants, she still gives them a noticeable damage boost.
Do they say that it's not as impressive compared to other servants' damage buffs?
So, in her negatives, the contradiction is low utility.
She only works with females, right?
No.
Oh.
Their complaint is that she only works in damage-oriented fights.
What do you mean? What do you
Look,
mean?
All she has is damage buffs. This in turn regulates her to common usage to simpler damage-oriented fights, although her battle continuation may be useful against some bosses. So how do you say in one line she's a support, and then just immediately go low utility?
I think what they mean is like she doesn't have anti-gimmick things. She does have good buffs
She's
and all.
buff removal. Oh no, she doesn't have it yet.
Yeah,
Does she not have that in NA?
She has it
see,
now, but
I
she
think-
hasn't been rewrote. So,
That's why
yeah.
they need to
They really
this
need
is
to.
a problem with Gamepress. I can't tell what they've gone in and edited. So if I'm an NA player nowadays and I look at Liz and then I read this, they don't match up because she has buff removal, which is extremely powerful.
Yeah, even though it is just one, it is AoE, and it also comes with a skill seal. So,
They track things.
Yeah,
We know they update scores and rankings, right?
you have to update this as well because
They need to update this as well, because otherwise you read this and you're like, this is contradictory. It's like you're telling me that she's a good support, but then you're saying she has no utility, and
I think this is the thing with Gamepress reviews. It's like, I think we briefly mentioned this last time when we talked about Gamepress, is like they force themselves to come up with a weakness.
Yeah.
It's like, oh, this servant is very good at boosting damage, but that she gonna. I mean, I guess that's a fair criticism, but I'd imagine on other servants, they might not bring this up as a complaint if they already have other complaints lined up for it. It's like they're trying to find faults of the servant, which honestly I don't blame them, because for how you structure something, you always want to follow a structure. It's like, oh, talk about pros, talk about cons, yada yada yada. But it's a more minor complaint, but I do think it's what all reviewers have to work on.
I think if you wanted to do an actual minor complaint, you can use the same thing as a plus and a minus. You can say this is a positive and then immediately turn around and say it's a negative because it does limit her to supporting female servants.
Yeah,
that is perfectly
that's
fine
the issue
to
with
turn it around.
Writing. Yeah, I guess that's the issue with writing them separately. It's like the train of thought sort of derails, and then you read it again, you're like, oh, hold on, that's kind of weird. So maybe they should have just, I don't know.
So
Just formatting.
I feel like I gotta point this out.
Okay.
All of this criticism that they have here can be applied to Steno. Steno does the exact same thing according to them at that point of time. It's the 40% attack for only divine servants instead of female, and then also the 20% defense from the NP. Like, it's.
I mean, I will say
she's
Steno,
rated a lot worse though.
I will say Steno is actually better at controlling the enemy. Like, Steno has 2 charms. Like, even if you just count one of her MPs. If you're fighting a male, she has 2. She buys you 2 extra turns compared to Liz. So honestly, like, as a support, if we don't talk about min turns and stuff, I genuinely think Steno is a better. Like, yeah, because females are more common than divine. That's the issue, right? That's why Liz is like more used, because like I do believe, like, you know, females are more common trade. But like, as a genuine support, I think Steno actually does a better job, because Liz's MP obviously as a support just does nothing, essentially. I think does it have like buff chance down or something? I don't even remember. I grilled her to 100.
Like
I don't know what her MP does.
10 or 20% buff chance down. So
yeah, it's
niche.
like curse buff chance down and ignore defense,
I mean,
right? Like I don't.
It'd be cool if it was like 50%, I guess, but like just 10.
No,
like
it's 20%.
20%. So it's a
cool
1 in 5 chance. It's as reliable as Ibuki resisting buffs. Buff removal.
It'd be cool if it was just make it a buff block. I know it's early. They buffed it too early. If they buffed it MP today, it would have been a buff block. Like 1 time.
Yeah, 100%.
Guarantee you. This would have been a buff block. But yeah.
But they've already buffed Liz. The only thing left to do is buff for battle continuation.
Yes, I got Grail. I can finally finish 120ing my Semiramis on my alt.
Oh.
Wait, why do I have Bima on this account?
I just got her to Bond 12 and got a Grail. I didn't have a Grail when I got her. Like, I was sitting there talking to my friend, like, explaining it to him. Like, oh, I saved up all this shit because I've been working on her Bond for a while. And it's time for me to... I don't have any Grails. I did not prepare for this.
Bruh. Dude, I have so many alts, I don't know whose this alt is. I have this alt?
I
You
don't
need to
play
put it on a
alts.
spreadsheet.
I have alts for special quests. Like I have an alt for Prison Tower. I have an alt for Dolman. I have an alt for, like, some of them are the same alt, but like I have an alt for Gatia. I have an alt for ORT, the first one. I have an alt for Kamazats. Yeah,
That's crazy.
That's the life of no story replay. Like, but I genuinely think it only affects content creators. So they hot take. This shouldn't be their priority. Their priority should just be rerun events at the very least, instead of this. Right? Anyways,
Rerun events and add hard things to do in those events.
yeah, instead of story replay. I genuinely think story replay is such a they're gonna finally add it, and like 20 people are gonna care. Like the entirety of Japan, 20 people are gonna care. But yeah.
I don't know about that. I mean, I've seen a lot of people talk about... I do get what you're saying. I think that people are only going to invest a lot of time in it for a short period of time. But I think it's more so one of those things just to have in the long run would be really nice.
Yeah, because, you know, like, sometimes you might want to test something. It's like, it might not be every week, it might not be every new servant, but it might be just, I just want to test this.
Test the Sir Nuno's fight.
A lot of people.
I do.
Most people don't want that. I actually
need to replay it.
Dude, I actually saw someone, like, thanking God that we didn't got it during a recollection.
Yeah, but it's optional content.
Yeah, I wanted to get the
is it
10
to
lamps
implement?
by fighting... I wanted to get... Instead, I had
Look.
to fight Morgan, and that was ass.
Here's the thing. They already did implement it with Super Recollection quests. They could have just not removed them after the time runs out. That would have just been an implementation. Like, remove the super ones even. I don't know why you would, but like, just keep the non-super ones. Like, they literally already implemented story replay. Like, not even all of them. You could just implement... You can just, like, literally just keep all the Super Recollection quest bosses and remove the super version. Just keep them. And that would be that honestly, I think that would be good enough. That's a good enough amount of bosses to test stuff on, in my opinion. Like,
Yeah.
if you just have all
Yeah,
the,
that would, because like it's Arjuna Alter and Morgan,
Kinshi
you know.
Hall.
Yeah.
Memorable bosses for each from each Lost Belts and stuff, right? Like
Zeus.
was it
Was
Zeus?
Zeus one of them?
It wasn't Zeus.
No, wait,
it
it
wasn't
was
Zeus.
Aphrodite.
It was Aphrodite, Koyam Beast, and one more, Golden Cane. Was it Golden Canis?
Oh, that one was.
God, I
that
hated
one's
Golden
sad.
Canis. Oh, not Golden Canis. Is it Canis that Wodan cheats and gives her like 1 extra bar? I didn't like that one. That one's kind of
I
boring.
don't like
Yeah.
that one.
I like the Pirate Canis one. I call it Pirate Canis because she's on a pirate ship.
Oh yeah, you have to like hit her with Super Iron 3 times or something to purge
Yeah.
her thing.
Yeah, dude, I did a setup with my my Saber Ibuki at the time, and I didn't like go really whale on it, and I was so proud of that. Also, I made a great thumbnail for it. Hold on, I gotta pull that up.
It's fun. Like yeah, Zeus wasn't it. Qin Shi Huang was. Dude, the only Zeus I can test on is the stupid Canis interlude that just dies in 1 hit.
Yeah, it's so weak. Like
That one's actually so bad. I didn't even like I stopped doing the like, you know, switch up to his upper arm and then, you know, removing his upper arm so remove his damage resist. No, you literally, if you have a Berserker or a neutral DPS, you just
This is the thumbnail I made.
bruh.
oh my gosh.
Isn't that literally what happened to her though? Like they
Yeah.
beat her up and threw her in the ocean.
Yeah, basically.
Yeah, that's literally what happened.
Nice watermarks from the images you stole.
I usually damn it, I missed some of them.
Oh, I saw
Look,
it.
you
It's
can't
on the-
see it
it's
in
on
the
the flag.
YouTube thumbnail, all right?
No, it's part of the
too
flag
tiny.
design. You don't
It-
understand.
it's
Yeah.
part of the charm.
Yeah,
Yeah,
it's the Freep ship. Like, so you
Yeah.
there's Freep there at the top.
Yep. Anyways, is there a next
just-
one? Is this the last
I
one?
do have 2 other. They're just really simple. I just want you to guess who this is. Who these next 2 are.
Yeah, I pirated it. It's all in the spirit of piracy.
Who is this
Lois?
talking about?
He should not be accepting much damage.
Lois-
Card. He.
What servant are they complaining has really low damage, whose MP doesn't do damage, and he's
It's a
most
man.
effective by doing something from the field after providing his buffs to allies?
What do you mean something from the field?
Well, what can you do to the field? Or what can a servant do?
I don't know. The only one that can do it is Arcade. Like, change
It's
the
not gonna
field?
be Arc. Yeah, I think someone in chat got it. It's Asclepius, isn't it?
It is not Asclepius.
Oh.
So what do you mean? What if I have something from the field?
Someone from the
Like-
chat has said it.
By leaving from the field. Oh, it's Nobukatsu. By leaving the field.
That is correct. It is Nobukatsu.
Ah.
They complain
Oh.
about his damage. Another servant that leaves the
Oh.
field.
You know, the
You
funny
make him-
thing is, he does better damage than like any other of the low star supports, because he's an
Yeah, I've seen
archer
him
that can
solo
actually
stuff, which
crit.
is very stupid. Yeah, I've seen his solo stuff. It's kind of dumb. He has a buster down.
Oh,
But
dude,
yeah.
I remember seeing his solo. Someone posted. It was of the assassin guy from the last Guda Guda event. And it was advertised as a Nobukatsu solo, and it involved a Super Scope Morgan to kill the first bar.
That's not a solo. That's a super
That's
scope.
tragic. That's tragic.
Yeah, I don't know.
Nobukatsu, compared to other supports that leave the field, actually does end himself. So it's pretty funny.
That's true. He doesn't just swap out. He's like a Rash and Habershot. Just actually just
Oh yeah,
gets
Habershot
out.
does as well. Yeah.
I prefer using the taunt, because like the taunt will actually direct damage away from the team for that turn, which
Yeah,
I
but
feel
that
like
means you
it
don't get
lines
to
up.
use his very awesome MP.
Yeah, his
Right.
awesome NP, which prevents you from getting the stars next turn. Yeah, I get 10% charge and 10% buster. That's more worthwhile than critting next turn.
I
Yeah,
mean,
it's really bad if it's not on Nobu. Honestly, I think his MP kind of sucks if it's not on Nobu.
Even then, I don't know if I'd give that to Nobu because that's like 30% Buster total. I think. I mean, that's okay.
Yeah.
It's just.
Yeah,
I like stars.
he's not
man.
in every Nobu min turn, and I think that's saying something. Like, yeah, obviously it's a min turn, but that he doesn't actually buff Nobu that much other than the Star Absorb. So like, and like the Star Absorb pairs really well with his star per turn.
Oh yeah, it's like 15 stars per turn.
Yeah. So
Oh.
honestly, right? I could be wrong. I'm not a Nobu god.
Okay.
Oh,
I
Chat's trying to
didn't-
guess who this other one
Yeah, I
is.
didn't realize he
I accidentally
switched.
switched to this one.
Oh, with low
but yeah,
modifiers on her buffs and struggle to keep up in the damage department unless she's facing demonic.
So who are they complaining about here having low damage?
Ewy.
Berserkers eclipse her, so it's a neutral DPS.
Against demonic.
Wait, no,
Ah,
but
shit.
she's a buffer. Wait, against non-demonic enemies, Berserker eclipse her, so she's like a. No, she could be a normal class. Several free AoE art servants. It's Murasaki.
Is it Murasaki?
Is that your final answer?
It is Murasaki. It's demonic. It's an AoE. It's caster.
That is correct.
It is.
Due to caster
wasn't-
classing. She's once again a really stupid complaint.
I mean,
But-
yeah, her damage, like, outside of demonic isn't really that incredible, but, like, that's not really her selling point.
It's not what she's there for. She provides the party with buffs, buff removal, like
MP buff
and sh-
blocks. Yeah.
MP buff. Like she does so many things.
Yeah,
like-
she isn't a damage servant. Like, if you're up against demonic, she actually does really have good damage, but like, the thing is, she has such a good mixture of utility that just completely shuts down challenge quests.
Like
Uh,
debuff immunity, party damage cut, buff removal resistance.
And
Scrandy inflicts
spammy,
buff block.
yeah, the buff.
Yeah.
She has like one of the best buff blocks in the game because you can like it's one turn instead of one time. So if you break the bar and they use like 3 skills, she blocks all of it, and then she also loops super easy because she has really good refund.
Yeah, this is interesting because like the moment you see Berserkers eclipse their damage, it's either an assassin, a caster, or neutral DPS like Rulers and Avengers or Mooncaster, I'd say. So this is fun. This is a fun section.
I cannot wait till they review Arc.
Oh boy,
Have they not reviewed Arc?
No,
no, she's not out yet.
It can go 2 ways. It can either go she's super shit or she's insanely broken.
Now, what we'll do? Will NA follow the same pattern that us JP players have of she's amazing, followed shortly by oh no, she's terrible, followed by she's okay against traits.
I think that's exactly what's gonna happen because that's what
The
happened.
rubber
with
band
Morgan.
again. Rubber
That's
band.
what happened with Morgan, though. Because NA was also like, oh my god, Morgan's insane. Oh my god, Morgan's shit. Yeah, Morgan's actually pretty good especially when anti-mat. Yeah, it's literally the same thing. It's gonna happen again. It's gonna happen again.
I
guys.
love it when that
People
happens.
don't learn.
It's so funny, and but that's why I'm proud. I always dumped on Arc. That's why I'm glad I always made fun of people.
They'll
FNP5 Arc.
learn. They're not gonna learn. Like honestly, I'm still. That's why I didn't make the video because I was struggling to decide whether I should put Koyan Dark or Arc on the 5th place of the top servants. I could honestly cheat and put Bazette just because she's fun. I don't know. It's difficult.
I mean, the thing about Arc is you have to have NP levels. Like any
let's just see what-
servant, any servant that they do this, extra damage scale with NP level, like Arc and Tonalico, and I presume every anniversary servant going forward will have this.
God, yeah, that is
Like,
true.
They'll
the only one that
probably need
doesn't care
MP5.
is Lady Avalon. I think Lady Avon's fine at 1, but yeah. Yeah, Tonalico. I mean, what separates her from other casters? Definitely MP level. Oh, come on, he fell off.
Oh no, I mean, Tonalico, I think also has more going for her than just the
that skill 3. Yeah, true.
Like a skill 3 is like in challenge quests and in 90++. Her skill 3 is actually like it's not that hard to use, and it's very useful because it basically lets her and your other servant, and if you're pairing her with an art servant, your support Castoria NP.
This bitch has 290% charge total.
I have her at MP2, and I think I Bond 10'd her during the summer event.
Wait, who has 290% charge? What?
Tonalico.
Because
she gives the team 30% from region, and then self 50%, and then team 50%.
150. So
that's
150.
200.
You're right. 150 plus 90 plus. 50. She has 290% charge total. Wow.
Yeah,
is that
dude.
Like
you know what?
Second place. Game?
Yeah. Second place is Pope Joan with 210%. Like she's got
Pope Joan 80%. 3, I forgot about that.
Yeah, because she gives 60% to everyone and 30% to herself.
No, but what if Tez if you MP 2 times?
Oh yeah.
It's 60 plus 60 plus 110, so it's 270. It's not
110. It's 110% from his second skill. If he NPs 3 times, then he's giving 90. So it would be
Salome.
Oh yeah, Salome. Yeah, actually Salome. Yeah, Salome is actually the top one, right? Yeah, that's true.
That's cheating.
Has anyone ever successfully pulled that off?
To be fair though, if we're going to give Tonalico her 3rd skill, we have to give Salome her 3rd skill too, because there's a delay to it.
Tonalico's 3rd skill doesn't take 7 turns to go off.
Yeah, but it takes up to 5.
It takes like 2 realistic.
It's like
2 to 3.
It's 1 to 2 turns. Like it depending on what
you're focusing on if there's Korean Sky, because that disproportionately helps her.
Oh no,
it's 2 turns.
I use her with
Summer Castoria.
Yeah, I use Summer Castoria
or Koyan Dark.
I do double Castoria, Tonalico, and she does like half the 90++ nodes. Those 2.
Oh wow, I forgot. Oh my god, she can work with Kenshin. Kenshin is 2, right? OC 2. Kenshin skill 3. I mean, you will have to sack one of the attack buffs, but yeah, she can work with Kenshin. That's nice. I'll include that in the video.
Yeah,
multi-core. You have overcharge. You can work.
It is like I think targetable like overcharge. Like overcharge, so there's some servants where overcharge effects are just way more valuable than others. Yeah. And exploiting those ones are good.
Yeah, I mean Tonalico has a normal overcharge effect as well. It's not just this cooldown reduction.
It's Buster Up.
Yeah, it's just a normal overcharge effect.
Isn't there a team invuln on it?
No, it's self.
Oh, it's self invuln. I'm thinking Castoria.
I wish it was self invuln was also based on overcharge though. So, like...
No, we just stop printing Castoria. Stop it. Just stop.
No, I need.
Well, like they made Castoria 2, and then right afterwards they made Castoria 3.
You know what's even worse? The Invul would be able to stack with Solemn. No, stop it.
Yeah, actually, no. When I do use Castoria and Tonalico together, I do have basically 2 free hits because they stack.
No, we can't have this shit anymore. No, no. And then what if they buff Scotty's caster Scotty's MP so the evade scales with overcharge so you can have 9 hits on everyone on the entire team? Yeah,
dude, why don't they buff Summers or normal Scotty to do that? That's what they should do. Buff her NP again.
Oh no!
I need more. I need more invulns.
Yeah. Well, yeah. I mean, Scotty has trouble getting her own MP. Not Tonalico though. Tonalico and Castoria would be a scary combo. If Tonalico would be able to give the entire team invul. Yeah.
So I
wouldn't like that though. It's Castoria giving the team invuln on her MP, in my opinion, makes it harder to use her for how I use her.
Yeah, I mean, a lot of times you do want to use MP and then Castor MP. I think the overcharge does mitigate it, but I kind of understand what you mean. I think it's a little bit awkward.
Yeah, well,
I,
even using her with other Castorias, like my thing was like I want the supports to die, but like even if you're using it with another Castoria,
yeah,
if you
that makes
do
sense.
her and then Castoria to like build stacks, you don't get any stacks. But if you lead with Castoria, then you're still also only getting one stack.
No, okay.
So
I have one situation that's actually good.
what?
Like very specific one. So if you're doing Minturn and you have like Lady Avalon and Castoria and Summer Castoria, and you're forced to use Lady Avalon's first skill, you can do Summer Castoria as MP into normal Castoria as MP, so she doesn't get an overcharged solemn defense, so she only gets one hit, so she can die.
Oh, very
brain.
smart.
No,
Big
I'm
brain
joking.
here.
That's so specific. That's so stupid. Anyway, sorry.
So, in other news, I now have a 120 Semiramis on my alt.
Wow.
Hooray.
She's gonna
Now
get a
she
buff
can
or
do
something.
damage,
No.
maybe.
I like her turning full neutral though with her
Yeah, yeah, she can farm basic. Like if she neutral hits the damage checks, she can farm basically any class. The only thing she can't is ruler
Draco.
and Draco.
Yeah.
Yeah. Which is ironic. Like the only class she can't do neutral damage to is a
Amakusa.
ruler.
Yeah, well, but she has the team-wide buff removal res, so Amakusa can't do
Yeah.
anything to him.
That's why they gave that to
Wait,
her
so-
on her NP upgrade, right?
So on her second skill, does it removes her disadvantage against caster? But what if she fights an alter ego? Does she still take damage?
I think she still takes bonus damage from them.
Hold on.
Unfortunate.
How is it worded?
It says
It-
caster. It
it's-
specifically says
Oh,
caster.
Yeah, it's
then-
not
then-
the same
then, yeah.
as it's not the same as Summer Nero's. Summer Nero got hers. She got a stupidly good one because it also lets her half counterclass berserkers.
Yeah.
She takes neutral from berserkers and alter egos and riders.
That was a foreshadowing to Draco's class alignment, where she can counter berserkers. But yeah.
Wait a second.
Oh yeah,
What's the name of that skill?
7 crowns.
Yeah.
Yeah, 7 crowns.
Yeah, it
It
is.
is a Draco reference.
Yeah, it was all calculated.
Oh.
It was all planned like
They were
5 years
planning
ahead
it
of
from
time.
the start.
They're planning
Poor
it from the
Summer
start.
Nero. She got dethroned as the AOE buster caster.
Oh yeah.
With
Yeah.
Tonalico. Yeah, I mean,
Ironic that we were just talking about that. Yeah.
who else is there as an AoE buster caster?
Not a lot. Like that was like her-
Kucaster, there's Gilles, there's
Oh, Crew caster's a good
there's
one.
Babbage.
Is Babbage AOE?
Yeah.
Babbage is
Yeah, he's got
yeah.
crits
I never
though,
use
so
him. I don't want to go deaf.
Yeah, Crew caster is a good one. It's just Liz.
Shakespeare.
Oh,
Yeah,
Liz
Shakespeare
has a
has
battery, but it's like enemy dependent. It's so weird.
I mean,
Liz
she
has
has a
a-
30% battery still.
no. She has a 30% battery.
She has a 30%, but she also has the buff removal battery, which is kind of gimmicky, but that it's I
Yeah.
think it's kind of cool. She's still struggling with her damage, and that's
I think she's better than. Okay, probably not. I do like MP upgrades. I was gonna say I
Better
think
than-
she's better than. I like her buff better than Saber Liz, but
oh yeah.
hard to say. I mean, Saber Liz's skill buff is obviously a piece of trash, but like I think MP
Well,
upgrades
it
pretty
cut the cost in half
yeah
of using her third skill.
She went from negative 100
Yeah,
battery.
she got a
Th- th-
coupon for her skill instead of having it fixed into
It's
something
50%
useful.
Sure,
off.
they didn't buff any of the things, even though they should have. Honestly, if they buffed it to like 100% buster, or 100% attack, or like a 50-star regen,
Yeah.
like that's what I would have done. Is
Th-
like
What I would have done is for every 10 MP drain, she gets one of the effects, so she gets all of them. for
So
50
here's
MP.
what
yeah.
I wanted. And actually, I guess they can still do this. take her Buster buff, the Buster buff that's like a 20% defense buff too. Make both of those effects 3 turns and give it a 30% battery. That way,
That is
if you
fair.
if you max that out and you max out her second append, then you can like immediately use her third skill, whether or not you have charge.
If she gets that buff on top of what she already has, I will use her over Bedivere.
Yeah, that's
finally.
kind of just make her into.
I will finally use
Did
her
you
over
Grail
Bedivere.
Saber Liz?
I didn't. I grilled her in FGL Taiwan, I think. I think I grilled her in NA as well. Yeah, never mind. I grilled her in NA because I was trying to do a stupid min turn with her and I couldn't do it, so I grilled her. I think. Let me look at my NA. My NA is a lot more dedicated to Liz than my JP. My JP is basically
Your JP.
Lands-
Oh yeah,
wild.
Summer Woo. Yeah, Summer Woo is
Like-
good. I'd say
like-
Summer Woo is probably better than Liz.
Summer Woo? Summer U.
Summer
Summer
Woo.
For
Woo.
what? Oh, AoE
Yeah,
caster.
AoE
Oh, yeah,
AoE
yeah,
Buster
yeah,
Caster.
Oh, yeah.
Oh yeah.
Yeah,
I'll be
so-
right back. 1 minute.
I have level 100 9 tattooed dragon Elizabeth on JP, but I never use her. And I also have 100 Lancer Liz OG on JP, but I don't have any other Liz at 100. I mean, if you want to count Carmilla, yeah, sure, I have both of them. I only have one at 120. Don't kill me. Servant coins. I blame servant coins.
You telling
Yeah, I
me
have
you
every-
haven't 120'd 100% of the Carmillas? You're less of a
No.
Carmilla fan than I am an Ibuki fan.
I'm less of a Carmilla fan than I am a Koyan fan because I 120 both of them.
Yeah.
I'm less of a Carmilla fan than I am as
But
much
are they
a
Bond
Carmilla fan.
15? Do you actually
I am-
really like them if they're not Bond 15?
True. They're Bond 14. Don't worry about it. I'm as much as a Carmilla fan as I am Bava and She fans because I did 120 the summer one and 100 the normal one.
You should 120 your normal one.
No, she's boring.
Well,
I'm not doing it until she gets a buff.
Well, she'll be less boring if you 120 her.
I'm not doing
Yeah.
it until she gets a buff.
Man,
But
I'm
Fake fan.
doing it for I don't know. I mean, I do have Archer
for the
class
Vine.
4 unlocked, partially. So yeah, I came back. What did I talk till now? A bunch of random shit. I don't know what else can I. Gamepress doesn't.
we can just like I'm actually just pulled up the tier list. I'm just like looking through it right now.
Wait. Okay. Does Gamepress rate JP servants though? Like,
The
it's not on
tier list.
but like.
So there are a couple reviewers, the people who are on the team that make the
Right.
list. Yeah, there are 2 different people that do reviews for new servants. So we can look at the most recent ones if you want to. I don't
Here's
think.
the
No,
thing.
not just the recent. We can look at the popular ones because we looked at the tier list pretty extensively last time. No.
Yeah.
But like, I think the interesting, if you go to their servant list on the wiki and you switch it to JP, it stops at send no requeue. Like they have not updated a new servant like on their
On the list.
list. But like if you click, like you can click on Saika and she's there. They just
I
haven't
know
like
they
put her on the
reviewed
servant list.
Kenshin. Yeah. No, I
Oh.
don't know if they reviewed Kenshin. I know they
Okay.
reviewed a Shingen.
Rabbit did review Saika, and
Oh yeah, she's
good,
quick.
right?
Yeah,
gave
she's
her a
quick.
7 out of 10. Said she's
Ooh.
very boring.
Well,
I
he's
mean-
boring.
I mean, I don't think she's boring. She has a taunt. I think taunts are inherently pretty interesting. Taunt with evade.
Yeah, because
she
you have to
has,
like play around it. Like it's something like when you have a servant that taunts themselves, it becomes it changes how you build a team for that turn because you're then using that to take advantage of something. You know.
Yeah, I think she's like very overtuned. Like I don't think it's just boring. Like she has AoE 30% crit and a single and self 30% crit.
She has a
Uh,
30
like-
star bomb too, doesn't she?
Yeah.
Yeah, and then she has Terrampi's what sure hit and Art's quick
Well,
buffer
she
quick
has
buff.
sure hit on her first skill.
Oh, never mind. It's not an I don't know. I haven't used
Look,
her that much.
if I wasn't dedicated
though.
to spending so many grails, I would think about it just because I like her design, but not because
she's a child. It's because she's an
She's not-
American. She uses guns. All right, guys.
I like guns.
She's an honorary American.
Yeah, she has. I mean, what do you mean boring? Like, if you're just saying like because she's a generically good DPS, well, yeah, I'll take boring. Like Kenshin's boring. If you mean that, like Kenshin's pretty boring. She's just really good. Like who's even interesting?
I think that an evade taunt with increased NP gain when taking damage is not a common thing to have.
That's what I mean.
I would say that's the opposite of boring. It's something that you don't see a lot and something that you have to kind of work with.
The only other servant that has that exact same thing is Finn. And that's kind of two different skills working towards that goal.
Yeah. I don't know what do you qualify as interesting? Like, yeah, there are a couple of weird gimmick servants every now and then. You know, you have Ptolemy, you have that's it. Like what else do we have this year? I guess Tezka. Tezka's kind of interesting.
Nocnaria is very interesting.
Yeah, true. Like those support welfares that are just like there's no SSR.
By the way, he gave Nocnaria a 6 out of 10.
Ugh. So Nocnaria is one of the strongest damaging supports in the damage boosting supports in the game. She's neutral as well. Obviously there are some stuff you have to work around, but she's just really good. Like I'm pretty sure most people agree she's like one of the best like generic buffers, like without specific traits.
Cuckoo isn't interesting. Yeah, she's boring and you guys like her too much.
Yeah, she has too many buttons. I'm not. I love how people you go like, oh, you just complain because you don't want to press buttons. Yes, I am. I will complain. Do you know how many buttons you have to press when farming? Like with her, like I've counted. I swear I've counted the number before. It's like 20 something. It's like twice as many button presses as everyone else.
Yeah, like
I don't want to do that.
Nocnaria is she has very high numbers. Like obviously, if you're running an art servant, you have to sacrifice her S3. Sometimes it's kind of annoying. But it's only 20% defense down, and you can use her MP for it. So her MP has defense down. I think if we count every single buff she has, she is like Dolman with Bonsi, which is ridiculous. Like Dolman with Bonsi on Chaotic Evil gives like the same amount of buffs as Nocnaria if you use her MP beforehand. Like yeah, it's more annoying with Nocnaria, but
like
she does it.
Oh yeah, 50% attack, 40% defense down, 20% NP damage. Doesn't she get the team arts or is it just her self arts?
Self. I think it's self.
Oh yeah, because she prevents people from using arts.
She seals arts, yeah.
Yeah.
So like, yeah.
Yeah, that's a ton of stuff there, dude.
Yeah, like now you can't use her. It does have the problem of you can't use her with other art servants to buff that if you're using the third skill. But I don't think that's much of a problem because on your main damage now I could see the complaint of for buster servants the skill seal stops you from taking advantage of Vitch, but then just use her with arts. And so on quick servants you get all her buffs. On art servants you sacrifice one of them and just don't use her with buster if you're planning on using double Vitch as well.
Or just
I see her so much.
You don't have to use it on turn 1. Like yeah. Fine.
Or just save it till I see her so much. Like she's super common. Like those buff numbers are insane.
Yeah, and if you're not using her in farming, that skill 3 is very conveniently one arts MP that it doesn't seal, which is the arts MP that can remove the seal, which is Castoria. So if you want to use her,
it doesn't seal Berserker Castoria either.
Oh yeah, true. Well, that is kind of a yeah, all Castoria trades. It's kind of cheating. But yeah.
It is funny that Artoria Caster is a trait.
Yeah. I did try to loop. I guess the only bad thing about her is her arts. I think her arts looping kind of sucks. I did try her arts looping.
Yeah, it's meh. I
Oh,
tried
but on the
making
flip
that.
side,
I tried making that work on my alt. It's like I always need to plug something in, and that's never okay with an arts looper.
I do think this is a preventive measure, though, because if you think about it in a CQ perspective, her MP is a full reset. Her MP heals her a bunch, and it full cleanses. Like, if you're able to loop that MP effectively, she's just like you know her MP animation, she's like reborn. That's literally what she does when she does her MP. She cleanses all her buffs and she heals her back to full. So like it's honestly a very powerful self-cleansing MP. So in challenge quests, if you're up against stuff that are really heavily, like
Dormammu, I have come to bargain.
Yeah, she just like gets a full like reset, and she just like gets back up to like just healthy again. You don't have to. I don't know. Like I think she's genuinely like a good counter as a like free to play foreigner DPS. Well, she is
can
the only
definitely
one,
stall
right?
things out. Free to play foreigners? No, there's another free to play foreigner. Mysterious Idol.
Oh yeah,
Mixa.
yeah, Mixa. I forgot about Mixa.
Now, who's better? Well, I'm not one to judge, but I think Mixa belongs in the trash.
Look, okay, here's the thing though. Mixa works with Van Gogh, but Naknaria does not work with Van Gogh.
Okay, speaking of Mixa, so mine's level 100, right?
Yeah.
And she has that 100% crit damage up, right? I was like, I bet I could neutral damage Kenshin here. No. With double Vitch for Buster crits and Santa Martha buffing the MP. So it was Summer Scotty, Vitch, or two Summer Scotties, and Santa Martha. Crits did nothing. Like,
you would have been
couldn't
able to
even
do it
do
if
it.
you had verses.
If I had verses, I could do it. That's for sure. Yeah, you're right.
You would have been able to do it if you had verses. Verses
like, it's 100% crit. And it's on a 4-turn cooldown. So like with Vitch, I could have used it like 3 times in the fight.
Yeah,
with,
4-turn
if I used Vitch.
is cool. I do like 4-turn cooldowns on like
100% crits on 4-turn cooldowns for 1 turn. I think is fine. Like Shingen has that too. Like I think that's perfectly acceptable. I think any longer and you got a problem, but
I think crit skills are fine at a 1 turn.
Yeah. If only Kenshin was also mechanical, then it would work.
Speaking of that, look, I just keep wanting to bring this up because it never clicked for me because I never use him. But it's so stupid when you use Ozymandias with Vitch.
Does he actually get to use his skills 3 times? I'm not sure how that would work because, like, I know he reduces them by 2 on his own and then 4 from Vitch.
I think you split up the Vitch, right?
Yeah, so he reduces. So his skill cooldowns are 5, 5, 6.
Yeah.
He used he probably used Summer Ibuki. I think it's not just double Vitch. Okay. It's like with Summer. So you do. So you use a skill,
4,
you do
6,
1 Vitch,
and then 2 more from just natural turn progression. So it would be 8. And then 9.
So you do 1 Vitch on 1.
2 NPs, 4 from Vitch, 1 from Ibuki, 2 from Thing. That's a total of 9 turn cooldown. Between the whole. Does that work?
I mean, sometimes like the problem would be like numbers sometimes doesn't work. Like for example, you can't dump both Vitch's cooldown on 1. You'd be wasting the MP effect. So like I think I didn't actually watch the run. My bad. I think what he did was. He did skill 1 and he did 1 Vitch and he did Ibuki, so the cooldown is down to 2.
And if you want to link to it, I can link it and we can see it on the stream.
Sure. I mean that I'm pretty sure that's how it works, right?
Time to be a React channel.
So the cooldown goes down to 2 and the MP reduces to 1 and the natural turn progression reduces it by 1 again. So it's 0 on the 2nd turn. So you can use it again and then use Vitch again. Oh, he actually doesn't. He's like 1 turn off, no?
Damn it.
He'd be one
So
turn
he doesn't
off.
use it 3 times?
Oh, he'd be one turn off.
Hold
maybe.
on. So in this
Right?
one, he uses them in turn 1, swaps out, double Vitch, immediately charges up again.
Oh,
so
wait, how?
they're all on a. Wait. I don't
Oh wait,
think he
does she
use it 3
reduce?
times.
Does the
Oh,
boss
he
reduce
doesn't use
cooldowns?
it.
Let me see.
No,
here.
he doesn't use it 3 times then. I thought he used it. Then how the hell did he beat this? He doesn't have anti-trade. What the fuck?
Okay, so he has all his skills up.
Oh,
So he uses all his
'cause there's
skills with
no
double
limiting
Vitch
to
and
Pharaoh.
go NP. Then he does it again, and then Nocnaria comes out.
So he only
And he-
used it twice.
Yeah, and Nocnaria does it again, and then go NP again.
I guess okay. I guess 40% attack up plus 20. I guess I guess 120% attack up is high enough. Never mind.
Well, also 2 NP5 go NPs.
Okay.
And Nocnaria with another 50% attack up.
Okay. Yeah.
Yeah,
Never mind.
it's
But
a lot of attack.
It's still stupid. I don't care. It's still stupid. The fact that he can get so much cooldown reduction off of like his MP with Vitch combined. He has so much like
Hey, thanks for the raid.
like he can use it like whenever he wants. He can use his skills like whenever he wants. I don't understand. And like obviously, you know, if you want to guarantee the imperial privilege, you have to wait 1 extra turn. But if you're doing maximizing, you're probably rolling for RNG to get the attack up. It's like it's kind of stupid, right? I don't know.
Yeah, the other one makes even less sense to me because there's 2 runs with it, and this one uses doesn't use it uses double Vitch, Miss Crane. Like Miss Crane doesn't even really increase. Well, she does increase crit damage, doesn't she?
Yeah, skill 3. Skill
Yeah.
3 is a crit buff.
I'm still impressed that
Yeah, how does-
Ozzy is like the one like counterclass single target really that does it more than one person.
Yeah, because he doesn't have anti-trade. Yeah, he's upgraded MP, but like, come on. And the defense. Oh, he stacks defense down on the enemy.
Yeah, he's got a lot of attack. Because he's got like 40. Wait, is it 44% or 40% from his
Otto, have you seen this?
40,
Do you know of this spreadsheet
the spread?
of min turns?
No, I actually haven't ever seen it. I've heard a lot about it though. I know Plushy's talked
let me,
about it
let me
like a
send you the
shit ton.
grand spreadsheet. It's run by a guy on Twitter named
Wait,
Boss.
do they update it? Do they update it? I didn't actually do a different run.
I need to contribute to this somehow.
I mean,
Yeah.
there's nothing. We're just like talking about random shit.
Yeah,
My bad.
what could I use to min-turn this quest though?
Summary
Who do you
boost.
have in GP?
Summer
Like,
Ibuki, yeah.
Yeah, you can
No
join
one's
all
done
the other
that.
summer.
Summer
Hold on,
Ibuki frontline only. This double Castoria. It's not even a specialty. Well, it has versus. I guess you can't frontline only. Because I tried.
I have
to pitch,
non-MLB versus if that counts.
Non-MLB versus might be enough.
Nah, I
just
feel
because
like
of
the
how
attack
good she
stat
is.
is a selling point too.
I mean, she's not even full. It's not a full attack stat CE though. It's like 1,000.
Yeah, which is I can't like they need to put up. I hope this next year they do something smart and just put verses on a single rate up. I'll
Okay,
roll for it.
So with MLB, versus and double Castoria, her MP did 1.3 million through the 80% defense of and damage cut, because of anti-earth, and the card did.
Someone told me that it's not an 80%
300,000.
defense up. It's a 50% defense up, and then it drops down to a 40% defense up, and then it's not like an additive thing. It's like it's an overlapping thing. I don't know though.
Oh, I mean that makes a lot more sense because I am surprised that Koyan Dark could MP through it. So I think 50% makes more sense.
Yeah, because someone said it was
Yeah.
50%, and then it drops down to a 40%, and then it drops off, and then it's just the damage cut.
Oh, that makes more sense. That makes more sense because I was like, how the hell do you punch through 80% defense up? And for like, you have to do how much damage if like nothing? So for Ozzy to do it, right? His damage is cut in half because of a ruler, and then it's times 0.2. So it's
Yeah, you'd have to be hitting insane numbers.
It's 10%. So you have to 10 times damage
Yeah, Ozzy's not doing 40 million damage there. So
Yeah,
it
so-
makes
so
much more sense for it
400K
to be. It makes much more sense
Yeah.
to cut it for it to be a 50% defense up than it
Yeah.
is
Yeah,
for it
that-
to be at 80%.
Wait, how big do you have to crit on the last wave?
It's
200
230k through
Yeah,
a 400k
230.
damage cut, which is so you basically
You
need
need to do
a
600,000.
700,000 crit
700,000.
almost.
Okay.
because it's 200 plus K.
And you have to do that twice because of the guts.
No,
No,
your
you-
MP
you
usually
MP
takes
break.
care.
Yeah, 'cause
your
she's
MP
Earth.
breaks.
Your MP definitely kills. It's a Earth. It's a Summer Ibuki doing her MP on an Earth servant. It's literally a
Is
violation of
there-
the Geneva Convention. All
Is
right,
there
It's
a
a tactical Duke.
Summer Murasaki run?
I don't think so. Neutral,
like-
I don't think she cards hard enough. Like the issue is always
Yeah.
a card. Like her MP definitely overkills, but it's just a card.
Cards are a huge problem. That's why like the only like there's no I definitely don't think her cards could be up. That's why like
All of the neutrals are Buster. Like
Yeah.
because
because you can Buster Brave Chain. Like
Yeah,
as much as
Or
we
just
want
at
to
least
pretend
lead
it's
with
not real,
Buster.
Buster Brave Chain is still good.
Okay, is there a
Yeah.
Galatea one though? I have it in front of me. I could probably just check.
yeah.
that
Why
myself.
isn't there a Galatea one? I'm actually surprised there isn't a Galatea one.
I just don't think Galatea is that popular.
Yeah, probably. I think it's a
My favorite
popularity
servant is Swimsuit Knob.
issue. I mean, it is. It
It's
is
Nobu.
knob.
That's Nobu for the record. If you Google
Yeah.
translate this document, some of the names like crazy slot machine. All right, chat. So Google Translate. Who would be translated as crazy slot machine?
Yeah, who the fuck is crazy
That's
slot machine?
isn't that Mori?
Nope.
Thank
Oh.
you, just subscribed.
I know, because it's
Thanks for the
Sudal.
sub,
So
man.
it's Lancelot.
It's Lancelot Berserker.
Yeah,
It takes
yeah.
Lancelot Berserker as insane slot machine.
Yeah, because it's because it writes
Slot.
Berserker Slot.
Yeah.
But-
It's like when they write
Zerkalot.
Castoria as like Basutoria, like for
Yeah.
Berserker Castoria. It just makes me think it's a little more crude than I'm not writing that. I'm like, like that seems.
Dry Knob.
Wait, now you can't see it. What the hell happened
Ibuki
to this?
Doji. How did they? Oh,
Yeah,
because
there's
Ibuki
swimsuit
Doji is all
Ibuki.
kanji. Oh, that's why it's translated correctly, because it's all kanji. It's not kana. If it's kana, it would be translated weird. But it's kanji.
Wait, there's only 2 Ibuki runs.
Okay.
I guess everyone's like, Ibuki can do it, so no one wants to do more runs on it.
Yeah, nobody's trying it because like everybody.
Oh, but
I think the
Control
guy
F
probably
my
just-
name.
Oh
you'll see
my
me show up.
god! And then there's like so many swimsuit Castria runs.
Yeah, well, look, I'm on there too, like right there.
Because there's a bunch of like
Oh, yeah,
Buster
there he is.
supports only, frontline only. Like I did it.
Jekyll
I did
and
it while
Hyde's on
doing a
there, which is I
handstand.
think
yeah,
kinda funny.
that is awesome. And there's 2.
Jekyll and Hyde.
That's
and,
that's the crazy thing. Not just one. There's 2 of them.
and Asterios, right? Like
It's
these are the- some of the
Gankatsuo.
cooler ones.
It's Dante's.
Oni
Dinty.
Girl Autumn. Oh, it's fucking Kijo Koyo.
Yep.
It's like who the fuck is Autumn Leaves?
Look at Cream Hilt. Like I love how Google Translate does Cream Hilt as Cream Hilt.
Hessian
Kyra
Robo.
Koyo.
Is that like a sequel to Custom Robo?
Bruh.
Nancy and Robo. Oh no, no! This is
Mysterious Robo.
a Twitter spreadsheet by a Japanese player who goes by Boss.
Oh my god,
who-
Atlanta
now,
Alter.
This
I know who that
spreadsheet has
is.
every challenge quest going back like to 2020, like of runs. Like you can
Oh.
click back and see all of them.
I get the
Lubu.
joke. Bunny
What?
Top is ruler because it's bunny bunniwe, right? It's like bunny father. So it's bunny top. So it's ruler
Oh my gosh.
Artoria.
Ichio?
Well, she does have a Lubu.
The Van Gogh run,
Lubu-
I think, is kind of crazy.
I
uses
mean, it is
versus-
Van Gogh.
But Van Gogh only has 1 Buster card. And
That's quick.
Wait,
you-
Summer Da Vinci did it?
Oh wow, neutral. Damn. That must be new. I didn't see that last time.
Who's Spasan? Oh, is it Spartacus? That's Spartacus.
Yeah, it's Spartacus.
Yeah, Spartacus.
Yeah, they just call him Spason.
Spason.
They can't see it's cutting off on the screen. So they can't.
Yeah,
see
I
it
know.
says Spason.
Yeah, chat's hiding it. It's
There is a there's Nightingale runs, like Nightingale
There's an
Berserker.
Oberon run. What the fuck? How do you get the info pierced?
I remember someone asking, like, what do you do about could Nightingale do it? And I was like, yeah, of course. But I didn't think there was actually a run. But yeah, no, there's Nightingale.
Yeah, I saw one on YouTube. Yeah, Sedge had. I'm subbed to this guy on YouTube, I think. So I saw it today this morning. Kiyohime.
Wanjina. That's actually spelled
Io.
right.
Oh, they sneaked in the and Bazette.
Wait.
Cheater. It's not single core. It's Io and Bazette. The partner in crime. Cheating. It's the bottom one. It's Ichio for some reason.
Beam.
Yeah.
What?
John.
Okay.
Look at that one. Melusine and Bazette and Shinpachi. That's not one run. That's like you just threw your whole team in there. You made a salad.
It's like a band name.
And Hulk Hogan and Spock, The Rock, Doc Ock, and Hulk Hogan.
All came out of nowhere, lightning fast, and then kicked. No worries. Oh no.
Yeah.
I remember that song.
And Gandalf the Grey and Gandalf the
And Monty Python and the Holy Grail's Black Knight.
Oh fuck, man! I want to learn that song. That fucking love that song.
I actually, if I started from the beginning, I could probably say the whole thing. Because if I start saying it,
Dude.
I'll know it, and I'll just like know how it goes up.
Did you see the reanimated collab of it? It is
No, I
so
haven't.
fucking good. Like a couple years ago, like 100 different artists like animated tiny little bits of it and mashed them together. And like there's a bunch of modern characters in it too, so like it's fucking great. Oh, dude, I need to rewatch that now that I think of it.
I just remember because it's like RoboCop, the Terminator, Captain Kirk, Darth Vader, Lopan, Superman, every single Power Ranger, Bill S. Preston, and Theodore Logan, Spock, the Rock, Doc Ock, and Hulk Hogan. Like that just sequence of like names will forever live in my mind.
Bars. Wait, someone did Tyra No C Frontline. That's 120, right? That has to be 120. I'm not.
Of course, it's 120. Almost all of these. Fun fact: if you look at the spreadsheet, almost all of these are 120.
Yeah. No shock there.
Do you think they will accept my 4-man Korean Dark run or not? Because they already have a full power run on me.
Look how many full power Castoria runs there are, and I'm on there.
Yeah.
Like, also, you don't really submit to it. You just tag it, and if he finds it, he gets on the list.
Yeah, Karen. Melt. Yeah, there's so many Korean Darks for the anti-Earth.
So it's not an abbreviation. Her first name is actually Melt.
Well, look, Google Translate is stupid, and we just don't trust it.
Why is Morgan
Caligula,
lowercase?
Of course Caligula did it. Why am I surprised?
Morgan sucks so much she doesn't even get to have a capital letter.
I don't know why I'm surprised. Caligula should be able to do it easily.
Why does Google Translate not capitalize Morgan? What did Morgan ever do to her?
She's not a person.
She's a fairy, you're right.
Mysterious heroine and altar.
Yeah.
So this is
Caligula's chaotic evil? Oh, dude, it's Caligula no CE. What the bro, okay.
He's kind of nuts at times.
Well, he is kind of a horrible person, yeah, I've heard.
Yeah, the stuff he's able to do when he's hyper invested is actually kind of hilarious.
Yeah, I forgot he's chaotic evil. Yeah, he's actually a pretty horrible person. Like FGO really downplayed how horrible of a person he is by making his entire character just obsessed with Nero. Like Caligula.
Well, I mean, that should be a first tell of him being an awful person.
Well, I mean, yeah, well, that's fair enough. But like, Caligula as a person was pretty horrible. Like, yeah, in history. So I guess it's not a surprise that he's chaotic evil. Never mentioned the horse. What horse?
What do you do to a horse?
I think Lubu's name is really weird as well. And then it's like a very long. It's like fucking something like Lubu RoboCop. I don't know. What's it called?
Darth
It's like-
Vader.
Penthesilea. Oh,
I don't think there's a Lubu run here.
Yeah,
There's no
there is.
Lubu?
Yeah, I saw him. He's
Oh, Lubu Bongdian.
it's
Oh.
It's near the bottom, right above
Yeah,
Hercules.
Lubu.
Lubu Destination.
Oh no, for me.
Or was
Wait,
it
hold on. Mine says Lubu Bongdian when I Google Translate. Yours says Lubu Destination. What is what?
Yeah,
What's
we're-
the what's the
Yeah,
Why
see,
is
the
my
journey
Google
was the
Translate-
same, but the destination was different.
Mine was the Bongdian. I don't know what the Bongdian is, but I'm not going there.
I mean, it sounds
I like-
Chinese.
I like
but
swimsuit
he's-
Marta.
Swimsuit Marta.
Matron. Wait,
That's,
I'm actually.
that's Nightingale.
Oh, okay. Matron.
Oh.
Berserker.
Yeah, because that's what the kanji says. She is just the matron.
Crazy slot machine. Duryodhana actually got some love on this one. That's nice.
Yeah, I got 2 runs. I'm so. Then why is there no Gal? I feel like Galatea can do no MP.
Galatea probably could. I just don't think anyone's.
Yeah, dude.
Look,
I
Clutch,
can
it's
get
time
on
for you
this.
to shine. You gotta
but-
do it.
No,
but
I
there's a
gotta
pony
do it. I gotta be on the-
Galatea.
I've never
No, but-
been on this sheet.
Yeah, you
Have
should
I?
do it.
Wait.
No,
I-
you have to
What
tweet
minturns
it.
have you done? Yeah, it has to be on Twitter.
You have
Well-
to tweet it. It can't be on YouTube.
Ah, damn, dude. Because like I do have one Minturn that I did that I think was kind of unique. I did that Kamazotsu one with Caster Murasaki.
Oh, yeah, you definitely should have tweeted it.
Yeah,
Uh,
it was a long time ago, and I only posted it because Plushy was asking me to. That's funny.
Yeah, it's cool. It's a cool run, man. Like,
Yeah, man. I should insert myself into this community.
the first
Yeah.
thing I opened
Lose the respect
Twitter,
of people who hate Minturners.
I see Toe Sniper watching VTubers on 4 different monitors. What's happening?
What
On
the
what?
fuck?
On YouTube?
I don't know.
On Twitch?
Yeah, Twitch. It's like 4 different POVs. Okay, doesn't matter.
Yeah,
Any no,
dude,
Parket's not
dude,
gonna
I
do
saw
it.
I
He's
saw
not
his
live right now. What are you talking about?
No, I mean it's like a Twitter. It's like a tweet.
Oh,
He's watching it on Twitch.
dude, I saw you know how he has like that one he posted that video of his setup, like just showing off what he does, what he sees when he's streaming. The thing that blew my mind about it, because like I know he has like 8 monitors, I'm not surprised by that. But the thing that shocked me is the fact that he sits there and watches a VTuber stream while he himself is streaming.
I can't do that. Like, if I'm streaming, I cannot have another stream in my ear. Like, it's hard, like to talk and like read chat while also try to listen to someone else. I don't know how you do that.
Multitasking.
Yeah, this guy.
I'm already multitasking. I'm playing a game and talking to people at the same time.
Okay, to be fair, it's not too hard to do both of those. It's just doing another thing on top of that. Like, ugh.
No, but it's multi-core.
Man,
Actually,
this-
multi-core. Actually, I do feel like I don't know. Like when I was like because I've been playing CCC recently, you know, the past couple days, on stream, and you know, I want to read it and I'm paying attention, but I sometimes worry that I go too long without talking. And then I say something, I'm like, that was stupid. You shouldn't have said that. You should just shut up. It's like stop saying stupid words.
Bruh. Stop
stop
talking.
saying stupid things. You're not even making any sense.
One becomes desirable after 18. Shut up, Liz.
Man, that shit really just it hammers in how lazy React content is. Like people
It's
can
so bad.
yeah,
like,
people
I
can
feel-
sit there, entertain people, watch someone else streaming, and play a game at the same time. Like,
Yeah.
what the
I
fuck?
love. I'm gonna make a TA reaction content or something. I don't know.
You know, I actually, I think someone had an idea, sort of, like that. Not that in particular, but like maybe some sort of challenge run and just trying to have people compete and do something interesting
Yeah, I
like
did.
with
I
a setup.
entered one.
No, I mean like
I
setting
lost.
one up for
Here's here's
this podcast, and we can just sit there and walk through them and talk about them,
Oh
and like
yeah. So like people can submit
submit
runs
them. Yeah,
and stuff.
well,
yeah.
that's what I thought for a while, because I was looking at the spreadsheet here, and I thought, I'm like, what if because you wouldn't want to show the runs on stream because you want to link them through. Wouldn't it be interesting to like go through, find like what I consider like the most interesting like runs of it, and like make a video, talking about which runs those are, and then linking to them all in like a
I mean,
description.
you will have to get their permission, in my opinion.
Not to no, I'm just talking about, these are the runs, this is their setup, here's the video link, and then link it over. I wouldn't be watching it on the video.
Oh,
I would be just going, these are the most interesting ones, the servants that they used, and this was their strategy. Here's the video.
Well,
if you want to
yeah.
see how it's done, like, kind of what's the most interesting. But
well,
it's like, 'cause-
Atlas is doing something similar. Oh,
Are they?
I don't know if I should. Fuck, maybe it's not public. Oh, god damn it!
Atlas is doing nothing at all.
You're
They actually
leaking the
shut
Atlas
down.
secrets.
Yeah, Atlas quit, and they're
I'm
no
one of the
longer.
defenders. Yeah,
They're
I'm sorry,
defunct
look.
now, and Defunct Land will make a video on them soon.
It's like Sherlock. No, I'm not
Sherlock-
leaking AA stuff. I'm not leaking AA
Sherlock
stuff, dude.
is not a good show, as that one H Bomber guy video said.
Dude.
I do not have enough patience to watch that. Like, YouTube keeps recommending me that plagiarism video. No, it's 4 hours long. I'm not watching that.
You
2
only-
hours
no,
of it
you only
is
have to-
about a gay creator.
You only have to watch half of
yeah.
it, because the other half is him dunking on this one guy that is. It's not as fun to watch, but it is. I guess it's still
literally
cathartic.
a 2.5 hour hit piece on one guy.
Yeah,
So,
it's so
the
funny
entire-
though. This guy evaporated his career. He went scorched earth. He deleted all his videos. He might have deleted his
watched
channel.
What happened to him?
Like,
I
oh my
think
god.
he
deserved
literally
it, though.
stole everything. So like honestly, he
Yeah, imagine
probably
making
should've.
video essays and everything you say is from something someone else wrote. Like, and it's not like paraphrasing or anything. You're just reading it word for
word by
basically.
word. Yeah, that's insane.
That's
Um,
crazy. That's
I'm-
that's why what I do is I plagiarize runs. I just go to Twitter and see what other people do and I steal their runs.
Yeah, so
I'm-
you at
I'm
least have to do
waiting
work
for-
there.
I'm waiting for the person to like expose me and find this like super niche FGO review website and find out my hot takes are word for word ripped from them. I'm joking.
Yeah, it turns
I feel
out
like
that
you would have been exposed by that.
Yeah, it turns out
that by now.
his video format, it's called not cold takes.
Not cold takes.
Warm, lukewarm takes. That's one of the things they keep like criticizing me
Cold
for. It's
gives.
like, oh, your takes are pretty lukewarm, but I mean,
Yeah.
wow. So that wasn't a lot of Gamepress.
Hey, who
praise.
says we're done here? I still have this tier
Also,
list in
we-
front of me.
Also, we could do it for like an hour and 45 minutes. So don't. It was a while,
Yeah, I mean,
Yeah.
but I ran out of slides.
I do think like podcast being sort of like 2-3 hours is a nice length as well.
I
But
mean,
yeah.
we can also talk about other like general FGO stuff. Like, it's fine.
Yeah.
What is there to talk about? We basically grabbed our chance to talk about Santa Martha though, for NA
Yeah.
when we
Santa
were shitting on Gamepress.
C plus
Um,
guys. She's C plus. Down there with what else is in C plus?
Nursery rhyme.
Someone's asking when the Melusine rate up is in NA. It's probably like what, in a week or sometime this week, wouldn't it be?
There was a
Or is it
Melusine
after
rate
the?
up?
It should be in NA. Yeah, they had one before it's
Tunguska?
before Tunguska, but after Christmas. So like,
Why was it even before? Oh, it was a download campaign or something.
I don't know.
No, it wasn't.
Imagine
No,
having a
because she was
download
the
campaign
recent.
for a server that just came out.
No, she was a recent download campaign though, so she wouldn't be.
That's
I don't
funny.
think they've done the same unit for download campaigns twice.
Main quest clear campaign part 4,
Oh,
December 17th to December 31st in JP. So I
oh,
would say probably a week from now, probably.
wow.
That's when they added teapots. Wait, NA's about to get teapots.
Yeah, it's right
$1
before
million idea.
Tunguska,
What $1 million
and then
idea?
you should like dump all of them during Tunguska. Does Gamepress have Pokemon VGC? I don't know. I only go to Smoke on singles, but like I don't know. Like for sets, I still go to Smogon, and like I sort of test out the skills.
Oh jeez.
For like
so
EV
many...
Train, I just use Smogon sets.
Oh yeah, that.
So
no,
I just
your chat had a great idea. Just upload clips of of the podcast, but with just FGO gameplay clips in the bottom. Got to keep their attention.
Yeah,
You
dude.
don't want to use Subway
YouTube
Surfer.
Shorts.
Just do YouTube Shorts, but with FGO clips at the bottom half, and then this at the top. You know, that way you'll keep their attention.
Bro.
Gamepress is not smart enough. For
Hey,
VGC,
look who I found in the same tier as Santa Martha.
Ooh.
Kyohime Lancer. And you know what?
Good.
She's actually slated to move up a tier later on.
I think Kyohime Lancer is basically no, it's not even that. She has like a 3-star skill set. I don't understand why she exists.
Her buff sucks.
Her buff is the thing with like dot damage is like a lot of times you want to like have a lot of them immediately, and then she doesn't get it immediately, and I don't know.
Oh yeah, also Liz and C as well. Like look at that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Fucking,
Right next to Nursery Rhyme.
No, there's so many C's.
Man, Kijo
What
Koya is
summer
down here
kit-
too.
Oh, Kijo
Why
Koya.
is Brynhild here? What the fuck, man?
She doesn't have a battery. She's trash,
not very
bro.
good.
She has a battery though. She has 20% regen.
It
Oh, yeah?
doesn't.
What- You're not
count
going to
'cause
comment on
Invoke is-
your favorite Suzuka being here?
I knew she was here. Like, I don't know.
Summer
And they also
Summer
have
Carmilla
Passion
is
Lip
a
here,
support.
and I guess I understand that a bit
Hold
more
on.
because
Passion
she's
Lip
more.
is understandable. Passion Lip.
Yeah, she's more niche. She's
How,
like harder to justify, I'd say.
how would
No,
you fix Passion Lip?
What would Lobo? I don't. Lobos.
I wanted what I wanted them to do, which was a pretty cool idea to contrast what they gave Melt, was to give her some sort of on being attacked buff where she gets like Buster every time someone attacks her.
No,
Sort of
that's
like how
cool. I
Melt gets crit every time she attacks
I
someone.
mean, she
yeah, one is-
does
it's
have
SMM.
an enmity effect. So, but once she goes below 50% HP,
Yeah, that's funny. Yeah, it's really
yeah, it
funny.
is SMM.
Yeah,
and then
this-
she has a
Yeah, it
taunt
only
with a
works below
demon set.
50% HP, and then her NP heals herself above 50% HP.
yeah, it's not great.
Yeah, it's
Like,
it-
so like
ugh.
you have to get like at 1 HP it's 50% attack. Like
Yeah, but
it was not a good. But
it's- no.
I mean, what they
Nah.
should do, buff Trash and Crash, and like I don't know, add something onto that because that's an attack up, a defense up, ignore invuln, and then
A chance to
stun.
inflict a chance of death once. I don't know. It's weird.
Dude,
I don't
why is
think
chat talking
she's-
about Pokemon.
I don't think she's outright like bad or anything, because I do really like the Buster deck, and she was like my first Grail servant, so that there's always going to be that.
Does anyone not have a Grailed Sakura face here?
No,
The,
no.
Sa- the,
No,
the-
we're
the-
all-
the
we're all-
Sakura face or Sakura,
Wait,
like any Sakura.
Okay,
I mean-
do you have a Sakura 5 Grailed?
No.
You have
You don't have
Kali
a
though.
BB?
Yeah.
But you do have Kama and Kali
Virgo.
though.
Yeah.
So I mean, we are the same.
No. No, we're not the. No.
We're not so different, you and
No.
I.
No.
I mean, you did Grail Lilies, so yeah.
It's not because they're lolies. They just happen to be lolies.
One of
I
them
know
is
you
even
got.
lollies.
Sure thing, dude.
Yeah. Oh my God.
Gorgon.
Oh yeah.
I know you didn't show it on stream last time this came up, but I proved to you that my Grails are not all children, just one of them.
All right. So will you please explain to the class why last night, or no, the night before last, you shared a clip from Prisma
no,
Ilya?
he's pulling up that image.
No, we can't do this here. No,
No, you can't. It doesn't show anything, but he has the image. He's gonna put it
Yeah.
up
So
No.
please explain to us why you have a 1-minute video of multiple anime girls kissing and making out.
It's not just multiple. It's just Ilya and Kuro.
Well, I
Yeah,
mean,
it's-
Miu's there too.
Well, Mio's not engaged in it.
Yeah. So, for context, this is what I'm talking about. He for some reason he posted this while we were talking. And you might look at it and think, "Oh yeah, it's probably just some meme edit, right?" It's probably like they put some fucking Street Fighter music over it or some shit. No, it's just the clip. It's 1 minute of these two almost naked children making out.
Oh no, they are naked. There's a steam.
Oh yeah.
It's artistic.
Well, thank you for elaborating on why it's worse than I thought it was.
Yeah, this is
No,
this
so
is-
what happened is we were in there and I was just looking through my images folder and I'm like, what's this WebM? And I opened it up and I'm like, oh, that's what this is.
Oh yeah, that definitely helps your case. Oh, sorry, I didn't happen to know that I had this this video of these two children kissing each other.
amazing
it's
summer Kuro
it's
content.
fate.
It's like
Welcome to Fate.
Bro, your fate is in prison.
No, I'm fine. Look, that's look.
Dude, I feel like it's more concerning that you didn't even know it was there.
Yeah, well, I mean, why would I? It was with a
Yeah,
bunch of other WebMs.
Yeah, other webms that might be the same quality.
No, they're not the similar. They're not the same type of thing.
it's his inspiration to do a summer Kuro, a Minturn.
Yeah, that's why
Oh,
he
wow,
bonded her
she's
to
triple
10 within
quick.
2 days.
I forgot she's triple quick. I thought she had 2 busters. That kind of stuff.
No, the other one I wanted to post in there, I couldn't post in Flush's Discord because it violates the rules.
Which one?
Oh no.
This one, I just linked it to you. You can't. At the very end, it has a word that will get many people in trouble.
Well, it's not. Oh, it's multiple.
Was
no.
it from it's from Amabri, isn't it? I remember watching that anime a really long time ago.
No.
For anyone, if you're in Amagi Brilliant Park, there's a WebM of like the red-haired fairy chick, like typing on a computer really fast, and it's just editing with them like posting on 4chan a bunch of horrible things.
No, not the word. Not Kuro in English.
Bro.
You know, that's the one I wanted to send, but I found the kissing WebM instead.
Ah, so you preferred that one.
I also it's also sitting right next to this WebM in the folder.
What is this one? No, okay. No.
Oh my god.
No,
I
no.
hate that meme.
Didn't this meme actually start with a Melusine Dojin?
It did.
God.
Talking about the 4-letter.
the plap.
Yeah. Yeah. I didn't want to say it, but like, yeah, that.
What's wrong with
fine.
look? You don't have to say plap plap. You can just say plap.
I don't want to say any of it. Like, that's literally the entire meme.
I'm genuinely like disturbed by the fact that it started with a Melusine meme. I can't, bro. Dude. What are the coincidences? I mean, she is a very popular children character.
Oh, I thought you were gonna say very popular.
No.
Wait, what?
Don't worry, she's billions of years old.
Yeah.
Oh my god.
There you go.
I'm not a lolicon. Once again, I have to state this. This is very important for you to know.
Yeah,
I'm not a
I'm
lolicon.
also not a furry, and Plat tier
And
list,
I
bro.
am not implicated in any of their crimes.
Who said Plat tier list? I hate you.
What? Like, what? What
That's
does that
that's
even
what you
mean?
do. A flap.
What does that
Would you
mean?
flap or would you not?
I don't know what that means.
Well,
You can't just send Plat tier list and immediately follow up with a Liz emote. All right, like,
plus she's like, I'm in.
I'm in.
Oh,
Clapper pass.
Did you just say so? Oh yeah. Amazing. The furry always wins. What do you mean?
man, I missed the part. I missed the part where we were making fun of Gamepress. I missed the part where I was focused on how other people were weird instead of the people I'm talking to.
We are weird.
I'm not weird.
I mean,
I'm normal. I'm the most
No.
normal person you guys know.
No,
no.
no,
I
no,
mean,
dude.
I'm not even a furry. Dude, I'm not even a furry. I just like Koyan's not a furry character. Yeah, but I do only use fox Pokemon, so that is also an issue. Never mind.
Bro, I don't know, man. I just don't know anymore.
Oh, where's the Zootopia one I found? Hold on.
Wait,
The what?
hold
I
on.
made- No, there's a no. It's not Nasifuri. There's a Zootopia meme I made.
Okay.
Where is
Oh,
it?
that. Speaking of me, that reminds me of this one.
I can't find
Oh.
it. Where is it? Hold on. I think I sent it in Pocket Chalk server. So it's
Oh.
probably safe.
Intentionally?
Yeah, it's in shitposts.
Oh.
It's
Okay.
it's not Kenshin Impact. I did send Kenshin Impact. Where is it? Wow.
I swear, any meme from that one Zootopia comic,
Oh
the
no.
that one is always so fucking funny to me. Just like the fact that an actual really good artist decided to make this big abortion comic about Zootopia characters. Oh man.
It's slightly related actually.
Oh.
What?
No. Where is it?
You
Oh,
know,
it's on-
saying slightly related right after the meme that Rio said.
I just sent an incest meme in the group
Yeah,
chat.
yeah, it's just a bunch of visual novels teaching people.
That all have incest.
it
You know,
is-
Tsukihime has incest.
No, never mind. I posted it on Twitter
Oh.
already. Everybody received
Oh
it.
yeah, this one.
Oh, that one. Yeah, we've
Never
seen
mind.
that one.
Yeah,
That's not that
everybody saw
bad.
it. Yeah, it's not that bad. Yeah, I mean, yeah.
The buddy and the fox make Koyan. That makes sense.
Yeah, it's hidden lore. It's
I'll- think I'll-
that's the she's the baby. Judy
Oh no.
oh
and
no.
became a beast. Oh no.
I'm
that's
gonna.
horrible.
I think I'll add these in posts on the podcast. This is like 2.5 hours in. Okay.
Yeah.
And I'm just going through my image folder and seeing the dumb fate things I have. I remember when I made this. Do you remember like the there was a Fate Grand Order thing where you could pick a servant. It was around the time the Solomon movie was coming out.
Oh, yeah, and
You could
put
pick a
out, like-
servant and you type in text, but it didn't handle Latin text very well. And so like it weirdly spaced
Yeah,
it.
I just
I
remembered.
know
I have
exactly
Photoshop here.
know
I can
where
be
this
pulling
is
these
from.
up easier.
I know exactly where this is from. Like, can you send the original?
Yeah, it's from Katawa Shoujo, isn't it? I've seen
Yeah,
that.
so it's
I've
a picture
seen
of
that-
Mel with the text, "Did your mom
No,
give
no,
birth
no,
on a
I'm-
minefield?"
I'm pulling it up right now, actually.
Dude, I don't know why there's a dating sim for cripples, but like I guess that's representation. So that's.
I've heard it's really good though.
it's.
I don't know. 4chan's some interesting stuff.
Yeah. Does Plushie like Beastar? I haven't watched Beastars actually.
I read Beastars, didn't watch it. It was fine. Thought it kind of dragged towards the end.
It's the 3D one, right? The 3D animation one.
Katawa Shoujo is not like I read Katawa Shoujo years ago, it's like it's impressive that it happened, but like I wouldn't call it like actually like amazing or great. It's
Or even
okay.
good.
You
It's
know,
okay.
you know who designed the characters though, right?
Well, no, so the initial drawings were drawn by Raita, and then
Yeah.
4chan took them and was like, let's make a visual novel with these.
Yeah,
So like,
Wait, it was drawn by Raita? It doesn't feel like Raita.
well, no, it was
Well,
the original
the art style.
So
isn't,
there were these character sketches that Raita drew of cripples, and someone said someone should make a game about these, and 4chan was like, we'll do it ourselves, and so they did it. So the character designs are from Raita.
I wonder how Raita feels about that.
Can I see the images like that Raita actually drew? I'm interested.
Yeah, let me pull them up here.
I don't know if I can even put them on here.
No, they don't show anything.
Yeah.
Here. let me
Yeah,
send
they
them
don't even
here.
show legs.
Well, yeah, I mean, understandably for one of them.
Oh.
Very funny. Yeah, no, so that was something that Raita drew, and then 4chan was like, this sounds like a great idea. In fact, the name was even there. He even made the name. So
Oh
like
my God. Disability. What's the disability of this chick?
which one?
Oh, she's doing sign language, right? On the left.
Yeah, there's a deaf one.
There's a
There's
blind one.
a blind
there's
one.
no
There's a
leg.
burned one. There's one with no legs and one with no arms.
Which one's the burnt one? Oh, the middle
The
one?
one in the middle, the purple one.
I can barely see the burnt one. I thought those were tears. They're not even burnt. Okay, I mean, no leg, no arms. I mean, that's basically. Actually, Melt has both of those disabilities. I mean,
No,
she has
Melt
arms.
has arms. Melt just
She
doesn't
has
have
a-
feeling in her arms.
Yeah, they're gonna amputate that someday. No,
Why am I being
Oh,
made fun of
no.
like this?
no.
What did I do to deserve this, Otto?
I love this image. I'm so glad I made it. Thanks for being
Look,
here, Poke.
there's context to every image, and you just don't understand the context.
No, I understand the context, sir. It's not good context.
Look, the image, like it's a WebM. The file name is a bunch of string and numbers, which means I definitely saved that image from 4chan. So that's not my fault.
So you got it from 4chan. Yeah, you're
Yeah.
not helping your case here, sir.
Well,
Oh wait, so Raita even came up with the ideas for the how the game would go. This is funny. You can't confess to her unless you pass the sign language. I mean, yeah, it's funny. Fair enough.
Damn.
yeah, no, he so 4chan was like, let's make a game. And then somehow it happened. So it's not amazing, but like, you know what, it's fine.
Why is there
I
no
like-
description for the blind girl? It just says a blind girl. She's kind of cliche.
Because it was just a sketch he made.
This,
Dude,
bruh.
Also, blind girls were, you know, there's been visual novels with blind girls before.
Fujino?
Monster Girl Quest? Yeah.
yeah.
I'm
You
aware
were
of it.
in like
That
a.
has
Yeah.
the snake girl that also has a lowly form, but that's irrelevant to the, I'm just bringing
All right.
You-
Well, you
dude,
went.
you-
You
you-
didn't even
you gotta
beeline there. You
share
just
your
went
information.
straight there.
Monster Girl Quest.
You gotta stop saying how much you know about this stuff.
But yeah,
Why do I
didn't.
know that? Because I don't know.
Weren't you-
Someone mentioned it recently to me.
Well, no. Weren't you in like some sort of clan or something that was named after something from that? I
Yes,
remember
I
you
was.
describing
Back
that a
in-
while back.
Back in 2010 or whenever Terra Online came out, I was in the guild I was in was called Touch Fluffy Tail, which was so the
Wow.
Tamamo in that game, you know, was this
Speaking-
blonde fox
speaking of.
chick. And
Ew, human
by the way,
ears.
Touch Fluffy Tail, by the way, was the 4chan A guild in that game. So, so the type of people that would obviously play that. I never actually played the game, the Monster Girl
I've seen
Quest.
a lot of image of it, but yeah, I've not played the game.
I've never actually played it, but like
Neither.
I'm aware. I'm vaguely aware of the characters.
God, that Tamamo with human ears is actually gonna give me nightmares. I hate that shit so much.
Oh no!
Holy
Stop giving her
shit.
human ears.
I thought it was like mouse ears or something. No, bro, it's a hyper realistic human ears on top of the head.
Oh man, I'm still looking at my image folder, just seeing any other weird stuff. And did any of you buy Choco's last art book?
No.
No.
The drawing of Artoria Caster is probably the best drawing of Artoria Caster.
Really?
I mean, you do not look. I'm showing it to you guys, but don't show it anyone because I'm not spreading piracy.
Oh.
Look at that.
Yeah, the problem is clearly the piracy, and it's not the lack of clothes.
Well, anyway,
Yeah.
guys, go buy Choco's art book. The last one he did for summer. It's got a lot of quality art.
I've seen the
Sure thing.
Babanshi art.
Sure thing,
that he
dude.
drew.
Sure thing.
It's pretty. She's pretty naked, so it's pretty nice. I mean, it's Choco. Like people are, flocking to buy his stuff. I'm pretty sure. So, yeah.
Yes, I have 3. Oh, that's how I could do it. I wanted to figure out like a vector of like of giving away a copy of because I bought multiple copies of Chaldea Missions 3. And I was like, I should give one away, but where could I get people to put it for something? I should let you guys do it. It's like
smobcast giveaway for like a Christmas gift.
Oh my god, that'll boost our subs so easy.
Want to join my free gift card giveaway?
Yeah.
I don't know how you do. I don't know how to handle giveaways. How do you do giveaways? Also, how do you limit?
Yeah,
There's a bot
see,
just doing it.
see, this is what you guys do. All right, viewers, you need to send an email to us saying what your name and your phone number is, and you have to list your address so we can mail it to you.
Dude, what the fuck is this?
And your social security number.
I
And
don't
your date
remember
of
the
birth.
context of this. This scares me. I'm gonna delete it now.
That looks AI generated.
What the fuck is that?
I'm
What is
going to
that?
delete it now. I don't remember the context of that.
Well, you just posted the
All right,
most
well-
furry picture I've ever seen.
What? No.
Dude,
Yeah,
this
you
would
gonna delete it?
scare the shit.
I don't know what the
Yeah,
fuck
well,
this
now
is.
you can delete it because there it is for me.
Yeah, this is on the internet now. That is horrific.
This is
Oh,
gonna scare the shit out
gosh.
of me. And
Plus, you
what the
can't just send that to people.
Yeah, this is how things get spread on the internet.
This is I don't remember the context.
Soft.
Furry commission gone wrong. I want a realistic furry. That's what happens. Be careful what you wish for. Jesus. But I don't have any interesting images. Let's see. Okay, I can't send these. These are actual like.
Yeah, I'm not putting those up there then, sir.
Yeah. I mean,
Oh, wait.
animal guts. I'm sorry.
Ew.
God,
Yeah.
I don't know if that's better or worse than what I thought you were talking about.
It's worth. It's like. Yeah. Never
Right.
mind.
I found it. Yeah, no, this is the snake one from the game, and this is the
Oh.
normal form.
See, this is why I like.
It's Ibuki.
This is
It's
why I
Proto-Ibuki.
kind of want First Ascension Ibuki, like in some ways, just like
Yeah, it's
it's a
cute.
snake. Like you can make her a teenager, you can make
Yeah.
her an adult.
Have you seen
but I
Have
just
you
wanna-
seen the stretchy picture of her? Like the
Yes, it's
stretch
like-
yes,
cat.
of them holding
Hold
up.
She's
Ibuki.
very long. Yeah.
Hold Ibuki. How do I even?
Isn't there one with Kama like as well? It's
How
like
did
a
I?
cat.
How would I even? Oh, here it is. Here it is. This is good.
Oh, this is an adult version. Yeah, that's cool.
Eh.
That definitely looks like a.
It's just.
It could be a FCA.
I love that image of him holding up Ibuki.
It's just all the way down.
She is so long. I mean, actually, she's not that long for a snake, to be honest.
I'm not a fan of Ibuki's later ascensions, but like they could have done, something.
I am kind of disappointed they removed
for-
that for summer. Like I know people hate like lollies, but like I think like having a half snake body is an interest. Like even Gorgon has legs, which doesn't make
where's
sense.
our actual Lamia?
Yeah, Gorgon has legs coming out of her, which is
Are you gonna change that text to say plushie?
Yeah.
Okay. Am I the one who gets killed?
You don't know that. You think we'd tell you before you get killed?
I mean, I would hope you have the decency.
Just make it a little
someone's asked if they heard right and that I'm not a fan of Ibuki's later sessions. Yes, I do not like.
Your dog disagrees.
Wait, whose dog was that?
Rio.
She's going off.
She was
Anyway.
not
trying
talking
to.
about that comment.
She's trying to stop you.
I don't like. I don't care for Ibuki. Like I think Ibuki Summer second is kind of ugly.
Damn.
The cheerleading outfit I think is kind of ugly.
Yeah, but she's happy. She's cheering us on.
Yeah.
I kind of wanted a half snake ascension for that, but yeah.
Yeah,
Would've been better
if
if
they
there
had
was
given
a
us a half
ascension.
snake ascension on instead of like one of the last ascensions, then that would have been fine.
Yeah,
'Cause-
just make the costume the last ascension. Isn't that better? Like the costume already is just a better version of it. Cause she has the snake pupils.
Yeah, shout out to Summer Kama being the only one of those AoE Arts Omni Loopers that didn't even get a costume, even though
She
she
didn't
should
get the
have.
blue comma. Yeah.
Yeah, she should
Yeah.
have.
Why not?
I don't know. They're like, oh my god, Durga though. It doesn't count. It's not.
Maybe that's why they didn't. It's because they didn't want people to get confused.
What blue
Oh, they were
Sakura
planning for
is too
Durga.
confusing, dude. There's
Oh yeah,
so
this
many
blue sock. My 5 million Sakuras.
Kiara doesn't. If Kiara were to get a costume though, it would be the lolly.
Where's
'Cause
adult
that's the only-
Hans?
They're not gonna do adult Hans,
I don't know. I feel like they could.
and they're also not gonna do lolly Kiara because they'll have to build a new model, so it's not gonna be a costume. It's gonna be a new unit if they're ever gonna do that. So
Hey, Single, don't bother doing that. By the way, just give me
She
a
does-
completely separate Kiara. Thank you.
she does look like. I think this is like very. Is to the point of inappropriate. She looks like exceptionally young. She doesn't even look like like Kama or like Melusine. I'm sorry, Rio. I'm Melusine. Like they look like
Don't
lolly kind of
apologize to him. He
character.
doesn't deserve it.
What do you mean? I don't deserve it. Melis
Like
is
the-
not a child.
Like Melusine kind of looks like a lolly character. Like Kama or like Draco First Ascension. They're kind of lolly characters. But yeah, this is like a 4-year-old.
Okay, that does look a little
Yeah.
too young.
It's not even a it's like a 4-year-old.
It looks wrong. It
It
looks
looks even younger than Liz. No, does it look younger than Liz?
No, that
Pretender?
looks like that looks no. Liz Pretender I think looks just as young. Well, I think part of it is it's the
Pretender
outfit.
Liz looks really
like-
silly to me because she's got like the big boots. I can't compare her to a real human because of that.
She has the big shoes.
Yeah, big boots. You got Sonic shoes.
Yeah, Pretender Liz definitely looks. No, the thing with Pretender Liz though is like, Okubo Rumi did the thing where like she can't even form a sentence. You know like kids that are learning how to speak. Like she can't even say a word correctly. Like that is the extent of how young of a character they tried to make, which is I don't know,
Really?
yeah. She can, like there's multiple voice lines of her where she fails to say a word. Like she says it weird, like you know, like a child who can't like pronounce things correctly. Yeah,
Let me look that up.
she's like 3. Like, what is this? I did recently get her Bonzi. It's a piece of trash, by the way.
She's such a funny looking character.
Yeah.
Yet somehow, the Kiara. Pull up the Kiara image. The Kiara looks younger. And it's just based on they're by the same character designer.
I don't
But,
want
like,
to,
it's,
honestly.
I think it's
like,
the.
I don't like how she looks.
Send it. Yeah, no, because she looks like
it's
she's
because
wearing
you
a
can
diaper.
see. Yeah, it's because it looks like you can see her underwear, and
She
it's
she
like
looks like she's wearing a diaper. The Kiara one, it's actually kind of. Ugh. Yeah, but Liz is funny. She's pretty funny. Like a goofy ass character.
she's kind of funny, a little cute.
No.
You are the commander of such.
Yeah, she has yeah.
Here we go.
Yeah, Pretender Liz is. I keep saying she has potential in multi-core, but I've never used her in multi-core, which is very weird.
Yeah, and at that point, like, I mean, it's just
she
use
has
Oberon.
Party 20.
Like, use Oberon because it's the same thing.
Wait, does she apply Mount Lian? Yes, she does.
She does apply Mount Lian, yeah. Like I think the problem is remembering her buffs. Is like she has one of those. She has like she's the first one who did the Hans buff thing, where it's like lawful crit damage. I'm reading it. Neutral MP damage, chaotic MP, like refund up. So like yeah, she has this weird trait based buff, and it's just a little bit like annoying to remember. We done making fun of Gamepress?
Kinda.
Probably, kinda. I'm curious where they put Pretender Liz though, because there is a possibility that they rate her high because she's the first Pretender welfare. I think people they do that a lot. It's like the same thing with Ranmaru because she's the first Avenger welfare, and then the same thing with
Alter
like
Ego
all the way
Liz.
back all the way back with BB. I mean, Alter Ego Liz was a nice nuke character, I would say.
Rabbit gave her an 8 out of 10.
Wow.
Pretender Liz?
Mm-hmm.
Interesting. I mean, she's not bad, but like, I wouldn't say she's an 8 out of 10, but like, Like, it is one of the reasons first Pretender welfare. Because like people think Pretender is a good class,
budget support like for new players, AoE charge. I mean, they don't say. Yeah. No.
Right.
I mean, yeah. I think okay. Speaking of Gamepress, I think Rabbit is like the one guy that actually, like, he kind of has an idea of how thing works.
Yeah, dude. He
has a YouTube channel. Actually, right? Does he have a YouTube channel? I don't know if he has a YouTube channel.
Yeah, he does.
It might be a different Rabbit, but like if it's him, yeah, then he has a gameplay channel. He does play the game occasionally. At least upload the gameplay occasionally.
He at least has empirical proof that he plays the game, unlike the others.
And then like when you look at some of the new servants, because the new servant ratings are like a tally up of like 5 different people.
Yeah.
And I do think if you only look at his own scores, he has a way better grasp on how good a unit is compared to most other reviewers, in my opinion. So I would say, like, if you read a review on Gamepress and it's like Rabbit reviews, I would take his more seriously.
Dude,
like he has better reviews.
Santa Martha is such a telling example of this. Like, dude, like you look at all this, like you look at all that, and then you look at their average score. You got C+, C, and then B+. And White Rabbit is the one that gave her B+. And I think B+ could be a bit fair. It's a lot more fair for sure. Because, like, there's a lot of situations where you wouldn't use her.
You invite Rabbit. Look, I don't think we should invite a Gamepress person onto a stream where we've made 2 episodes shitting on Gamepress. I
mean, dude, I'd honestly
though,
love to chat with one of these guys. I'm not sure if I'd like to chat with them on this podcast because I don't know.
Yeah, it
I'd-
would
I'd
feel a
just
little bit
love
like
to-
public humiliation for him, maybe.
I
Because
just
like,
love to be able to pick their brain, dude. I just don't know what's going on in there.
I don't even know who the other people. I know Wrath and Rabbit. I don't know who the other people are.
Norse does
wonder-
like a lot of the article making stuff. Like that's what this is right here.
Oh.
There was also like fucking Scrimblow the Dwarf or whatever. For that,
Scribble the dwarf. Like,
there was
they
this
initially,
guy that appeared in like a couple reviews. Like he had a score on a couple reviews, and that's it. And it's something the dwarf.
Which one has the worst review? I would say Wrath. I don't want to like that's kind of bullying. But
Yeah,
like,
don't
I
don't
would,
don't harass these people. I don't know how you
Yeah.
would actually. No, don't bother them.
like he spent too much time writing the cute little titles for the for the articles instead
the
of actually testing stuff.
alliterations.
Yeah. So
Yeah, I'm looking
I-
at stuff here. Like
Uh.
Rabbit initially gave like Van Gogh a 7 out of 10. Sorry, Rabbit gave Van Gogh a 7 out of 10 initially.
That's not a bad take for Van Gogh. Like a lot of people gave her really.
A lot of people gave her a bad review, and I'm like, I wonder if you asked him today. Actually, let's look at on this tier list. When did Van Gogh come out in NA?
She came out like a couple months ago.
Imaginary Scramble. Let's see what they have. What
Oh
he
wait,
put
no, not a
there.
couple months ago. It was
So
a year
he
ago.
put her
What
as
the
an
fuck?
A in ranking. Later, which is more than I would say a 7 out of 10 is. So I definitely
Yeah.
think it's one of the Van Gogh is definitely one of those things where it's people learned afterwards.
Yeah, I guess Martha to some extent as well. But like the thing is, they kind of don't have an excuse because Martha is like 2 years old. It's a 2-year-old servant. Right?
Yeah.
Like, yeah. Writer Liz. Oh yeah, we talked about Writer Liz last time. Yeah. Tyrus A+. Yeah, God, the fact that she's standing beside Muramasa is just.
Yeah,
Muramasa.
Muramasa
Tyrus
up here
not
with
just
all.
a good. She turns out to not just be a good solo unit. I think she's actually pretty decent as a DPS. Like yeah, the second skill really sucks in a team, but you know I don't know. 100% crit up on a skill is good.
I mean, the thing is that most of the rankings are, I may not agree with them, but I understand where a lot of them come from.
Yeah,
So,
there are just a couple of ones that are very absurd.
there's just the ones that stand out are ones that are like, it's like supports are their biggest problem.
I mean,
I think.
yeah,
Man.
that is this.
Like if it's not a super meta support, they have a hard problem judging them, I think.
I would say that's expected because, like, yeah, supports are not that straightforward as DPS, right? So,
Wait, why is Ilya? Why does it say she's going up? I thought she
gets
got
buff. Is this before her 50% battery
She's already gotten her 50% battery.
in NA?
Yeah. Why
what's
is
the
she?
buff?
Why does it say? Okay. Yeah. It
Is there
doesn't
any
say
change for
anything
Ilya?
about it. I don't know. Like, I think she's only been buffed twice, which was the NP upgrade and the battery.
Yeah.
All right. Alrighty then. But, man, Okuda Alter should not be on this tier. Like,
Yeah,
I
that
know we
one's
talked
bad.
about it last time. It's just
Yeah.
like, oh my god, that
was a
is.
bad ranking. I also like as much as I think like Kinchi Huang gameplay is not that fun. I don't think he belongs here either.
I'd put him in A.
Yeah. I mean, there's a lot. I don't think. I don't think. Didn't NA get King Hassan's buff early though? Like, why is he still here?
No, I
They
don't
didn't
think
get
they
his
have the
third
big
skill.
buff.
They got the
Oh.
guts upgrade first.
Oh.
Um,
Jolter's not here, bro. Wait, did she get her MP upgrade yet?
yeah, she's gotten her NP upgrade.
Then why is she? Jolter's not here. Skahog's not. Oh, I mean, hold on. This is not that low of a tier, actually.
I think-
B+'s not
B+.
that
I think-
low.
Go further down. Now, do you think Okuni is justified as being in B?
I
Or do you think
I think
Okuni
Okuni's
is
very-
better than some of the servants in B plus?
Do you think
I
she's
think
better than
Okuni-
Ilya?
Yes.
Yeah.
yeah. I think Okuni, like Mole,
Okuni
I
is
think
definitely
is a
better than
sleeper.
Shez.
I think Jinako should be higher. Oh, she hasn't gotten her buff yet. Never mind. Like Odysseus is slightly better than these people. Murasaki's pretty
I actually
good.
kind of agree with Sherlock there.
Sherlock is only
I
one
don't-
job.
He hasn't gotten his battery yet. The battery helps him out a ton.
Yeah, I think the battery's helpful.
It's
for, like,
annoying though that it has the
numbers.
absorb on
Yeah.
it.
I don't think it does though, because like he's best used at like level 1 anyway. Like you don't want him on the field.
Well,
And his
yeah.
other skills,
it
like he has like
means-
absorb
okay.
up, and it messes with me.
Okay, so the only reason you use Sherlock is for his NP. That's basically it,
Yeah.
unless you want to DPS with him. So
Yeah.
giving him a
Which is-
battery, that's just going to help. I mean,
Good buff,
they could have put the battery on the
Oh, he's
maid.
still one.
You're right. Chat's
oh,
right. MHX should be higher.
Yeah, MHX should be higher. After all that buff, she's really good.
Yeah.
Definitely better than Orion.
I
And
do think-
Jean.
It's funny that they're on the same tier.
I do think Hijikata. I don't know. Hijikata's pretty good. I mean, his ceiling is very good.
Jean
I don't
should
know
be
if they
lower.
care about ceiling.
Jean should be like C
Um,
tier at best.
Like
Mm.
no, but the thing is, they always bring up the fact that Jean can technically solo everything if you have 20 years to spare, right? Like,
I think B is fair for her because the fact that she is a support is always going to push her above like 90% of the things here. Because like, there are a lot of so a lot of DPSs are not going to see the light of day because you have to be up against a particular class. You have to have good
Yeah.
investment in them. Jean isn't quite like that. You can just throw her onto a team in most any challenge quest, and she's going to let you live a bit
don't
longer.
want to. Yeah. She's more of a you don't want to, I would say, because like it's slow. It's
Yeah, but like,
boring.
which matters more, like beating the challenge quest fast or beating the challenge quest?
I mean, here's the thing. The thing with Castoria is not just because Castoria like does most of the things she does. It's also Castoria does it a lot more comfortably.
Yeah,
not more,
Yeah, I
not
know,
more
but
quickly.
you're not always going to be able to just coast without anyone dying because of Castoria. Even if you are, then like, does it matter what you have in your backline? You can have her there just in case that
I
doesn't work.
guess, Yeah. Yeah, and
Yeah.
she actually still solos most of the stuff.
Yeah,
Like if you have enough
That's-
years to waste.
That's something I
so-
kind of want to make a video on because I'm actually working on an FGO video right now. It's like a
Yeah, just take your Jean solo until King Protea's HP overflows and resets to 1.
yeah. So something that a lot of people kind of get mixed up with, I would say, when they're comparing servants, is they will approach supports in a pretty similar way to DPSs, I guess, because like supports are always going to be more useful than a DPS because there's always going to be more situations where you'll use a support than a DPS. On top of that, you aren't only going to be using 2 supports. Oftentimes when people compare them, they'll compare them to 1 or 2 supports. So like
Yeah,
with
a lot of
Jean,
the
people
time
will say
they're
yeah.
tertiary.
people will
right? But-
turn to Castoria, for example, but
Mm.
you're not always going to like. You have 6 slots. You might have 1 or 2 DPS. You can have 2 Castorias
well-
and you still have 4 slots empty.
For ours particularly, I can easily come up with 4 that isn't Jean. that
Okay.
I think would be better.
Okay, but how many of them can give team-wide survival and also not get fucked over by a rider?
Yeah.
Lady Avalon.
Yeah, Lady Avalon.
Okay.
Team-wide invuln, HP
Okay,
up,
so we still
MP
got like
regen.
2 slots left.
Well, I don't need that much. I have Lady
Yeah,
Avalon 2
okay,
Castoria. Why
but
do I need that much?
Here's the thing. Not everyone has all of those. And
Okay, what if I have
Okay.
Lady Avalon and Merlin, and then I can just alternate. You know, even if it's a 3-tick NP, I can block every NP now.
Okay, so why bring any other servant behind that then? Like, what's the point
Well,
of the servants behind those?
I
Bond.
know, I know your
That's yeah,
point.
it's
Like
just
she's
a backup option. Like, I mean, I don't want to be in a situation where I have to rely on her either. But like, she was my first 5-star servant, and there were times where I shouldn't have won that I ended up winning just because she was there and she lived forever.
like, yeah, I understand, but like, I guess that's really like depends on how you like to play the game. Because when I'm in that situation, I quit.
Yeah, I mean, yeah,
I just restart.
I
Because
mean,
like if I restart, I'm faster than if you stuck with Jean. Well, that's just me, but like
I understand that. There's a reason why I never use base mash. Like, even though she's like 0 cost and all, she's only
Yeah.
going to make the fight longer. And I feel like that's boring. So I never do that in a video unless I have to, like with the CERN fight, because that was
I guess there are
fucking
still
stupid.
stuff that is like better with because I think I did a Jean solo on. I was so stupid. That was a Jean solo on you know there's the Mecha Liz event where Moriarty summons like 100 Mecha Liz.
Yeah, that's
Yeah.
the Halloween one. I think it's Halloween
I did a
3.
Jean solo where she killed every one of them. Damn, I had a lot
That
of time back
take?
then. Holy
Ah,
shit.
that's cringe.
I think I did that, right? I don't. That was on FGO Taiwan. It was a long time ago. Holy shit.
What's
But
the
yeah.
true rank of Melusine? C.
No. Hold on. Which Melusine are we talking?
Wow, what does it matter? Neither of them are on C.
Oh yeah.
Oh yeah,
both of
if
them
it
are
was
both
summer,
of them
then
are
yeah, it would
EX.
be C.
Yeah, C for Cunny. Yeah. Wow, Cunny's a censored word, really?
No, it's not. Someone just typed
It
it.
is. On my chat, it's censored.
It's not censored for me. You
It's
must have
blurred
save
out.
language on. Trust me, I see people type cunny so much every time I stream. It's like they can't stop saying it for some reason. I don't know why.
Oh yeah, because
I don't know
your
why.
stream. It's your
But what?
stream.
I've never done anything to lead people to think that.
What? You did that? Is that a joke with like Fino or something?
Actually,
don't.
yes. The joke is every time
Yeah,
I'm interacting, I
guys,
always say
and
something
people in chat,
suspicious,
stop.
and then I deny
Just
it
stop.
vehemently that I've said it.
Oh,
That's
no,
the bit.
somebody asked what is Cunny. Don't.
Just let's get off this topic. It's fucking
Yeah, it's
gross.
the creative something New York. What was that
The
one?
Twitter gets spammed the no and
Yeah, City University of New York.
Yeah.
But yeah, wait. Okay, what were we talking about? Stall support. Oh yeah, servant comparison. So there's another thing that I actually wanted, because like I had this revelation when I'm making my current video, which is the Kenshin video. I'm starting to think comparing Kenshin to Astrea was a bad. It's a bait. Like
Why?
fighting big. Okay, because I think fighting Moon Cancer is rare.
What?
Well, yes, but they're both neutral damage dealers.
Yeah, but like it's so for example, it wouldn't be like Astrea would not be a better comparison than say someone like Castoria Summer, for example, in terms of their use case, because what I feel like is most of the time you're doing Astrea, you're using her as an evil killer instead of a Moon Cancer killer. And for Kenshin, you're using her as just a generically good arts single target DPS, or of course man killer. But I do think like her skills are so good that she can be. I honestly think like I don't know. I don't think you should compare that hard between the two. I think Castoria Summer might be invading her territory a little bit more.
So
actually, oh God. I was gonna ask if did I ask you, because I know I asked Plushly, like, how would you rank this year? We've had 3 strong single target art servants. How would you rank them between Castoria,
I'll answer
Kenshin,
that after
and Draco?
After that. Okay. So to me okay. I forgot they put an alarm in that says when someone drives in her driveway. Okay. Ooh. So For me, rulers, like the selling part of a ruler has never really been the killing moon cancer thing. It's the not dying to everyone else thing. It's the defensive aspect that really appeals to me.
Well, okay, yeah, but okay, I am speaking of like sort of what most people talk about. Like most people talk about like, you know, like because there's a 50 charger, you know. I don't know. I mean,
Well,
I,
I,
I
I,
and okay, you go. Sorry.
I to me, she's sort of just like a boosted version of Estrella, like better internals, better battery, better, maybe not always better damage, but her,
Basically better than it depends on your MP level.
yeah, her,
If your MP level is like 3 or more,
yeah, and I'd
because
prefer.
upgraded MPs don't scale that
Yeah, I
much.
prefer the buff removal before damage over Pierce Invuln, even though there are some instances where there's like unremovable evade, which is really common these days. Kind of.
Yeah.
Uh, I still prefer being able to remove all buffs because that
Yeah.
covers me not only on an offensive end but also on a defensive end. Like as we discussed previously with Korean Sky of Dark, like being able to remove all of those crit buffs like all of the time, like that shit keeps popping up in challenge quests all the time. People love ignoring it, but it just happens all the time.
Okay, yeah, because I'm sort of bringing this up just to ask as well, like your opinion, because like what I originally I just wanted to do it like normally how I did it, where I compare her to like all the other targets, but I kind of want to like compare her regarding to different aspects when I pitch her against other units. So like if I'm comparing her moon cancer killing ability, I would pitch her against Estrella, but like if I'm comparing her ability to not take damage from the normal 7 classes, then I'm pitching her against Draco. All right, like because rulers don't take half from extra classes instead of you know, except for moon cancer. So like
But
they're
yeah, Draco takes bonus from all extra classes, so
Yeah, I don't think
that's a
it
hard because
is
like, I don't know who to
for
compare her
rulers.
to.
It's neutral damage. So rulers are competing against you
Neutral
using
attackers.
other neutral attackers, and the question is, does one of the like is she better neutral than other of the main
There's no other
classes
ones.
are
There's this area.
neutral?
Oh, you mean main class?
Like any
oh, is that
class can
one of
be
your
neutral to other.
alarms? Is that one of
What?
your alarms going off?
I don't have any alarms.
It's not mine.
Okay, what the fuck, man? Because I took off my headphones and I couldn't hear it, but I put them back on and then I could hear it. I don't know. I don't know
The
what the hell's
troll?
going on. I'm going schizophrenic here, Doug.
Like
He's
like
losing it.
I genuinely find it difficult to like what do I compare her to? Like
I would just for rulers, I compare them against just like in my mind against what if I'm using my other servants neutral. Like when I'm looking at like Melusine ruler, I'm comparing her against using, you know,
Melusine
normal
Lancer.
Melusine neutral. Yeah, Melusine Lancer neutral, or you know, Tonalico neutral, or like I never look at using a or even think about using a servant against class advantage. I always think about them in context of neutral because that'll allow me to use them the most if I plan around neutral damage.
well, how
Sure,
about
there, you know,
Berserker then? Because like I
I'm
genuinely think she like I know it's not fair to compare her to Castoria, but I think they kind of invade each other's sort of territory in terms of what they want to do.
I mean, I, I think it's an unfair comparison. I think Castoria is the best single target, like
I do
single
think she's
target
better.
we
Like
have
if you're
for
comparing
this
the two, I
year.
think like in general use she's better just because Berserker is a. I think Berserker is very much
Yeah,
one of the
from
like
like
the best
a
class.
gonna beat you up standpoint. Like, yeah, I mean, like defensively, obviously she loses. Like,
Yeah,
there's no doubt there.
I mean, yeah. I mean,
Right?
okay. Honestly, though, I might disagree with that if she's fighting again, because Castoria has an invul on top of the solemn every turn. That's
Yeah, I mean,
really good like if you're not fighting against a 7 class, if you're fighting against if Kenshin's taking neutral, I don't think it's that different.
Well, if you're up against an extra class, then like of course Castoria is going to be better because that's actually taking away the ruler advantage and
Well, yeah, and yeah, and
not
now
changing.
so now if that's hard. That's a hard.
I mean, and Castoria it basically dodges a hit every time, so you have to get double tapped to actually take damage, and you have 3 servants on the screen.
I do think Castoria wins, but like I think like okay. So the other thing is farming. Like farming, Berserkers have a big advantage just because their like defensive isn't an issue, and also she has 70 charge, like 120 targetable. But like I don't know. I think CQ is such a difficult thing to like compare because like there's so many things you can use these days. Like I'm struggling to make.
And then Draco is in when you're doing like a 3-turn thing. Draco gets 60% charge, right?
Yeah, I mean
because it's 30 twice, right?
The thing with Draco is like she kind of invades the ruler niche because rulers are like especially strong against the normal 6 classes, not even 7 classes, 6 classes.
She's like a heightened ruler. She has like
Wait,
the
is
resisting the main classes.
No, but ruler takes 1.5 from Zerks.
Oh, okay. I thought you were talking about Draco.
But yeah, but not Draco. And like Draco just sort of. So she's like a middle ground between a Berserker and Draco's class.
Yeah, she has the benefits of both of them.
Where you don't get absolutely fucked by extra class, but like you also don't get any like you don't get any upper hand compared to either of them. In certain I don't know.
Someone mentioned that the 50% gauge on Kenshin gives her more farming utility than Draco versus gauge per turn. I don't quite agree with that because Draco refunds enough that, you know, on off her MP that charging her up for turn 1 and then balancing around, you know, her getting 60% more over 2 turns isn't that difficult to do. Especially if you're doing like 90++ with multi-core where you're probably having her MP only once or twice. I don't think it's
so. I'll say this as a person who doesn't really have experience using Draco, but I have a lot of experience with Summer Murasaki, who has a very similar thing with the 20% regen. I prefer the 20% regen over like a 50% battery, because oftentimes I'll get to like 80% and I almost loop. And then I'm able to loop just off of that, and then the next turn I get to 80% again. But if I had a 50% battery, I would have wasted 30% of it, and then the next turn I don't loop.
Well, if Summer Murasaki had a 50% battery, you'd start the battle differently. Your flow would go differently.
Oh yeah, it's just like
I think 50 battery is definitely better for farming. Like that's a farming argument. Like I really think like for challenge quests, I kind of agree.
In a boss fight, especially if it goes more than 3 turns, slow charge does end up taking the lead, especially since they usually last longer.
Yeah.
The thing like, the thing with Draco and farming isn't even the slow charge versus battery thing. She has 1.5 and anti-servant. Isn't she going to do the most damage out of all the 3 if you're fighting against like the last wave? Like
unless they're chaotic or divine, then Castoria is going to absolutely murder them.
Chaotic is pretty common.
And divine is, as we've learned, pretty common.
Oh, divine. Oh, I thought
because we were talking about Santa Martha at the beginning of the podcast.
Yeah, it all comes back. But yeah, because
Gamepress
is anti-divine and anti-chaotic. That's why she's able to like destroy Kenshin, because Kenshin's chaotic and divine.
She has triple count anti-traits. That's pretty stupid.
Yeah.
I don't know.
Oh, so do you still want my answer about that?
Oh, yeah.
The top 3. So, of course, I would assume that it's Castoria, Draco, and Kagatora, Kenshin, whatever the fuck you call her. Of those 3, it's kind of this is a pretty hard question because it kind of depends on what I'm looking for. I would say a lot of the time I would because with Castoria, I wouldn't use her if I'm looking for a longer, more... I don't know. It's hard to say, because, like, she's a Berserker. She does have good survival. Like, she can spam a team invuln, basically.
Yeah.
But she's
Hard.
still a berserker, so sometimes but she makes crit rate down.
Yeah.
Fuck, dude.
It's
She
a hard
applies crit rate down.
question.
She has an invuln. She has an
She has a-
invuln every time she
Yeah,
has
and she has a
these.
crit
Yeah,
rate passive too,
That's what I
doesn't
mean
she?
by survival. Like, I genuinely think Castoria taking double and Kenshin taking neutral, especially if we have like an arts team that is built around them.
Yeah, but like, there's not really a reason to bring a ruler to an extra class situation. That's you're intentionally putting a berserker into their own water, which is just being able to do,
But
being
that's
able to.
that's Berserker's thing. She's in every water.
Yeah, yeah,
Except
yeah,
for
and
foreigners.
berserkers.
Except most foreigners are chaotic and divine.
So
It's
berserkers.
to humanity as
So
well.
that's the thing that balances
Triple,
berserkers. Berserkers, in a vacuum, in one class compared to their counter class, they are always inferior. Because they do less damage offensively, because it's 50% instead of 100% extra, and they take double instead of taking half.
Yeah, and
but
when that
their
no longer
selling
is the
point,
case,
but
then-
once you're comparing it to other classes, once you're saying you're talking about multi-class viability, and you're talking about going to other classes where most of those counterclassers are more niche, because like pretender, bringing pretender against a fucking alter ego or whatever, it makes sense to bring a berserker there, because even though they always have that same negative defensively, they still keep that same positive.
yeah,
So
I mean,
that's the thing about them. With it,
you can
it's
invest
the
in
opposite.
less servants to deal with more stuff, kind of.
Yeah, but later on, if you invest more in a bunch of different servants, then there's a problem for that berserker, basically.
Well, the thing with hypers, I guess, is like Berserker.
Yeah.
Berserker's generally like the best class to
Yeah.
hyper, maybe. Like, it's just because like you want one servant to take care of everything.
Yeah, that's why
Everything.
Summer Ibuki is so popular, is because you just
And
hyper
dude,
invest in Summer
this
Ibuki
is
and
all this
your
is all
brain
feeding
melts.
into that video I'm making right now. It's the berserker problem.
Well, here's the other problem
Single
with
target ones
Berserkers,
specifically.
right? Like, no, Berserk. Okay, the way they balance the class, I think it's bad because they have they have a bunch of like hidden stats. They're just not show. Like, I genuinely think if it's just Berserker 1.5, normal counter class 2, Berserker takes 2, that's fair. But what's unfair is Berserker has 1.1 passive. Berserker has generally higher attack raw stats. Berserker offensively creeps over weaker offensive classes, like obviously
Casters.
casters and assassin and archers. Archers
For
is
some reason.
0.95, right?
And they tried to balance it out with their star weight being really low, but then they keep giving them 5,000% absorb.
Yeah. So
Yeah, that's
Berserkers
kind of a
are
silly thing.
not balanced very like Berserker as a class already is not balanced very well in my opinion, and especially considering the fact that the hidden offensive multiplier lines up with the trend of the stat of the character. So characters that have a 1.1 time hidden multiplier usually have high attack stat as well.
Not
So
rulers,
it's-
though.
Oh yeah, except for rulers. Like Berserkers and Avengers, like Avengers 1.1, right? Am I high?
Avengers 1.1.
Aren't alter egos also 1.1?
No, alter egos are neutral. Or
Oh,
1.
okay.
Should be 1, yeah. So
Gotcha.
so like
Pretenders are 1 too.
yeah, like Avengers and Berserkers in particular, like their 1.1 compounds with their raw stats that's usually also 1.1, right? Like the stats itself is already like 1.1 times above average, like 10% above average. So you compound them together, it's like a 1.2, it's like a 20% extra damage just because they're Berserker on top of the special like the 1.5 times damage multiply the anti-multiplier. So it becomes like 1.8, right? It becomes like 1.75, 1.8. And like at that point, you compare that to like archers, which is 2 times 0.95.
It's 1.9.
It's like 1.9. It's 1.9 and have lower attack stat. Like you just lose. And archer isn't even the worst. Like obviously Berserker, Assassin, the cast already talked about.
Actually,
I think Berserker is just such a good class.
Actually,
Like,
with archers, their attack stat usually trends a bit higher.
Well, so
higher than
here's the
sabers.
thing. So like, if you look at like the attack stat, like the highest attack stats are Avengers and Berserkers. The top 3 are Jalter, Kama, Avenger, and Ibuki, Berserker. The next one is Durga, but Durga has the negative modifier. So that knocks her down. That knocks Durga down if you go with the negative modifier, all the way down to matching attack stat with Melusine. But Melusine has a positive multiplier, so it goes up.
With 1.1.
Dude, Lancer Lancer
who's
is
the
like one
closest?
of the best
Abigail
classes.
Williams. Abigail Williams is the closest servant attack-wise that it knocks her down to, which is pretty far down.
Abigail Williams. Oh my, like I know sure her attack stat isn't low, but like I don't understand this hidden multiplier. I think it's it's going too far because like it's multiple factors that are trending towards the same direction, taking effect. That's what makes Berserker so good. Like Berserker damage is better than 1.5. It's always better than 1.5.
Yeah, it's what annoys me about like Caster as well, because Caster is just 0.9. Like,
and then low attack stat. So it's like 0.8, right? Like it's like the 0.9, it goes downwards. Like multiple factors push it downwards. So it's like really bad. Anyway, sorry, Otto. What were you saying about Lancers?
I was saying Lancer is like one of the best classes. They get to have a little bit higher HP because they trend higher HP and lower attack, but then their modifier makes up for the attack, so it's more average, and they just have higher HP.
yeah, like it's 1.05.
Yeah.
Yeah, 1.05.
Yeah, but then you also like go down to the 4-star ones that have like 8,000 attack. So, but then they have like 15,000. Yeah, I think the Valks have like 15,000 HP. It's kind of nuts.
Yeah,
that is a little extreme.
Lancer
I do think
pretty good.
Mm.
Yeah, that's the thing. Like, because like with attack multipliers, like if you look at it, so like I think my favorite example is just Melusine Lancer because it's interesting.
Of course it is.
Like Melusine Lancer and Melusine Ruler have like very similar attack stats when you get multipliers into consideration. Like Melusine Lancer is like 12.7, and Melusine Ruler, after the 1.05, Melusine Ruler, even though she only has 11,495 attack stat, it actually is like 12.6. Like, so they're about 100 different in attack stat. Like, even though their attack stats are wildly different in actuality.
Yeah,
because of these multipliers. And like, that's just something people don't recognize. We're like, oh, these ruler attack stats are really low. But like, the ruler attack stats
1.
actually line up with, that's why like Kenshin, like her attack stat is lower than other 5-stars. Yeah, but it's 1.1. Like if you're looking at, if you're comparing her to most other 5-stars, her actual attack stat is in the higher end of being good.
Like, well, Kenshin's attack stat is the highest of all rulers still. So
well, it's tied with Melusine.
Yeah, and Sherlock. So like I think ruler is what they should have balanced it like oh, like those two trends go in opposite direction, right? Or like Lancers, like Otto said. So like the hidden multiplier is higher, but the attack stat usually doesn't trend as high. I think that is good balance. Like bad balance would be Avengers and Berserkers that are like hyper.
Yeah, where's the caster with 14,000 attack stat?
Yeah, like I don't understand. Like with
like
hyper
it's not
offensive,
there.
and also FGO's a game where hyper offensive is rewarded immensely, because if the enemy just can't touch you, like yeah, that's why break bars exist. But like especially for like farming, like yeah, people love farming. I guess I like Berserker is just so good because of people love farming, and Berserker is like the best class at farming like so far. Like because only offensive matter. and they're just trended so high in offense. I think people are just going to like, regardless, are gonna prefer someone like Castora, despite it's not fair comparing her to like Kenshin. So I honestly find it really difficult to make the video because like I think Berserkers are too good of a class.
Yeah,
And
so it totally goes to the highest attack caster. Yes, and her effective attack is 10,600. Like, think about it.
If you don't gimp a Berserker's kit, they just become a better. So, like, if you take every Berserker and you make them another class, they'll probably not be that good. They'll probably like not nearly as good. Like,
what if you
made Summer Castora Saber? She'd be a fair unit. She'd be a pretty good unit. She'd be a pretty fair unit. Like,
I think if she was a Saber and had the exact same kit, I do think she would probably be one of the better single target Sabers.
Yeah, she actually might be the best one.
Like, there's some where like okay, here's one. Summer Say. Take Summer Say out of the Berserker class.
Yeah.
Put her back in Archer.
But why?
Yeah, she'd be pretty lame if she was an Archer.
Like, like, what are you doing with that? Like,
yeah, you take any Berserker.
I mean, she'd have the absorb at least.
Yeah, she'd still be good, but I'm saying like she wouldn't be like, or you take some of the like I think Summer Ibuki has a good enough kit, right? Summer Ibuki is one of the best kits, but like if you made her like
an assassin,
an Archer.
Assassin.
Not even go
no,
like, if you made
that.
her an Archer,
no, don't even joke about making her assassin. You know who that means she's competing with?
She's Shuten Doji.
Yeah, exactly. That
she is just big Shuten Doji.
Yeah, that's what I mean. That's why I said assassin.
Imagine if you just made her big Shuten. I mean, she'd still be the best AoE assassin though. Like that. Yeah, fair enough. But like, actually no. Wait, no. Tez. That's the exact right. Like if you made Tez a Berserker. Like imagine if you made Tez a Berserker. There you go. Hold on.
No, I've never heard people hypothesize that before.
Yeah, everybody said because he's Grand Berserker, right? Like if Tez was a Berserker, like do you even use any other character for farming? Like, come on.
Like, Tez was a ruler.
I think he'd still be better as a ruler. Assassin's just a ass class, bro.
I mean,
yeah, why isn't he a ruler? He isn't even ruler. Like in the story, he was like ruler all the time. Like he actually.
His attack stat as an assassin is 10,900. He's so punished. It's made worse. What is his effective attack?
He could have been another AoE arts ruler.
His effective attack stat is 9,883. He's literally lower than some 4-stars.
Like they could have just not made Melusine ruler. They could have made her another class, or and they could have, and then made Tez ruler. I don't know. Like they could have made.
What would they have shoved Melusine ruler into? No, don't make Melusine ruler assassin. Don't you dare.
She'd be the best assassin. Who cares?
If anything, she should have been a berserker because she's punching people to death.
No, they can't do that because they already did Ibuki. She'd just be Ibuki with 80 batteries.
If Melusine was a berserker, and she would so she's also anti-earth and anti-chaotic, so she would absolutely destroy Summer Ibuki.
I mean, Ibuki has the buff removal, I guess.
Oh, they could do Rider. Yeah, Rider. Like, Rider would be the other class. I actually was kind of thinking she would be a Rider before she came out. Because one, I don't have any Grail Riders in JP that are like 100 or above.
Riding a plane, but she is the plane.
Airplane class,
plane. Yeah. Wait, riding plane, Melusine plane, ride Melusine?
No, oh my god. Yeah,
you made the connection, sir.
But yeah, like I think Berserker is just such a broken class. I'm sorry. Like every time I think about it, like when I do like servant hot takes, I like to compare servants. Every time, the more I think about it, I just think Berserker is such a stupid class. Like they made the class too good because of how the game is played. Like especially as the game progressed, you know, like you can go super hyper offense, and also supports can provide a very ample amount of defense. Like Berserker,
thanks to Castoria. Like
Berserker just became unstoppable.
Like, Castoria providing a perfect defense, like really changed things up.
Yeah, I also think a thing that people don't do enough is Rhaenys. I think Rhaenys with a Berserker is so broken. but like I guess it's more for challenge quest. Yeah, I don't know. I think Zerks are just such a broken class. Like they just have everything better than every other class because offense is much more appreciated than defense in the general gameplay loop of this game.
And it kind of just depends on like what you have access to. Like if you have access to everything, Berserkers are pretty nice. But it's really interesting that you're saying all this because that's kind of the opposite of what my video is about. It's actually going to be like very critical of the Berserker class because there's a lot of really big problems with it. Because
You're talking about like
you're
4-star single target Berserkers, right?
I'm not just talking about 4-star ones. I'm just talking about how because like yeah, we talked about it like towards the end of the call the other night. It's about how if you're constantly comparing them to other servants that can be up against everything, then they might show up better, but when you're comparing them to options in each class, like if you're comparing a Berserker to the strongest Lancer or whatever that you might have, then the Lancer's probably going to be a safer pick. Because
like if you're taking, you could take Summer Ibuki, or if you're fighting archers, you could take Melusine, or if you're fighting sabers, you could take Durga, or if you're fighting, so and so, you can always take the strongest or a better option for each class. What Berserkers allow you is to not have as many things. Berserkers are allow for people to have less team diversity, but still be able to do things.
Yeah, but the thing is, like, over time, you're going to invest in a bunch of different classes.
I actually disagree.
Like, over time, like, I mean, I have classes, I have servants of basically every class leveled. And because of it, like, I have a couple single target Berserkers that I do like a lot, but I have to force myself to use them because, like, why use them if I'm just trying to win?
My take of why Berserker is so good, on top of like the hidden mechanic thing, is how FGO is designed as a game. I think FGO is a game that doesn't want you to spread your resources out. It doesn't want you to invest in a lot of units. It wants you to just dump everything into one character. Class score, you want to dump everything into one character.
Yeah.
Hyper Grails, you want to dump everything into one character. Servant coins, you want to dump all your rolls into one character. MP levels, you want to dump all your rolls into one character. So a game where hyper investment versus spreading your resources out, hyper investment might actually yield you better results in many cases. And also a game that is focused a lot on hyper offensive. I think Berserker is just a not unbalanced class because instead of trying to pull for MP2 on every class units, I can pull one MP5 Berserker and then I can pull 6 of them, make them 120, max my Berserker class score, and I can kill everything in my path.
Yeah.
Like, I think
it really does, because like that, like it wasn't with Berserker, but like for 12 months or so, I heavily invested in Melusine, got her 120, and I just used it didn't matter class advantage or not. Like I had this hyper invested unit that was strong enough. It was strong enough. There may have been better options, but it still did the job of doing basically anything.
I think the game definitely shifted even more towards that direction. Like back in the day,
after 120,
there was only when there was only level 100. Like honestly, maybe it was still bad. Like with 120, with servant coins, with class score, like all of this stuff that is all of this stuff that requires you to dump a bunch of these limited resources. Like it's limited. You can't raise every servant ever, especially hyper raise every servant.
Yeah, but we're not talking about like an infinite number of servants. We're only I'm only talking about like 7 different classes here. I don't think that's that crazy of a thing to. So the the thing that I'm being very critical of, it's not only the Berserker class, it's more so single target Berserkers because AoE Berserkers always have an advantage because you're going to run into a bunch of multi-class scenarios.
Oh, sure.
So I use Summer Ibuki a lot because like one, she's really good, and I can also just throw her against all sorts of AoE quests, and they're more useful for farming purposes as well, because yeah, hyper invest in her and she can farm basically anything. But when we're talking about single target ones, it's harder to rationalize it. I have to try harder to rationalize it because when you're using a single target servant, you're not up against multiple classes. You're up against one class.
Well,
And
that's why you don't see as many
That is
single target
true.
berserkers in use. Like the
Yeah,
single target
exactly.
berserkers that you see high usage of are Kentoki,
Which
MHXA.
is for farming.
Yeah, Kentoki,
Do a
MHXA,
lot of people
because
use
she
MHXA?
a lot of people she has
I know-
anti-trait and
I know she has
some-
really, really good damage, but she has
No
really bad survival issues. And
right, but like
and it's and I know that a
these are all
lot of
things you
them
can plan
do,
around.
but she's quick, so it's harder to work around than Kentucky or Castoria or whatever.
And then I would say
That's
Creamhild and
fair.
Castoria. So like I
Yeah,
think those are the
Creamhild and
four.
Castoria.
Creamhild and
Yeah.
Creamhild, Castoria, MHXA, and Kentucky are the four
I definitely
most
wouldn't put
common
MHXA
single
in
targets.
before. I'm
No,
sorry.
I think with how often I see like her being used like for because like
Vlad.
in 90 plus pluses, like if
Vlad.
the target is good trait, MHXA
Oh, yeah, she does have
is
good.
very very strong there.
But like,
Yeah.
okay, so
Yeah,
let me
it's
look
just
at
at a certain point you're kind of overflowing on damage. Like sometimes you just the bars, the
Well, not
damage
in 90
checks
plus
are
plus,
really
like,
that
like,
high, but
Do you
often
overflow damage on 90 plus plus though?
Not
I don't-
that
yeah,
much.
I'm not
Like,
talking
it
about 90
allows
plus
you
plus
her
though. I'm
good
talking about
damage
challenge
lets
quests.
you spread the damage elsewhere.
Because
I mean,
I mean, I'm not sure if people use her on 90 plus plus anyways. I don't know.
They do.
I mean,
There's
I
no
would assume
charge.
that since she doesn't have battery, it wouldn't be.
Yeah, I don't know how often she's used either.
So I'd
for
assume
sure.
that someone like Kentucky would be a bit more fitting in that regard. But I'm talking more so challenge quest oriented, because like as I was just saying, like with farming, most of the time you're going to be seeing a lot more investment in AoEs. But
Mhm.
like the time that single target berserkers are supposed to shine is in like challenge quests where there's individual targets that you'll have to go up against.
Mhm.
And like even if okay, so I guess we can use MHXA as an example here. So I could be up against a good saber as a boss, and she could demolish a bar or two pretty quickly, but I have to be very careful because she can die really, really easily. And even if I can win
Yeah.
within 3 turns, I have to make her live 2 turns. And that can be pretty difficult because, like, neither Scotty really offers that much survival. And I guess I could run someone like Castoria, but I feel like if I want to more consistently win, I would want to go with an archer instead. Even if the archers are lower on damage, they can live
True.
longer, and I feel like that. I mean, they're taking a quarter of the damage.
I mean, yeah, if you want to turtle on an archer, you just bring Fujino and you just sit there and you take 0 damage.
Yeah,
I
and
mean,
she's a lot
that
safer
is-
of a pick.
That is true because I will admit like farming is sort of the one thing that it's like Berserker doesn't have to worry about obviously it's offense only, and also there's no break bars, so you're not forced to take hits and what. So yeah, I can agree with that.
Yeah,
But-
I mean that's like that's their supposed balancing around it. But when most of the game consists of farming, that I don't think the trade off it does skew in favor of just using
Yeah.
berserkers. Plus,
but
it
still,
doesn't
we're
help
I
that.
mean,
but
okay.
we're
To be
still
fair, though,
we're still talking about single targets here specifically, not just AoE ones and single
Right.
targets.
yeah.
Because like I hyper invest in my summer Ibuki. Like I might use single targets occasionally. I'll use them supplementing her damage. But they don't have to be berserkers. Like I might use Kentoki just because he's really convenient, but that's because he has a 50% battery, not because he's a berserker or anything.
I've never
Mhm.
had a like using, like, for example, like Creamhild. I've never had a problem like with the fact that she takes double damage. Like it's
Yeah,
so
yeah,
easy,
but that's
especially
because
considering she's arts.
Actually find
yeah,
that difficult to believe.
that's
I
because she
understand
has a better kit
Castoria.
for that though. That's
Yeah,
because
I think
uh
Creamhild, if you're not doing a min turn, I
so
think Creamhild could die.
But I
so
remember I soloed Prison Tower with Creamhild. Remember?
Well, it's a prison tower. You can just touch. You
yeah,
can go untouched.
in
Then.
a in a challenge quest though, you're not going to have off turns where everything is dead and you don't
Yeah,
have to
there's
worry about
break
damage.
bars.
Yeah, but like I mean, even like
So
when I'm just brawling stuff out, I feel like if you have an like, because you're using these with like, if it's an arts, especially arts team servants,
I guess that's
like
ours.
the
Yeah, arts
survival is just higher.
issue.
I get with like or MHXA, you might run into, like, if you're drawn out without defensives, maybe like, yeah, that can be a concern in single target. But like, I don't know, if you're using like an arts one like Castoria, Galatea, Dreamhill, any of these single target arts ones, like, I feel like the team itself, and that really just is more proof that Castoria is the really strong one in those situations. Like Vlad,
Yeah, because
like,
that
Castoria has good survival. Yeah, Vlad is another. I don't think Vlad is like a challenge. I
so
don't know.
so with Creamhild, that she is one of the exceptions that I want to list for that video because like the point of the video, it's not just like okay this class sucks and whatever. Uh, there are standout options that can be really good because in their niches you can justify using them over counterclassers, and I think she's a really good
No.
example of that because there's a lot of classes that you might not have something that can deal with an saber that spams invuln or an archer
Yeah, she has
uh,
buff
that
defensive buff
spams
removal.
single target NPs or yeah,
but
something like that. She's got
Yeah.
options for dealing with that others
that's why I
don't.
think like single target berserkers especially should always have some kind of trait, because instead of being, a class
Yeah, she
advantage
also has
thing,
damage.
it should be like they're picked for their anti-trait things. Like
Well, it
I think that,
shouldn't
Well,
then, because that would
well,
make them too good. No.
no, but no, they
well.
have traits though. Like Castoria, Creamhild both have traits.
Yeah,
Like
Castoria's
I'm saying,
3. That's why they're good. That's why they're like. I
right.
think
I'm
I
saying they
legitimately.
should all have at least like one, like even if it's like a 30% one,
So
just to like give them something, like, so instead of picking them, to
To
you're picking them
counter
not for
class.
the
Well, they're
class,
not
not to
counter class.
combat a
Yeah,
class,
yeah.
but to
They're
counter
countering
trait
trait.
instead.
Yeah.
So it just changes the way you think about them.
okay,
I prefer if they
so
focused more on that.
so see that's something I'm not a huge fan of. I'm not a huge fan of the idea of just trying to give them more offensive uh, things because I mean just giving them more damage. I mean that can sell them in situations where damage is a defining factor, but there again that's not making up for the weakness of that class. That's just trying to be more offensive and like again. So another example of what I'm talking about that isn't a damage related one, which I've already mentioned in the prior conversation, is Galatea, because Galatea has like a bunch of different niches that aren't offensive. Like she's got the team debuff, clear, and heal. She's got ways of working around Pierce Invuln. She's got the drain thing. So there's reasons to bring her. Like if you're going up against a boss that has several of those gimmicks, you can bring her instead of a counterclasser, and she can be better because she actually deals with all of those problems. Because
Well,
like
I mean that's just neutral DPS. That's not just Zergs. That's like Avengers. It's like the same thing, no?
Yeah, you
It's
bring
like
them for their
pension.
skill set. You're doing it for
Yeah,
their
you're
skill
using
set,
pension for
not
her
so
skill.
much
Well, the
the
rulers are pretty
damage.
good.
yeah,
Yeah, like
yeah, because like maybe she's a little bit worse on damage, but having that utility is more impactful than having equal or higher damage.
hmm
Also, it's kind of funny that I didn't even think to bring up the refund thing, because I know that's what everyone loves to focus on with Galatea and Vlad. That's
well, I mean,
Is it?
well,
I mean,
I mean, what is the selling point of Vlad?
yeah, it's just refund. I'm sorry.
Yeah, he doesn't have anything else going for him.
yeah.
Yeah,
So
stackable guts.
yeah, you know who else has stackable guts that's actually in a good form?
Galatea.
Galatea, yeah.
Command code is underdeveloped. I don't think command code is underdeveloped. I think command code was actually one of the most game-breaking things they added. People just didn't know. I will admit
It's
that
just a
for
pain in the ass
solos,
to use.
yeah, I would admit because of how annoying it is to use. Like I really like it a lot more in solos because you don't have to worry about RNG. But like the fact that there are command codes that just negate gimmicks, like
Their
that
defense
previously,
ignore command codes. You
Yeah,
can,
like-
There are things that block skill seal and stun. Like
Yeah.
that is
it doesn't
insane.
block skill seal and stuff. Skill seal and MP seal on the same one, by the way. And there is enough command codes that has defense ignore that you can fill an entire deck. Like you like if you don't care about MP damage, which I mean it's kind of weird, but like for example, if you're okay, so here this is a very specific example, right? But like if you're using Super Orion on the CQ, you can literally build a defense ignore CE with command codes. Because you have 5. You just put it on all of his cards, and that's the same as having it defense ignore CE, because he only does card damage, right? So like, I think command code is actually like one of the most game breaking things, because it's like CEs that doesn't take up slots, but
Yeah.
like,
Yeah.
but you sacrifice like consistency for it. So yeah, command codes are very broken. I don't say it as a negative though. I think command codes was like one of the most fun things they added. It did it make solo a lot more broken? Yeah, it did. But I think that's fine because solos inherently is not a broken playstyle. So yeah,
Like, 'cause I think the strongest ones are the ones that like are the stun immune, the MP seal and card type seal immune. You know, the heal
Yeah.
boost one.
Yeah, heal
the heal
boost.
boost one just makes any servant with a heal able to like just go on that much longer because it's 50%.
Yeah.
You got to
Yeah, you can
prep
also
it a
do-
turn beforehand, but like
you also do heal boost with Habertrot. Heal boost with Habertrot keeps you at full HP for 5 turns if you're soloing and stuff. So like, it's
not really
good.
much a solo at that point, but yeah.
Well, yeah. I mean, yeah.
Someone
like,
asked,
I don't know.
dude. Someone asked me why I didn't use Habitron, and when I soloed the tower was shooting, I was like, I mean, like it makes it a lot
free. I mean,
easier.
I mean, for
Also,
the
don't
tower,
have my own
debatable.
Habitron yet, so
I think for the tower, debatable. Never mind. It's because I was using Draco. Because Draco doesn't take damage in the first in the first 5 waves, anyways.
yeah. Shooting's guts procced
should I-
on turn 4, so yeah, it would have had an impact.
Well, it would have been a different, yeah. So like, I don't, yeah, I think command codes was actually a good thing they added. Debuff cleanse, yeah, debuff cleanse, like generic debuff cleanse is also really good. Like had it not been for Castoria already making it so accessible, I think debuff cleanse is like also a very broken one. There's also like obviously I really thought command codes was just gonna be like the crit up ones, you know, offensive boost, like a slight bonus for your card.
Yeah, I like
damage
the
with-
defensive ones. I wish there was like more like
Utility
buff removal
ones.
resist ones, because imagine being able to
the
like
ring.
more rings, but like make like imagine being able to do like 3 of those, so like you get like 30%. 30% is enough that I could gamble that for certain fights, you know, in a solo.
Yeah, and like they're gonna, I think they will never print a high rarity ring, Because a high rarity ring would mean that the percentage would have to go up. Like a 5-star ring will have to be like 30% on its own. I don't think they will.
That'd
ever
be
print
so
that.
cool, though. No, that they should. I think that'd be very cool.
Like another command code I thought of would be buff block 1 time 1 turn. I think that they probably also thought about that, but that might be too broken.
That might be a bit too strong, but I don't know. The debuff cleanse, it's kind of funny. The debuff cleanse one was like one of the first command codes in the game, and I still feel like it's one of the best codes.
Yeah.
The only reason it's not one of the best anymore is because they made a 5-star version that has another effect.
As a heal, yeah. It's basically like, you know, the first day CEs. I feel like that's actually what happens. Like you know, in Magic the Gathering, like the
No,
initial
I don't.
print, they have like okay. So in the initial print set, they made some of the most broken cards with like the basic effects. I feel like that's actually similar to what like CEs and CCs are, because like before, like when you first started establishing the system, you're making base effects and cranking them up to the highest.
It's Poster
like,
Girl. Poster Girl, they made Poster Girl the way it was because they thought that taunt was a demerit. And that's why it has 80% attack on it. And then it turns out that it's just one of the most broken effects on a craft essence in the game.
Like look at some of the best CEs in the game. Like
Versus is another example
Grail.
of that.
It's
Black Grail,
K-Scope, K-Scope.
Black Grail, K-Scope.
K-Scope was so good that they made K-Scope 2. It's so funny.
Yeah, like what they can do afterwards is just removing some of the parts of that CE and compounding them together. Like for example, you have
Golden Carp.
Golden Carp.
20-star bomb and 50 charge. What do we have now? We have 15 stars
away.
Yeah, I think 5 stars away in exchange for 10% arts or bust drop, which I don't prefer. They don't need that.
Yeah, like look at all the split buff CEs that are just like nobody use.
Yeah,
like
dude,
they're not as bad, but like it's
Didn't we get one that was like 50% starting charge, 8% buster, 8% arts, 5% NP gain, 5% NP damage? Didn't we get one just like that? Like that's so fucking dumb.
Like, mixed, like nobody cares. Like this is just like a mixed bag of random garbage. Like dude, all of the one effect CEs are always going to be the best ones. The one effect CEs.
Right?
Like
Holy Shroud is another example. Holy Shroud, they don't do defense anymore. They don't do meaningful amounts because they know that it can be abused pretty bad.
Yeah, Shroud is a very abusable one. Like against males with some servants, you can constantly take 0 damage. Sorry, Rio.
No, I was about to say because there's some like new CEs that I think are like fine and definitely usable. Like I think Rising Mudrain's fine. You know, we get things like and then but Honey Lake was like more like 4 years ago now.
Yeah, Honey Lake is pretty old. Like Honey Lake is just like Honey Lake is dumb is because it's origin bullet but universal, right? Like yeah. So like all of these like low, like not a lot of effects CEs, like even if you look at other like less talked about one, like Halloween Maid, right? 75% heal boost, right? Like that is extremely abusable compared to like anything else that came up with heal boost and some random shit tagged onto it. You'd rather just take 75% heal boost instead.
Because they only do like 25 to 30% heal boost.
Yeah,
not even 50. So like if there were others with 50. If there was one that was like 50 and then like NP gain up,
they just made a craft essence that was 20% heal and in guts.
Is that the?
It's the Nightingale. The Nightingale one that looks like she's a doll.
Yeah,
it's from Iliafest.
Gutsies are terrible. Like the Yuri one for Castoria. Is like it's like guts 1 time 1 HP and then 10% arts.
Funnily enough, though, guts is like the one type of effect that they thought was gonna be broken, and they progressively made better. Because like one of the first guts CEs was the Neurofest one. I love the art, by the way, but like it wasn't that literally just guts. Like did it have any other effect?
Yeah, it's 1000 HP, and if you MLB it, it's like 2000. Oh no, it's 500 to 100, or not 100, 1000. Yeah, I kind of hate that craft essence because because of it, they locked everything else down to 1 HP. Because if they made it 1000 HP, it would be an objectively better version of that. So they set a goalpost, and then they were
Don't some
like,
of them
shit,
have-
this is really low, so we gotta go lower with everything else.
The only ones that have high HP are the ones that are like heal by percentage, which are only on Bonsies.
Yeah.
So
Oh,
like,
yeah, you're right. They're all 1 HP. Well, hold on. Necromancy is 1000 HP.
all of the ones from Nerofest is
Yeah.
1 HP. Yeah, all the ones from Nerofest are 1 HP. I'm not sure about any other. Do we even get other Gutsies that are not from Nerofest? Like, all of these are from Nerofest equivalents. Right?
Yeah,
Oh, yeah.
Nero and Guts
Like-
are just intrinsically linked, according to them.
Yeah,
It's sort of like
minus Bonsi.
it's sort
like
of
a lotto event. With
they do that
CPs.
with a lot of them. Like I think Yongui Fei and Pierce Envoln are closely linked as well for some reason.
Hmm. Interesting, not the burn.
I am just waiting for a 5-star CE that is like 1% or like MLB is like 2% arts, 2% buster, 2% quick, 2% MP gain, 2% MP damage, 2%
I
buff.
think we had something like
2%
that.
2% like 2% star generation,
2% everything.
2% attack, like just 2% every single stat in the game. Star absorb, just like all that. Like
I'm waiting for
2% star
CEs.
absorb. Dude, have you guys seen that one passive Summersay has?
No.
She's got like plus, I want to say it's like plus 5% quick card absorb. She's a berserker, so she has 10 absorb at base.
it's a 5% is half of 1. Does
Yeah.
it round down?
Yeah, and then she has this skill that increases it by like 5,000%. So
Yeah,
her
it's
quick
just
card, it's nothing, dude. It's absolutely nothing.
Like look at some of the early day CEs still. Like I'm waiting for 5-star. They got scared, so they stopped printing those. I'm waiting for 5-star versions of Holy Shroud of Magdalene, Iron Willed Training, Holy Divine Banquet, and also a gut CE that just has 2 guts, period. Like all of these CEs don't exist because they're scared. They don't want to print like a bigger number on these effects that's pure. Like even the low star CEs or the free CEs, like we have Dragon. Is this Dragon's? No, it's not. Yeah, Dragon's Meridian. Is it Dragon's Meridian?
That's a 50% charge at 3
Yeah,
star.
Dragon's Meridian, Camelan, the Cruel something, the fucking Jolter CE that gives 25 on death.
Yeah,
MP chart on death.
it's 20.
Ox King. 20. Ox King. Even the Bronze CE, I ran into a situation where I actually needed this for a min turn. The Bronze CE Fruitful. Does anyone remember this one?
Yeah, it's
No.
20%.
I can't get it no more. It's 20% starting charge for 2-star cost.
Dude,
I don't have that anymore. I actually need this back. I actually need this. Like there are some min turns that you need this.
I actually have a theory about that craft essence. So, you know when they removed it?
Yeah.
They removed it with Lost Belt 1's release.
Yeah.
And later on, we learned like a year ago, I think, that they were planning on adding appends at the same time. So I think they were planning on giving everyone Fruitful. I think that was supposed to be the second append, basically.
Well, I want Fruitful on top of the Fruitful, though. Like, come on.
I want more fruit, god damn it.
I need
what do you
more
mean?
fruits.
I need 2 fruits then. Like, what do you mean? Like, oh, look at all the, like, even the imaginary number. No, imaginary round, right? 75% charge. I mean, 75 is an awkward number. It's still good.
So, Rio, you remember, you know how you made that joke about the a 5-star craft essence with a ton of effects? You got a 3-star one with 10 effects on it. It's 1 to 2%.
Oh, it does exist already. That's
Increase
exactly what I
star
said.
absorb by 2%, dude.
So this is only worth a 3-star C. So
And
you
guess
could
what,
actually
guys?
crank
It
the
doesn't
numbers up.
even
You
have
can
hold on,
attack
100%
on it.
everything.
They hate attack.
So add buff removal resistance. Okay, jack up the numbers to 5%. If you jacked all the numbers up to 5%, added buff removal resistance, and what else would you add?
You have to add.
And add a 100 HP regen a turn.
God.
Oh man. Yeah, you regenerate 5%. No, 5 HP every turn. Bro,
Year 1 C is just built different.
yeah, dude, like
Sorry.
they literally threw everything against the wall trying to see what stuck, and everything did apparently. No, nothing did. It's just there was like a little
Nothing
smear
stuck,
from
yeah.
everything.
Yeah.
Like,
So like,
yeah, this is
I don't know. I think C, like generally Cs are only gonna get weaker. There is one trend I really like though, is like they make different versions of Fondant, because that's the only one I remember the name of. It's 50 start C with power mod, specific anti-trait power mod. So like they keep making those. There's like an anti-man, there's like an anti-demonic, there's anti-rider, or I don't remember.
Yeah, but some of them are split stat.
Yeah, I mean, yeah. But like, I don't know. Like, I want some year 1 CEs that are like built different. Like, okay, like imagine a 5-star version of Art of Death.
That was what, 30% anti-humanoid?
yeah.
Yeah, what if they made it 50?
They wouldn't.
Yeah, exactly. Like, why not?
I mean, they made it
honestly,
40.
That's just Honey Lake but worse. This is Honey Lake without Impulse Pierce.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's. I guess Honey Lake sort of sealed that power mod. I think 40 is the most it will give.
You guys know what
for
Purely Bloom is? What craft essence that is?
That's the one that MP damage ramps up over time. It's from Saber Wars 1.
Yeah.
As Saber.
Yeah.
As,
And
Leon.
you know what it
yeah,
maxes at?
Is Saber
50%.
Lily armpit one.
50%.
Yeah, it should have
5%
not
to
had a
50.
cap. It should have just kept going.
Yeah.
So like you stall out and eventually you hit like 500% damage.
Yeah,
That's
instead, it's just an objectively
It's just
worse
Heaven's Feel,
version
but
of
worse.
Heaven's Feel. Heaven's Feel is just that, but you don't have to wait 10 turns.
It's also a full attack stat as well for Heaven's Feel. So it's like, right? It's full attack. I think. I could be wrong.
It is. Why can't I find word?
I think it's 2,000 attack, and then Black Rail's 2,400.
Wait, why
I'm
isn't it
pretty sure
showing the
that's how it
attack? Max
Yeah,
level-
I'm shocked
yeah, it
that
is.
they actually still do 2,400 attack Cs.
Yeah,
I
it
mean,
was such a
it's-
weird
it's-
thing that they only started
isn't
doing it.
isn't it literally just Rising Mud Rain recently? Like it
No,
was the
not.
Hakuno CEs and Rising Mud Rain.
The Hakuno Cs have it as well.
I mean, yeah, like
that's cool.
recently, like they did Hakuno, Black Grail, and Rising Mud, because Rising Mud Rain is basically Black Grail. Like they stopped doing that. I don't know. I think genuinely they should start making. Like, should they though? I don't know.
No, I
mean,
think
Black Grail has.
No, like I think some others have it. Like, let me look it up here.
I mean, Black Grail has solidified itself as like one of the in my opinion, generally the best CE right now for like overall use. I think Black Grail is the best CE right now, especially if we only talk about non-free ones.
I would say K-Scope is still the best one. Best craft
No,
essence.
I think with the way charges work now.
Well, I mean, why not just have more charge? Why not
Because
just?
I want to do more damage. Like I just do more damage. It's so much more damage.
yeah. So
Dude.
like the one of the new Cs,
but-
Elevator of Penitence. It's it has Hakuno on it. It's Buster Performance 10, crit 15%, and Star Absorber Buster
Oh,
cards.
that's also 2,400.
Sorry, it's 15. It's 15 Buster, 20 crit, and Star Absorb on Buster 2000. And I believe, yeah, there's Labyrinth of the Last Flowers in Bloom, which is Hakunon, which is the Arts one, which is Art crit, and then Arts Absorb. It's also 2,400. So those are the new Victor of the Moon, and like what's the Arts one called?
Another ending.
So
Another ending, yeah. So those are alternate versions of them, and they're also 2,400. So like when they make alt versions of the 2,400 CEs, like direct reference ones, they tend to be also 2400. Just that's why Rising.
They didn't do that with the first Black Grail alternatives, though.
Well, Berserker Black Grail isn't like it's not Iris Feel on it, so of course it's different.
Yeah.
I think Berserker Black Grail will be way too broken if it was 24.
Well, Black
like,
Grail doesn't have Iris Feel on it either. It's whatever.
Just
weird.
These.
Just these.
Yeah.
Just these
like,
nuts.
These nuts.
Yeah.
Like I genuinely think if Berserker Grail was 2400 attack, it would just be so broken. It'd be so broken.
The 500 demerit doesn't do anything.
It does if you're soloing and stuff, or it's a long fight. It does. Like for example, I tried to solo Prison Tower with Kenshin with Black Grail. I take so much damage because I live for like 13 turns. That is like 5,000.
Okay, that is 7,000 damage.
7,000. Yeah, that's 7,000 damage in total. Like that is a lot of accumulated damage.
Okay,
like, especially if you're not packing a heal.
So going,
yeah,
going back to the K-Scope thing. The reason why K-Scope is so crazy to me, and still better than Black Grail, K-Scope can work on anything that has a useful NP. Like it's not just your main damage dealer. Like you might prefer Black Grail on a main damage dealer, but sometimes you just want that NP, and it doesn't matter how much damage it does. Like,
no, okay. Like you mean like support MPs?
Yeah, it works for support MPs. It
works. So like counterpoint, other than people like Scotty, I think it's literally just Scotty. Like who do like because of a pen 2.
Proto Merlin just needs like a Ilioscope.
Doesn't need it.
She starts at 40%.
Okay.
Castor doesn't need it.
But hear me out. 2 NPs instead of 1. It's like with Hans, for example. With Hans, sure, he has a 75% battery, and you can use him to get an instant NP with a 0%
Hans is
C.
a good example. So like,
but you can also give him starting charge. He gets his NP once, bam, and then you use the battery after that for a second NP. Because you're not going to need the HP regen immediately.
Here's the thing, right? That's literally just hot. So like, I will bring up another example, Merlin. So why do I think scope is bad on Merlin? Because you're wasting 40 charge on it. Because you proc the spread battery on 1 very often, and you have a pen 2. I think a pen 2 killed, like, it doesn't kill K-Scope. I think a pen
don't
2
have to use the first skill. I mean, you could just use the NP and then use the first skill afterwards. Get you closer to the next NP.
Yeah, you can, but like I just feel like there's so much like starting charge right now.
Well, you could also take that cost. You could stick the 4-star charge on there, have him, use the skill on turn 1, and then have that cost spread elsewhere. I just think like K-Scope, like I don't use K-Scope like for much of anything. Like unless I'm just being like really like unless I'm just as a joke throwing like 3 DPS into a node and I slap K-Scopes on him, like haha, funny, like let's go. I don't like there's no like challenge quest that I'm sticking K-Scope. Like if I put
the only character I use scope on is Scotty. I literally don't use scope on any other
Miss
character.
Miss Crane I will like Miss Crane
if you don't
in
want
like Buster or quick teams
because you want 2 NPs out of her.
when you don't want no, sometimes you don't want to taunt.
Oh yeah.
But like Miss Crane is like an exception, not the rule. Like most, like especially like Castoria, I'm better off taking the 50%.
Oh yeah, well with Castoria, it's a lot different because she actually has 50%. She can get 50%.
I think
between her
Castoria, I'm not using their NPs.
I think Castoria is actually one of the biggest issues.
Yeah.
For support MPs, because if you're using Castoria with another support, which very often is happening, you're using the spread charge on 1 a lot of times for your DPS's MP if you want to use it on 1. So the spread charge is 30 wasted and the pen 2 is 20 wasted. So like even on Crane, I very often use I use like Demonic Bow's Alpha and use it after my DPS, so my DPS gets like a bunch of MP back, so I don't have to worry about refund. Or I use the Star Bomb CE that's 15 stars. If I don't want to get the taunt up, or I use Dragon's Meridian to save cost. I just think a Pen 2, the appearance of a Pen 2 and the common and the more and more common, well, mostly Castoria spread charge combined together makes starting charge something very awkward. Like you almost always waste charge on MLB scope, especially MLB. I would say MLB scope. You always waste 20 charge. A lot of times you waste 20 charge. Like yeah, obviously you don't have to append.
Yeah, just
but like
Yeah,
the
well, I mean,
existence
you
of
also
Pen
might
2
not.
makes me feel weird using K-scope.
You also might. You can also save the battery for a second NP to try and get another NP.
yeah, but like Castoria though, like Castoria's skill 1 is coming out on
Yeah,
one,
and you can save
99%
that battery for getting a second NP. You don't have to use it immediately.
So
If I
you're
don't
just
use it
doing
immediately,
nothing.
my
So that
DPS
means
is
you're
not
using
NP.
Castoria's NP on a turn.
No. I'm not even talking about
where you're not doing
Castoria.
anything.
I'm not even talking about Castoria herself. I mean, like, if you're using someone like not Crane. If you're using someone like I don't know, what the fuck. If you're using someone like who's a support that doesn't have any self charge, like Scotty, but like you don't pair that with. I mean, you can pair that with Castoria. Like Scotty. Okay, let's say Scotty. You're using Castoria as spread charge on 1 because Castoria spread charge on 1 very often like enables your DPS as MP, and your support just happens to get the 30 by accident, and then you pair that up with the max up. Like you're just wasting charge with a K scope. I think you're wasting 20 to 50 charge.
Okay.
Yeah, because the argument would work if your DPS wasn't often going in there with 0% charge or 50% charge.
Okay, and let's say outside of a min turn, let's say, what if you don't get any cards and you need cards? Why would you use your buffs then? Because like, okay, that does suck you don't have those cards, but that means the next 2 hands are going to have those cards. So maybe it's better off going ahead and using that support NP and then not using all the buffs on the next turn, because it's usually better to have those buffs last for multiple bars, you know?
That I'm wasting my support.
Yeah, you're wasting your support buffs. Like if you use Castoria turn early, well now you only have 2 more turns of Castoria's MP for your DPS.
Okay, first off, we're just talking about using Scotty as the example.
Like,
that's
or
5
Scotty,
turn
or
buffs.
Scotty's crit buff.
Well,
Scotty's crit buff is now,
yeah.
Yeah, but that's 5 turns. It's gonna be
Well,
there
that's
for
okay.
5
That's specifically
turns.
Scotty. Like
Scotty's fine.
Okay, and then
change
it
to,
might be.
like, say,
let's say Mash. I think Mash is a good
Okay,
example of
Mash.
that. You
Okay.
use Mash as NP immediately, and then you're safer that turn, but you're not ready to break the bar because you don't have the cards that you want. And if you immediately pop your NP and you use your batteries and you don't have the cards for it, okay, you waste the buffs for the next turn, which means you only have 1 more turn with those buffs. You get me?
yes, but okay, why would you ever hold a Castoria skill 1 even if you don't have the cards?
Just so you can get more out of it. Because if 1 or 2 people already have their NP, then it's safer. It's better to have her use it afterwards.
Okay.
So
Right,
everyone
that's
gets something out of the
That's
charge.
making your own problem by bringing a K scope.
I will.
No, but you still.
I'll take a step back. I think if K scopes on backline supports are good, sure. I think K scopes on frontline supports are you just don't fucking use.
Okay, question. Why is it a bad thing to have charge in your pocket for the next NP?
Because you're sacrificing stats
I'm wasting the
now for
cooldown.
stats later.
I'm extending the
Yeah.
cooldown.
And also, yeah, you're wasting that skill could be on cooldown, ticking to the next one. So you're drawing you're like, you do this enough times where you're like holding skills, you will lose the use of that skill, especially if you're doing like a long drawn out
We're
fight.
talking about
Like
1
if-
turn.
Right, but you're like, say you're doing a fight and the fight is 25 turns in total. If you have a skill on a 5-turn cooldown, but you're like every couple of times delaying it.
As a scope. Well,
Right, because you're talking about starting with a scope.
Escape.
Right, but then say you run into a situation where your other servant has the NP, but the skill comes off cooldown again. Do you use the skill again? to get the cooldown rolling, or do you hold on to it? If your main DPS doesn't need it, then yeah, you hold it. But like if your support has it, no, you're gonna throw it on there and you're gonna burn the charge.
Okay.
Like
What?
I delaying the usage of the skill means you're just increasing its cooldown by 1 effectively.
Yeah, but what if
later in
that's
the
the
fight.
difference between you getting 1 NP or 2 NPs out of that support?
But it's not gonna, because you're
Okay.
It
there's
could,
no
but it could
Okay.
because
Okay,
if
which
you
support's MP is worth it to double stack? Because in my opinion, doing 2 Castor MPs back
Well,
to back is stupid.
look, I'm not saying okay, also have them NP the next turn. I mean, you're going to have that 30% ready for the next NP. You're going to be that much closer to the next NP.
But I feel like a lot of that stuff can be handled by planning better. I think
Phase card.
phase card.
and,
It's like planning around case scope. Like with the way like supports work,
I just
I
think
think
you're
none of
bleeding
them is
charge with
planned
scope.
around.
Like I
Yeah.
really think you're bleeding charge. I genuinely think you're bleeding charge with scope most of the time. Like even if you're holding stuff, like
a swap in with
I don't
case scope
know.
is fine, because like like if on turn 2, like you've used your
Yeah, that's
servants,
what
and you
I
have a
meant.
new
Like, if you're
servant come in
plugging- yeah.
with case scope because you've already used your spread charges.
Okay, I'm not denying
that-
scope is bad, but I
Wait, you're not denying scope is bad, so you're saying scope
No.
is
No,
you're not
I'm just
denying
saying
scope isn't bad.
no.
Right, you just said scope is bad though.
Sorry, I'm not denying
Plushy.
scope is good, but like I'm just saying, like, okay, I genuinely think you run into damage issues more than charge issues these days.
That's true. Like charge is like not difficult, like especially with like my gym,
okay,
party bonuses and like regens and
I really think you
So-
run into like maybe if you're not using meta supports, but there's so many batteries in meta supports, like all of them. It's 50 is like baseline.
well, yeah, but like, I mean, did we ever say that we were exclusively using meta supports? Because like
I mean, even
example-
Jufu, like
the example I was using was Mash, which is a very reasonable pick, and
Okay,
so with her, if you're using her NP immediately, that means you are going to have that 30% defense and the damage cut for the next 3 turns. You might not want to immediately NP again
okay.
with that
But
charge, but you can...
Mash has her taunt, which increases her MP gain, and an invuln. So
Yeah.
even if the defense wears off,
Okay.
she can build another NP herself super
So
fast, and she also has her first skill. So
Okay,
I don't think
what
like like just firing it off randomly. Like Mash's
It-
NP
it's-
is more
it's-
tactical than that.
It's
I'm not
not
gonna argue
random.
against-
No, it wouldn't be randomly. It's just it's going to prevent a lot of damage for the entire team. Having that up sooner is
Okay.
better than having it up later.
I'm not gonna argue against this, but like so supports with a K scope that functions well versus every DPS in the game, which one is more used?
Hold on. Say
Like-
that again.
Okay, if you're speaking of use case, K scope used to be considered to be better because you use K scope more often. Do
It
you
was
like
with every quick team. It was with every buster team.
like genuinely ask yourself, do you use K scope more or Black Grail? In terms of the total
K-scope.
amount of runs you do.
Unless
No
we're
way, I don't
talking,
believe you.
unless we're, even if we're talking farming, I mean,
Yes,
Hyper Ibuki doesn't.
I
Even Hyper
the only-
Ibuki doesn't really need Black Grail most of the time. So if we're talking me,
right. So
then
why would you throw a K scope on her? Just throw the
I
event
wouldn't-
C on her.
I wouldn't put
I guess
K-scope on her.
Evency-
I would put K-scope on another support, which might help them get in. Like someone I basically always give a K-scope to is Asclepius, because I can have him come in later on. He pops his NP because like he only has a 20 battery. That's not enough for him to get his NP unless I got an append. But getting his appends are a bitch, by the way. So
yeah, Asclepius is a good example
Yeah,
because you want to
that's-
hold the battery for the cleanse, right? The battery is a cleanse, it's not just a battery.
Yeah, but that's
yeah, then there's
that's
also
a swap in though. That as we said,
no,
like
no,
swapping in
no.
for
It's not a
K-scope
swap.
is-
It's when someone dies. Someone dies. He
Right,
comes in
that,
and he
that's
helps.
still a swap, and he's
That's a
coming
Well,
in.
backlink.
yeah,
He's
It's a
backlining.
backlink.
yeah. Is that
Like I just think
is
that like
that a
outside of
negative?
like no, but I'm saying like that backline K-scope is fine, like because that's different. 'Cause, like
Then it's still
that is you're in the fight. It's not. It's if someone gets knocked out and they come in, it's not something you were fully like planning that specific turn for. But like opening with a K-scope, I think is poor. Like I think there's ways to
yeah,
design teams
yeah.
to
I
like
get
where
that.
opening with a K-scope is a poor choice. There's so many better ways to do it. Because like
I guess
outside of
this is
Buster teams, like you don't need like farming doesn't even use K-scopes anymore. Outside of those people pick Buster teams for some reason.
Yeah.
there's still not case scope.
Yeah,
Like
yeah.
I get your point, but like okay, so it really depends on. I think this really is a personal, like depends on personal. But like if you were to tell me to burn all my copies of K-scope versus Black, I'll burn the K-scope without like I wouldn't even bat an eye. I would
Yeah.
I would burn all my K-scopes if I only get to keep one.
I've
I
only got
know
one
it's
Black
probably
Grail.
about
I'd rather keep 3 K-scopes than one Black Grail.
yeah, that's what I mean. I because like usually you're not using multiple Black Grails anyways. Like I would trade like 8 scopes. Well, 8 scopes used. I would trade 5 MLB scopes for a Black Grail.
Damn.
In terms of my how often I use them.
Black Grail is just like in the value of Black Grail, what Black Grail enables. So there are things like there are ways to work around a K-scope. But what Black Grail offers is different than what the level of what Black Grail offers is different than what K-scope offers. K-scope, as I said, you can work around it. You can build a team, around getting certain charge. You can do appends. You can do, various other things. You can sometimes use different MCs. You can swap people in, with more charge, all that. But there's nothing quite like 80% NP damage and 2400 attack
charge is a lot more common than overflowing on MP damage, which almost never happens. Yeah. That is like I genuinely think with how that is considering all meta supports. I would say this is more of a whale mindset. I think for a whale in particular, which is ironic, for a whale in particular, I think K-scopes are just not that good anymore. I could be wrong. I mean, it's just my personal experience. I have not used a K-scope in a very long time because of like cost restraints. Like for hyper, the only times I use K-scopes is for min turn. Like you might say I use Black Grill. I value Black Grill more because I am very into min turns, which I will not deny, because like the times where you need to hit that absolute super high damage is during min turns. But whenever the only times I use K-scope is also during min turns when I need these supports immediately, and I can't really like I can't like wait another like 10 like a extra turn to gain my MP and whatnot.
But a lot of the sports whose MP that you like, there's not a lot of the sports whose MP you're needing to launch off. Like the ones that are come to mind are like Merlin, Castoria, Proto Merlin, and like Rhinus. The thing is, a lot of those have spread charge as well, and so
I just think it's Castoria. Like I use Castoria too much. I honestly think it's I use Castoria too much because that spread 30 always like makes me waste charge.
Yeah, I think a big part of it is just we're focusing really heavily on Castoria play, but that's just because
Castoria. I'm thinking of all of them.
If we're talking about spread charge though, like there aren't as many high spread chargers as her. Like as far as good supports go, there aren't really that many 30% AoE chargers.
Yeah, I will admit
like
it's
some
literally
20%.
just Castoria, but like a lot of the things in this game right now is literally just because of Castoria. Like I think if we just delete that character from the game would play very different from what it is today.
Yeah, Black Grail wouldn't be as big of a thing because it'd be harder to use it. You wouldn't be looping
Black
as
Grail
much.
would still be a thing.
Well,
because
Black
of,
Grail,
Vich and Oberon, and like
that's only very specific units though. That can
see, Black Grail is only useful if you're in being, and a lot of if you're not using Castoria for a lot of them, huh?
The scope also just gets you to your MP. It's the same thing.
Yeah, see,
Yeah,
scope is
but
a
it
one-time
guarantees
effect,
that
though.
it guarantees that you have that NP. If you bring Black Grail and you can't NP more than once, then what the fuck is the point? Maybe if you
When
use
does that ever happen though? It never
it,
happens.
it can.
Unless you finish
That's
the
kind of
fight
a
in one
non.
turn, in which case you know.
I mean, yeah. Look,
Well, if you can
okay.
finish it in one turn, then like why even fucking bother with like any of that? Like I feel
Because
like
what if Black Girl was needed to do in that one turn? Because the
you
thing
could
is
have
like
you
if
could have
the
brought
fight goes on for multiple turns, see the problem with K-scope is that K-scope is one and done. It does one thing, and then
yeah
it's over.
yeah I understand that, and that's why a lot of the time I prefer to pick like a 50% CE or a 60% CE, because I do like having those extra effects. But sometimes I don't need the servant to stay out on the field a really long time. Sometimes I just want that NP in my pocket as soon as possible. Maybe I don't use them at the NP as soon as it's there, but
Yeah,
I just want to
and
have it available.
I'm not denying the usefulness of K-scope. I think everything you brought up is valid. I just think that not all of the combined is not as valuable as having higher damage cap in terms of the amount of damage you can do. Like
Especially with Oberon being able to double it.
like it,
Yeah.
like even if we exclude Oberon, like there are stuff that it's just like if you can take 7 turns in a fight, you never take 9. It's not a saying, but like I don't know.
Well, I mean, like it. Okay.
Okay. I guess I'll bring another point. There are more starting charge C alternatives than offense. That's not true either.
Well,
There's
no,
more.
there are.
Yeah, there's more
so many
alternatives.
50% starting charge. Like there's 50% starting charge. There's 60% starting
Black Grail
charge.
is less replaceable.
For Black
that's
Grail, we have Rising Mud Rain.
Yeah,
and
I guess less
then
replaceable.
Heaven's
Yeah,
Feel,
true.
like which is a
yeah.
lesser version.
I guess
do.
less replaceable is the term instead of better. 'Cause,
Yeah.
like better is a very generic term.
Okay, yeah, I think that's a good way to put it. I'm not sure if you guys would agree on it, but I do think that K-scope is better, but I think it's more replaceable than Black Grail, because nothing does Black Grail to the same extent that Black Grail does.
Yeah.
Can we agree on that?
Like,
Like,
my
I
main...
think.
Well, but saying it's better but more replaceable.
It's better. It's like it's better. It's more applicable
It's-
in more situations.
Yeah,
I guess.
it's
But I
the
don't.
peak.
I disagree with that just because how the game works. Like maybe for the first couple years of the game, yes. But with how the game works now, I don't think K-scope is nearly as valuable as it is, because people can. It is so much easier to work around not having a K-scope than it is to not work around, say, not having Black Grail. Like when you run into that section where you need that damage threshold, it's easier to come up with a way to get charge than it is to come up with a way to get that missing damage when you run into the blocks.
So I think this is still the same argument that we agree on with, like,
right, but I don't see K-scope as. I think K-scope is. I think on a scale of like usefulness in the game overall, I think Black Grail is a more useful CE, and more applicable CE to be used, whereas K-scope is useful at what it does, but there are more things that you can substitute with, and it's easier to work around. Therefore, if it's easier to replace, then it can't have the same value as Black Grail.
Like the thing with charge is, if you reach 100, it's over. Like your goal is to reach 100.
Yeah.
So if you make 100, everything above that is wasted.
Unless
MP
you have
damage-
overcharge and you get like to 200, but in which case that's a completely different setup.
Yeah, that's
MP damage is 500% and then nothing else. So it's like anything below 500% would not be wasted. Like the reason why I have this take is I always feel like I'm wasting charge with scope. Like I've repeated this one. I just maybe like obviously I think our definitions of better is just different. So like I genuinely think like scope is just such a it's you get it's like 50 star bomb. Like yeah 50 star bomb is good because it guarantees you to crit, but anything above that is just wasted. I think K scope is very much like a 50 star bomb CE, and a 50 star bomb CE would be very good, but I don't think it would be good. Like obviously scope is better because like MP charge is more worth more than crits, but like you know my point. Like I think like a 20 star bomb would suffice. Like a 50 charge CE a lot of times would already suffice.
Yeah, I get what you're saying.
So
Yeah.
I mean, I don't know why I brought this up. We're supposed to be against Gamepress. I'm sorry.
It's fine.
No, the conversation evolves.
No,
That's
you
how
see,
it works.
they suck so much they can't keep our interests anymore. That's another criticism of Gamepress.
No, a 50 star bomb CE, someone said it would be more useful. No, because with the way it works is like you can have it's you can have higher value in having your two supports have 50% CEs that dump stars in if they're arts. But if they're quick or buster, the supports dump too many stars already. So it's only a concern with arts.
There's also a ton
arts
of
is easily fixable.
There's also a ton of servants these days that either make their own stars or have absorb. So you might not need more than like 20 or 30.
Yeah, and you never use all 50 of those stars. When you're using a K scope, you're using all 100 of those charge. You're never using all 50 of those stars. You're like having more than 30 stars is just boosting your crit chance. Like you can even RNG for it.
Crane
like
Crane doesn't take any of the stars. She just has to have 20 for the NP. And Cuckoo is like Cuckoo is really very much an exception in that regard.
It's one unit. Kukulkan is one unit. Like yeah. Like Kukulkan after using all three of her skills still has 20 stars left.
But there's because there's Vich. Like Vich dumps 40 stars.
But they will make more. I doubt it. I don't think they will make more. I honestly don't think they will make another servant that eats stars in the next year. I'm going that far. I don't think they will make any servant that eats a star. And there won't be a servant that eats stars in the next year.
To the level of Cuckoo or at all?
Yeah.
Like,
and they will immediately make Typhon eat like 30 fucking stars.
What if there's a quick support that takes stars to do some sort of support?
Now, if there was a quick support that like converted stars over 50 into charge, that'd be great. But dude, it doesn't happen.
Yeah.
Summer Scotty has what 15
Yeah.
30 plus 2 star bombs. That's like 7. Like I don't know. I just like another thing. I don't know. You get so many stars. Arts Carmilla that eats stars. Yeah, she's gonna be trash. An Arts servant that eats stars, dude. You're not making stars. Like she's gonna be so. She's not gonna be able to use.
Watch as they buff themselves like 200% star generation up.
It doesn't do anything. She needs like 30 stars per turn, like Jason. Like on MP. Like every time you MP, you get what was Jason's buff? Like 10 stars, 20 stars
20 per turn.
20 per turn for 3 turns whenever you MPs. Yeah, it's like she need that. Right? I think 50 stars. I think 50 star CEs is okay.
I think it's a bit overkill.
A meme that's not that wouldn't.
It just depends on the servant that you'd be using it with, honestly.
It's only good on arts. Well, like because immediate effects, like even with K scope, like the argument for K scope is you can use MPs that buy you more value, like in the future, like Merlin's MP. Like getting Merlin's MP early means that you get his second MP earlier. That means you get his third MP even earlier. So it buys you more value in the future. There's no return on this investment with the 50 stars. Like 50 star bombs is like zero return on an investment. How many times do you use K scope? If there's a 50 star bomb C, I'll use it even less than K scope. The only reason you'd use it more than K scope is because it would be a straight upgrade to the 20-star bomb, and people are already using 20-star bombs all the time. But like, it realistically will function the exact same as 20-star bomb. So yeah.
So it has come to my attention that we have been going at this for 4.5 hours, or almost four and a
Oh
half
my God.
hours. So should probably be. I think this is a good time to wrap it up.
Yeah, my bad.
So,
I don't know why I
that's-
brought that last thing up to like
that's-
waste
that's
the
not your
fucking
fault.
hour on it.
It's not your
Well, I
fault.
mean, it's an interesting discussion.
We're all
Like,
complicit in this.
Yeah,
Yeah,
I
I
mean-
mean, that was a really good conversation. I really did like that. I think people in chat appreciated it too. But
Yeah, cut
that's
that
good.
part out, and it's a very clickbait title. I think you legit get a lot of views for it. K-Scope versus Black Grail. Feat plushie mistress real emerald. Debate, and then just
Bruh.
put it out.
Yeah, separate, like split it up into two.
That gets so much. There's no, because like this is definitely a. This is technically a better discussion than
That is it was a way
Smash
better
versus
discussion than
Sakurama.
Gamepress.
Viewer, you get to laugh at the title because the title is what it is, which may or may not be what he said.
I mean, yeah. I mean, you can highlight it. I mean, you can. I can record the part and like highlight and send it back. to you, and then you can like kind of like
that's
like
fine.
debate the K-Scope, the Black Grail versus
Real
K-Scope. I
emerald.
mean,
Versus other. Yeah.
I mean, like I watch a lot of like card game debates, like similar to that. Like one card, like what, like this card is like, you know, unhealthy to the meta and whatnot, or like, you know, this is better and whatnot. I think it's I want debates. Not well. If it doesn't go heated, if it's like healthy as like we kept it,
I don't think we were
it's
heated.
Great content.
So
Yeah,
Yeah.
I think that was great content if we just like keep it healthy.
Yeah, dude. Dude, I like the idea of like debating concepts in FGO like that. Like even if it's not like something we're super passionate about, we could have people like suggest types of things that we can debate on. Because like I think I can do a fairly good job of representing the opposing side of what what we might agree on.
Yeah. I mean, yeah, that's
The
definitely
master
fun. Like,
debater.
there's a lot of debates in the FGO community, like the Berserker debate. Oh, there's two debates. There's the Berserker debate and the Black Grail K-Scope debate. That's such. We should paywall this.
Yeah,
Yeah.
dude.
Should be
Yeah, guys,
Patreon only
pay me
bot,
money
bro.
so you can watch this episode.
Yeah, I'm joking. Yeah,
But
like
it's-
all jokes
Loads
aside,
of
though,
money.
we should probably like set up something similar to this. I don't know, it's fun.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And we're good how we are.
But yeah, thank you for having
Thank-
me on. This was fun.
Yeah, this was a good episode. It was not good in the same way that the last Gamepress one was, because that was just like fun poking shit. But yeah, thank you all for listening today. That's gonna be it for this episode, and have a good night or good afternoon.
Have a good
Bye.
night.
Goodbye.
Good night.